Chapter 431 Transformation. Zhou Jingyi has always listened to Su Jinshan since she got together, and it was always the same in her previous life. Therefore, Su Jinshan never raised any objections to Su Jinshan's excessive contributions to his family. Maybe Zhou Jingyi felt uncomfortable in her heart, but she was already used to being kind to her husband's family, so it was hard not to say so. In her last life, Su Yin was a somewhat cold person, and would not say any kind words between mother and daughter, even to her own mother. Zhou Jingyi understood her daughter's temperament, and would never say such things to her. But it's different now. The end of Tang Dynasty is here. Your dad must let them live there. Zhou Jingyi already had some reluctance in her heart, but she knew that her husband would definitely not kick his sister and brother out at this time. Even though I didn't want to, I couldn't seem to do anything else. Mom, let's hide some food. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he immediately proposed a solution and took action. There is a storage cabinet hidden in the wall in their kitchen, which is completely blocked by the large freezers and cannot be seen. Tang Mo moved the freezer and stuffed the rice and flour piled in the kitchen into the locker, because it was very inconvenient to get things in that place. So after I got the freezer, it was just empty there. But now I can just put some things that I don't want others to see. After filling the hidden compartment, Tang Mo moved the freezer back to block it firmly. The two freezers Tang Mo later bought were both locked, and the contents inside were not moved at all. So Tang Mo locked them up directly. Zhou Jingyi watched her daughter's series of operations without stopping her. After being stunned for a moment, she started to help her daughter. The kitchen door was closed tightly, and the mother and daughter tried their best to protect most of their food. Sister-in-law, let me help you. Even though Tang Mo had already refused, Tan Jing still couldn't bear his greed and pushed open the kitchen door. Zhou Jingyi and Tang Mo inside had already finished their business and started serving dishes. You haven't eaten on the way here, so hurry up and eat, Zhou Jingyi said politely. Tang Mo directly handed the plate in his hand to Tan Jing's hand. Wasn't he here to help? Then get to work. The dishes are not very rich, but at this time, there are too few people who can still put a large bowl of rice and potatoes at home. Zhou Jingyi didn't cook meat. She just steamed more rice and made potatoes. Seeing the food on the table, the eyes of Su Yuanshan and others gleamed. They couldn't care less about anything else. They picked up the chopsticks and stuffed them into their mouths. Looking at the posture, they almost grabbed them. Eat slowly. There is not enough. After all, they were his younger brothers. Seeing them starving like this made Su Jinshan feel uncomfortable. Su's mother and Tang Mo both glanced at Su Jinshan, and he was quite generous. Su's mother really made a lot of steamed rice. This meal usually lasted 2 days for their family, but it was all eaten cleanly. I'll pick up the bowl. Su Shan, who was eating and drinking for free, was still a little embarrassed. After eating, she got up and started to work. She hasn't had enough to eat for a long time, and she usually works at her brother's house, so this little work is nothing. Auntie, please have a rest. There are 2 juniors like me and Su Ru at this table. How can I let you work? Tang Mo said. Although she doesn't like Su Yin, an eccentric aunt, she dislikes Su Ru even more. She remembered that in the last life, Su Ru occupied Su Yin's room at the end, wearing her clothes, touching her things, and even Su Yin's mobile phone was taken away, just because it was the latest model. Sister, are you right? Tang Mo looked at Su Ru. Su Ru was full after eating, and was looking around at the house. This house is really nice. Which room should I choose later? Ruru, clear the table. However, Tan Jing was a good judge of eyes, so she crooked Su Ru with her elbow, and Su Ru reluctantly got up and cleaned up. Why let her work? She is a guest. Su Ru felt uncomfortable. She didn't even work at home. Zhou Jingyi wanted to get up to help, but Tang Mo held her hand and sat down. Help with what? After eating these few meals from her, Tang Mo had no choice but to give up and become an uncle? Not that I thought about it. Uncle, where should I stay tonight? After clearing the table, everyone sat on the sofa again to discuss the next matter. Only then did Su Jinshan remember that his house only had 3 bedrooms. When Ping Anan didn't come, there was one room that was empty. Now that Ping Anan has arrived, none of the bedrooms are empty. Why don't Xiaoyin let Rura come with you? Su Jinshan asked. Dad, I have bad sleeping habits. You also know that I practice martial arts every day recently. I also like to make a few gestures in the middle of the night. It would be bad if I hurt my sister by then. Tang Mo said it sincerely. as if he was really thinking about Su Ru. Su Jinshan nodded. It was true. Ruer was a guest. If he was really beaten by his daughter, he would not be able to explain to Su Yuanshan, judging from Xiao Yun's skills by taking them to exercise regularly. Su Jinshan still knows it well. Sister, can you still hit people? Su Ru curled her lips in her heart. Su Yin is a girl, and she talks about practicing martial arts. Isn't it because she doesn't want her to live in a room? Well, it hurts when I hit someone. Su Yin nodded seriously. Su Jinshan and Zhou Jingyi also nodded. There was nothing wrong with this. Sometimes Su Yin would take them for simple training. Being hit by Xiao Yin was really painful. How about we stay in that room? Tan Jing pointed to Ping An's room. She had been to Su Jinshan's house before, and she knew the layout of the rooms in his house. The younger brother and sister are sleeping there now. The bed is small. Counting the 2 children, it can only sleep 3 people at most. Tang Mo shook his head. Tan Jing's face showed the same expression as Su Ru's. She was indeed a mother and daughter, and even her lip-curling movements were the same. What younger brothers and sisters? Aren't they just picked up and treated as treasures? But Tan Jing didn't dare to say this. Then let Xiaoru sleep with the 2 children. Tan Jing still felt sorry for her daughter. Of course she wanted her daughter to enjoy this blessing of being able to sleep on the bed. Sister-in-law, Ping An is too young. Xiaoru is still a child herself. Zhou Jingyi already regards Ping An as her daughter. She still knows something about Su Ru's temperament, and she doesn't want Su Ru to sleep with Ping An. Zhou Jingyi and Su Jinshan nodded at Zhou Jingyi's words. Ping An was what Su Jinshan wanted to save the most, and she was also going to be his daughter in the future. Her position in his heart was much more important than that of Su Yuanshan's family. Although he is said to be foolish and kind, Su Jinshan still has a ranking in his heart despite being close and distant. Chapter 432. Where do they sleep? Then what should we do? Those 2 brats are so big. They can't just occupy such a big room by themselves. Tan Jing pouted, a little dissatisfied. She knew that her eldest brother's family had many precious daughters, and Su Yin had always been an image that was not easy to mess with in the family. So even though she knew that Su Yin's room was the largest, she did not dare to say anything. But the 2 extra kids are different. Their surname is not Su. So why can they live in a big room and sleep on a bed? Let's let Andy sleep in that room with Ping Ping alone. Andy also has experience in raising children, and she can also take care of the child. Finally, Tang Mo came up with a plan, and now no one could say anything. Naturally, Su Shan had no objection. She was used to working. She had raised both Su Yuanshan and Su Ru, so she was naturally good at raising children. Then where should we sleep? Su Ru asked immediately. My aunts all have a place to sleep, but they don't have a place to sleep yet. Why don't you, Shiru, sleep on the sofa? The sofa in the living room is quite big. Su Jinshan really had no choice. Su Ru looked at the sofa, and then at Su Yin's room without speaking. The sofa was quite big, but not as big as her cousin's room. She remembered that she sneaked into her cousin's room once, when she was a child, and saw many beautiful clothes and toys inside. She wanted to stay in her cousin's room. But looking at Su Yin's face, Su Ru didn't dare to say anything. What about me and Tan Jing? Su Yuanshan looked at the living room. This sofa obviously couldn't sleep 3 people. We can only lay the floor. Tang Mo crossed his arms. A bunk on the floor? How come we are a family? And the eldest sister can sleep on the bed, but we have to sleep on the floor. Tan Jing's voice became sharper, and what she said was really ruthless. As if the person who had worked for them for more than 10 years without complaint was not the eldest sister, she said. If Auntie doesn't want to lay the floor, don't force it. If it doesn't work, just go back. Annie can just stay here. Tang Mo didn't like her. He said it like no one had to let her stay. Tang Mo wanted her to leave as soon as possible. We almost died outside when we came here. How can we go back? If we go back again, we may really die. Een, you won't be so cruel. Right. Feeling Su Yin's attitude towards them, Tan Jing's tone began to soften. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Some people are like this. The weaker you are, the more she bullies you. If you are tougher, she will become more polite. In fact, Tan Jing really wasn't lying. It was not an easy journey for them. If it weren't for the fact that there was really no food at home, and they would have to starve to death if they stayed any longer, they wouldn't be able to make such a decision. Ordinary people can stay outside in this fog for up to 10 minutes. Su Yuanshan and others used these 10 minutes to escape into the car. In the car, the doors and windows were closed, and the air conditioning circulation system was turned on. They drove all the way to the downstairs of Soo-Yin's house, jumped out of the car, and rushed into the building. In this way, I arrived at my eldest brother's house in fear all the way. Fog surrounds people's vision, and it is actually very dangerous to drive in such visibility. But fortunately, there are no cars on the street now. After a few bumps and bruises, we arrived at our destination without any danger. Neither Tan Jing nor Su Yuanshan wanted to go through such a frightening process again. Yes, Yin, it would be too dangerous to let them go back at this time. Su Jinshan's aura of the Holy Father began to shine again. That's okay if you don't go back. Don't there still be a few rooms in the property center? The rooms are large and have complete furniture and air conditioning. Otherwise, you can sleep there. It's only 3 minutes away. Tang Mo made another suggestion. As long as she could leave the house. She really had no control over where she slept. That's not bad. Su Jinshan knew the place his daughter was talking about. Wasn't it the rooms where Zhang Laohu was locked up before? But, aren't there still a few people tied up? It's too dangerous. Su Jinshan suddenly thought that Zhang Hu and the others were still locked up there. They will starve to death in a few days. Besides, the people are tied up. The place is so big. If you just close a room, you will be out of sight and out of mind. Tang Mo said these chilling words obediently. Su Yuanshan and his wife didn't quite understand. But they shuddered. Why is it that he is tied up and starved to death? Yet he can still be out of sight and out of mind? That's right. Isn't it? Perhaps it was because he had encountered too many things during this period. But Su Jinshan didn't think there was anything wrong with what his daughter said. And he even thought there was nothing wrong with it. No. Let's sleep on the ground. The ground is very good. Very good. Tan Jing quickly refused, saying that the floor was very open and they were very satisfied. That's good. Seeing that everyone was very satisfied, Su Jinshan showed a silly and sweet smile. The accommodation was finally arranged, and the next step was to eat. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he and Su's mother discussed it. Originally, their family only had 2 meals a day, but now there are a few more people. In order to ensure that they can have food for the next few days, they still have to live frugally. Although Tang Mo knew in her heart that there was absolutely no shortage of food in this family, she still hoped that Su Jinshan would be able to bear the consequences of her choices. Let Su Jinshan starve himself. Anyway, he still had his own small treasury in the late Tang Dynasty, and would not let himself and Su's mother go hungry. The huge house originally housed Su Yin's family of 3, but now it has grown to include Ping Ping'an, Su Yuanshan's family of 3, plus her aunt Su Shan. A total of 9 people. The house was no longer quiet and started to get noisy. Ping Ping'an was chasing and fighting, with Zhou Jingyi following beside him. Su Shan has no children and has a natural love for children. She also joined Zhou Jingyi's team to take care of children and played with them. Su Jinshan and Su Yuanshan were sitting on the sofa watching the TV news loops. Tan Jing and Su Ru, mother and son, were sitting on the other side of the sofa with their mobile phones, scrolling absent-mindedly, thinking about how much food Su Jinshan's house had and how long it would last for so many people. Everyone was in the living room. Tang Mo thought it was too crowded here, so he went back to his room alone, eating snacks and watching TV series. She had missed so many TV series over the years, and she found what she wanted to watch with a random search. When there are more people, time seems to change quickly, and night falls quickly. Chapter 433 Teasing. Jingyi, please find some quilts for Yuanshan and the others. At night, everyone had to rest. Su Jinshan asked his wife to find bedding for his brother and his family. After all, you can't sleep directly on the floor. Okay. Zhou Jingyi took out a quilt from the room. Is there only one bed? Su Jinshan frowned. He, the older brother, felt guilty for letting the Yuanshan couple sleep on the floor. If there weren't even enough bedding, he would be really embarrassed. Su Yuanshan and Tan Jing also looked directly at their sister-in-law. The floor is so hard. Even if they don't cover themselves with quilts, they can't sleep directly on the ground. Even if they are from rural areas and are used to sleeping on the con, they still have to live without a mattress. It would be too uncomfortable. No, I've already given the one on our bed to Yuanshan and the others. Tan Jing spread her hands. There were only 3 people in the house, and they didn't usually have guests, so they didn't have the habit of preparing extra bedding. Then let's move our mattresses out from the mountains. Su Jinshan thought for a while and said, Jean-Sean, our bed is made of pear wood. Without the mattress, it's like sleeping on the floor. Didn't you say that your back hurts these days? If it was Zhou Jingyi in the past, she would basically obey whatever her husband said without saying a word. But now that Zhou Jingyi has been enlightened in the late Tang dynasty, it is different. She has begun to have more thoughts about her own family in her heart, and she no longer just obeys. Su Jinshan said this without thinking, but now that his wife said it, he actually took it into his heart. He has been exercising with his daughter recently, and the intensity is getting stronger and stronger. Back pain is common. If there is no mattress, not only himself, but also his wife cannot bear it. Su Jinshan had never thought about the things in his daughter's room, which were safe and secure. No, Ping Anan is still so young. Not to mention the eldest sister is sleeping on the bed. Seeing Ping Pingan playing around and throwing herself into his and his wife's arms when tired, Su Jinshan immediately gave up the idea of taking the quilt from Ping Pingan's room. The 2-year-old little ones don't remember much yet, but they still know who is good to them. This is when their relatives are cute. How about sleeping in the property center? The bedding is quite complete there. Su Jinshan suddenly felt that it was better for Yin to consider the long term and let his brother and the others sleep in the property center. No. It's good to be firmer. It's good for your health. Su Yuanshan's face turned dark. But the place in the property center felt scary as soon as he heard about it from Su Yin. It was safer to sleep on the floor at home. Life was the most important thing. In the end, I had no choice but to spread the only quilt under me, and the top was covered with a coat that Su Jinshan personally dug out. In this way, Su Yuanshan's family of 3 finally settled down. Fortunately, there is air conditioning. Otherwise, even if I didn't die outside today, I would have froze to death at Su Yin's house. Su Ru, who was lying on the sofa with her coat wrapped around her, was so angry that she originally thought that she would be able to enjoy the happiness after finally arriving at her uncle's house. But she never thought that it would be worse than being at her own home. That's right. Yuan Shan, does your eldest brother treat you like a younger brother? We come all the way from afar, and you treat us like this. Tan Jing and Su Ru are indeed mother and daughter, and they have exactly the same thoughts in their hearts. In her mind, she was afraid that Su Jinshan and his wife would have to give up their own room to treat guests properly. In the darkness, Su Yuanshan's face looked extremely ugly. It was not just the hard floor that made him uncomfortable. He was also very dissatisfied in his heart. Why could his brother live so comfortably even though he was from the old Su family, while he, his wife, and children could only sleep on the floor? Tang Mo listened to the whispers of the family of 3 in the room and sneered in his heart. Just in case, every move in this house was under Tang Mo's surveillance, and everything in the living room was naturally included. In this world, there are some white-eyed wolves. No matter how nice you are to them, they are still unfamiliar with them. A small amount of mental energy turned into a knife and suddenly cut off the power of the vertical air conditioner in the living room. Don't you dislike the environment you live in? That's not good. But it's okay. When I see you are freezing, do you still have the energy to complain? The weather was already very cold at this time, and the empty living room originally had air conditioning that was on 24 hours a day. Now that the air conditioner stopped working, the whole living room immediately became cold. Each bedroom has its own air conditioner, but the heat does not reach the living room. At the end of Tang Dynasty, Su Jinshan and his wife slept with the door closed. But Su Shan kept the door tightly closed for fear that her child's crying would disturb her brother's family in the middle of the night. Mom, do you feel a little cold? Su Ru, who was lying on the sofa, suddenly shivered. Could it be that I caught a cold after working hard all day? Su Ru, who was sleeping on the sofa, felt cold, let alone Su Jinshan and his wife. Yuan Shan, go and see if the air conditioner is turned off? Tan Jing tightened the clothes covering her body, but it was obviously almost useless. Could it be that they turned off their air conditioning out of fear of wasting electricity? Tan Jing's resentment towards her eldest brother's family increased in her heart. Su Yuanshan glanced at the air conditioner and saw that the lights above were out, and he felt very bad. They were originally allowed to sleep on the floor, but now they actually turned off the air conditioner. The eldest brother and his family have gone too far. He got up and looked at the air conditioner. After looking around, Su Yuanshan finally discovered that the power supply was cut off, and the broken wires were cut neatly. What happened? Now there's no one else to blame. There was no one else in the living room except their family of 3. It was fine just now. Why did it suddenly break? glancing at the dark fog outside. Su Jinshan felt that he seemed to be getting colder. The wire was broken, and it couldn't be repaired without parts. There was no other way. So the family of 3 could only sleep like this. Early the next morning, all 3 members of Su Yuanshan's family were sneezing. Why is this living room so cold? Zhou Jing originally wanted to take Ping Anan to play in the living room. But as soon as she left the living room, she found that the temperature difference with the room was too big. She went back to the bedroom and found a thick coat before coming out. At this time, Su Shan had already put on Ping Pingan's thick coat. It must be said that the aunt was very careful in taking care of the children. Why don't you turn on the air conditioner? Su Jinshan asked as he looked at his younger brother and his family, who were sneezing and not looking very good. There's no need to save money on electricity bills. Health is the most important thing, Su Jinshan said sincerely, thinking that Su Yuanshan and the others turned it off to save power. Tan Jing cursed in her heart. Who wants to save you money on electricity? If she could, she would wish that 20 air conditioners were turned on at the same time. And she didn't want to get cold. Why did the power supply to this air conditioner cut off? Uncle and Aunt, why did you break it? Tang Mo asked, pretending to check the air conditioner. Chapter 434 Change of Mentality. Don't be so sarcastic. It wasn't us that broke it. It broke suddenly on its own. Suru had been frozen all night, and her anger had nowhere to go. When she heard her cousin wrongly accusing her, she immediately retorted loudly. Are they sick? Deliberately breaking the air conditioner just to get cold. Why are you so cruel? This neat incision was originally made. Just don't admit it, and we won't care. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he reluctantly leaned against Su Jinshan. Everyone looked at the incision and saw that it was neat and tidy. No one would believe it if it wasn't made with a knife. Su Jinshan felt a little uncomfortable when he saw that his daughter was wrong despite being right in the first place. He patted Tang Mo on the shoulder and said, Forget it. Your uncle and aunt did it unintentionally. If it breaks, it will break. This was said unintentionally, and it seemed that there was no further investigation. But it seemed that the person who broke the air conditioner had been determined. Su Yuanshan and Tan Jing were so cold and angry that they almost spit out a mouthful of blood. But in the middle of the night, there were only 3 of them in the living room. This thing seemed to be a supernatural event, and there was really no way to explain it. Su Ru bared her teeth and stamped her feet angrily. Su Jinshan looked at his niece like this and thought of the injustice his daughter had just suffered, and he felt even more unhappy. Originally, he wanted to let the 3 of them go to their room to warm up and catch up on their sleep after being frozen all night. But now it seems that there is no need for that. Tang Mo looked at the reactions of the 3 people and felt a little happy in his heart. It turns out that it's not just the crushing of force that can make people so happy. The crushing of intelligence can also do it. We wore thick clothes during the day, and everyone was still active in the living room as usual. It doesn't seem to be cold here without air conditioning. Su Jinshan took off his coat after staying on the sofa for a while. Why did he still feel a little hot? Tan Jing and the others had obviously discovered that there was also no air conditioning. Why was the temperature during the day so different from that at night? I opened the doors of several rooms, and the hot air inside dissipated, so it naturally stopped being cold. Zhou Jingyi answered with her children. In fact, this house is so big. How can the living room be so warm just by relying on the air conditioner in the bedroom? Of course, it was because of the end of the Tang Dynasty. Everyone was active in the living room during the day, and it was naturally impossible for Su Yin's parents to catch a cold in the end of Tang Dynasty. But at night, she can't control it. Well, let's keep them open at night, so it won't be cold for them to sleep in the distant mountains. Originally, Su Jinshan wanted the Yuanshan family to sleep on the floor in the bedroom. But now that the temperature in the living room is quite good, he gave up the idea. After all, compared to the bedroom, the floor in the living room is still wider, because there is only 1 meal a day. The time is set very late, and we only eat at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Tanjing finally squeezed into the kitchen to help. And as she wished, she saw how much food was left in the kitchen of her eldest brother and sister-in-law's house. Sister-in-law, what's in these 2 big freezers? Tanjing was very happy when she saw the piles of food in the kitchen. These things would last a long time. There are also 2 large locked freezers, which must contain a lot of good things. Those 2 freezers belong to Yin. I don't know what they are. Tang Mo had already told Su's mother that once Tanjing asked about the freezer. Just blame it on her. As soon as she heard that it belonged to Su Yin, Tanjing touched it twice and stopped asking. She is not a person without eyes. She knows who is easy to talk to, and who is not easy to talk to in this family. Su Yin was polite to her in front of Su Jinshan. But once Su Jinshan was gone, the girl would not look at her. And occasionally her eyes would be cold when she glanced at her. Tanjing did not dare to talk to Su Yin now. I don't know what's wrong with that girl. She was always independent and arrogant. But now it's even worse. She looks like she's about to hit someone in the next second. Tanjing didn't dare to mess with her. Even if she didn't know about that girl's things, she wouldn't be able to take advantage anyway. Zhou Jing originally thought that Tanjing would eat the food unscrupulously after entering the kitchen. And she was a little worried. But what she didn't expect was that Tanjing was even more calculating than herself when she sat down to eat. Originally, the meal was not full. But now that my sister-in-law intervened, the portion was reduced from 7 to 5. Zhou Jing couldn't understand. So she went to her daughter's room to talk to her in the evening. Tang Mo explained to Su's mother. It's easy to understand. Their family wants to stay in our house and not leave. Since they won't leave, they regard this thing as their own. Naturally, they have to make careful calculations. Otherwise everyone will not survive. The day the world gets better. Hearing what her daughter said, Zhou Jingyi felt relieved. Whatever the case, Lao Su was here, and he couldn't drive them away. Now someone would worry about the food for him, which also saved him from having to cook for the whole family. After understanding, Mother Su simply delegated her power, gave up her position as the head of the kitchen, and went to play leisurely with Ping Anan. It's not easy to cook for 9 people, but Tanjing enjoys it. At this time, what can be more safe and courageous than dealing with food? Tanjing didn't dare to cook a small stove for her family at first. There was so much food. The house was so big, and she was always under the gaze of others. But as time passed, Tanjing gradually became more courageous. The longer she lived in this home, and the longer she stayed in the kitchen, Tanjing gradually began to have the mentality of a hostess, as if she was the hostess of this home. Occasionally, she began to act like a hostess and take care of who eats. The one who has more will eat less. But she wanted to take care of it. But no one listened. Tang Mo didn't listen at first. Tang Mo indulged her during this period, just treating her as a nanny who cooked delicious food. To be fair, Tanjing's cooking is indeed much better than Zhou Jingyi's. Zhou Jingyi was brought up by Tang Mo during this period, and her mentality changed a lot. Naturally, she would not listen to her sister-in-law at home. Occasionally, Tanjing went too far, and Zhou Jing even learned to fight her. As for Su Jinshan, he is the head of the family, and Tanjing has no control over it. The only one she could take care of were her family of 3. Su Shan and Ping Anan's 2 children. However, Ping Pingan couldn't quite understand Tanjing's Mandarin with dialect. He only felt that an old woman was whispering in his ears. As soon as Tanjing opened his mouth, Ping Pingan closed his eyes. Tanjing's words were in vain. What's more, Ping Pingan still needs to drink milk powder and can't eat much adult food. Unable to be controlled, Tanjing gradually had other thoughts. The bolder the power, the greater the boldness, which is probably what Tanjing is talking about at this moment. Chapter 435 Stealing Food. 1 meal a day is not enough even if their usual activity level is small. Not to mention that this meal is not enough. Su-Ru is hungry every day, although her family is not particularly wealthy. Su Yuanshan and Tanjing have raised their daughter as a princess since she was a child, and she has never been wronged or hungry. Seeing her daughter suffering from hunger every day, Tanjing gradually had the idea of starting a small kitchen. Naturally, it is difficult to operate when there are many people and eyesight during the day, but it is different at night. At night, when everyone fell asleep, Tanjing quietly got up without turning on the light, went to the kitchen and took out a steamed bun that had been steamed during the day. Here, eat. Tanjing quietly woke up her sleeping daughter and handed her the steamed buns. She secretly steamed this steamed bun with other steamed buns without Zhou Jingyi's eyes. There are a lot of steamed buns, and you can tell if one is missing. But if there is a small handful of flour missing, you can't tell. After all, no one uses a scale to weigh those things every day. Steamed bun! Opening her eyes drowsily, Su-Ru subconsciously stretched out her hand to hold it, and only exclaimed when she took it in her hand. Mom actually left a white steamed bun for herself. I couldn't think too much at the moment, and started eating with big mouthfuls. Tanjing watched her daughter eat. Her stomach growled, and she subconsciously began to swallow. What to eat? The dazzling light suddenly made Tanjing and Su Ru's eyes narrow. And Su Yuanshan, who was sleeping, was also woken up. Su-yin! What are you doing? Su Yuanshan can be said to be very unhappy with his niece, who is always fussy about everything. Seeing Tang Mo standing in the living room with his hand still pressing the light switch, he couldn't help but ask sharply, "What am I doing? Look what your good daughter is doing." Su Yuanshan looked back subconsciously, only to see his daughter holding a big steamed bun with only half left in it, her cheeks still bulging. Everyone gets the stolen goods. No need to think about it. Tan Jing was standing aside at this time, lowering his head uneasily. Stupid. Su Yuanshan secretly cursed his mother-in-law. Even if she stole food for her daughter, she was caught doing it. If I had eaten some late-night snacks in the past, it wouldn't have been a big deal at all. But things are different now. Nowadays, food is well planned by everyone every day. If you eat more, it means others eat less. Although we all belong to the same family, everyone is hungry. So what's going on if you just open a small stove and eat secretly? But it has happened. Su Yuanshan calmed down. Your sister is still young and is growing tall. What's wrong with eating more? Yeah. What's the matter? I usually cook the meals. Isn't it okay for Ruru to eat more steamed buns? Tan Jing seemed to have found a backbone and immediately agreed. The couple's united front is quite quick. These words were so shameless that Tang Mo even laughed in anger. What's going on? Why are you turning on the light if you don't sleep at night? Since the air conditioner in the living room broke down, except for Tang Mo's room, all the other doors were open. Su Jinshan was awakened by the lights and sounds outside and walked out. Su Ru hasn't put down the bun in her hand yet, and she hasn't swallowed it in her nervous mouth. It's clear what's going on outside. Su Jinshan was silent. Stop making noise and go to sleep. Een, turn off the light. After saying that, Su Jinshan went back to the bedroom and closed the door. Seeing that the head of the family didn't say anything, Tan Jing became even more arrogant and looked at Tang Mo provocatively. Why don't you turn off the light? Su Yuanshan said, then laid down again minding his own business. Ruru, your uncle asked you to eat. Don't be afraid. Eat slowly. Mom will give you a glass of water. Tan Jing actually went to the kitchen and poured a glass of water for Su Ru. At that moment at the end of Tang Dynasty, he suddenly felt dizzy. The whole world seemed to be spinning in front of his eyes, and his legs and feet became weak, and he could not stand. Snapped. Tang Mo turned off the light, said nothing, quickly returned to his room with the last bit of strength, and then fell heavily on the bed. Unable to hold on any longer, Tang Mo sank into the bed, feeling that his entire body was no longer under his control. A burst of power suddenly surged out of his body and started running wildly. The owner of that power ran rampant as if he was stimulated, causing Tang Mo to even lose control of his body for a moment. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he knew that it was Su Yin's last remaining energy. Su Yin's soul has actually dissipated long ago. But because the body still exists, the only trace of energy left in the body is still hidden inside. The scene just now caused this body great pain. Because he was so stimulated, the energy suddenly became uncontrollable. In fact, to Tang Mo, these bad things in the Su family were just a story in the mission world. No matter what happened, there was nothing worth making her angry about. But it's different for Su Yin. This is the family that Su Yin fights to protect. The home that Su Yin fights to protect. It was the same in the last life. Because of Su Jinshan's constant protection, Su Yuanshan and Tan Jing's family became more and more excessive. And finally they took over the magpie's nest. The most hurtful person is never the outsider, but the person closest to you. Su Jinshan's attitude just now made it clear that he didn't want to care. And he didn't want Su Yin to care either. The riot in her body did not panic Tang Mo. She let the energy run rampant for a while, and then comforted her. I will help you get revenge. I won't let what happened in the last life happen again. I won't let them have an easy time. The bad guys will definitely be punished. I promise you. Tang Mo silently thought that she was in Su Yin's body now. She knew that Su Yin must feel her words. Tang Mo repeated these words over and over again. And slowly, the energy seemed to really calm down. After a while, the energy seemed to really understand and believe Tang Mo's words, and began to dissipate and return to every corner of the body. Tang Mo regained control of this body. Tang Mo moved his hands and feet, and after finding nothing strange, he sat up again and looked out the door. These days, she thinks too simply. She thought that was someone cooking. She could eat better. Su's mother could relax, and Su Jinshan could rest assured. These few people can't make any trouble with her here. It's such a thing that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. It doesn't matter if they stay here for a few days. Isn't her mission in this world to help Su Yin's parents survive these 3 months? These people did not affect her mission plan. And she was really too lazy to care. But Tang Mo considered so many people. But the only thing he didn't consider was the feelings of the host of this body. Her client. Su Yin. Chapter 436 Revenge. Yes. If she were to put herself in her shoes. If she were Su Yin. Seeing that the person who killed their family in her previous life was still living and eating well in her own home, she would really be pissed off to death. It was because he had thought too poorly. And Tang Mo clearly realized his problem. The top priority now is to drive this family out of this home. As for what he will do after being kicked out, Su Jinshan will not be able to see it. But for what reason? After all, there was Su Jinshan. And in the late Tang dynasty, there was no way to use force at home. Rubbing his temples with a headache, Tang Mo felt for the first time that a task that could not be solved by force was not that easy. In the last days, we still have to play some short-term things. Really. When Tang Mo got up the next day, Tan Jing's mother and daughter, who were still a little wary of Tang Mo, were now completely at odds with each other and didn't even bother to show off. So what if Su Yin doesn't like her anymore? Isn't the head of this family Su Jinshan? It's this little girl's turn to call the shots in the film? Seeing that Tan Jing's mother and daughter's nostrils were about to rise to the sky, Tang Mo simply didn't bother to pay attention. Come on. These good days are coming to an end anyway. Mom, let me breastfeed Ping Anan later. Su's mother was learning to knit sweaters with her sister-in-law Su Shan in the room. She had been living in the city and found this thing very interesting. 2 days ago, I got interested and wanted to knit a scarf for Yinin. But I couldn't learn how to do it and had no choice but to give up. Now that Su Shan is here with her handy skills, she can pick up those things again just to pass the boring time. Okay, the milk powder is in my and your dad's room. Zhou Jingyi stared at her sister-in-law's hands and tried hard to remember the steps. She wanted to knit another scarf for Yinin. And if possible, a small sweater for Ping Pingin. After Tang Mo got the words, he went to Su's mother's room to get milk powder and a bottle, and sat in the living room to prepare milk powder for Ping Anan. Although the 2 children are still young, they can still eat some complementary foods, and 1 meal of milk powder a day is almost enough. After all, Tang Mo doesn't take out much milk powder, just a few cans, which won't last long. After Su Yuanshan's family arrived, Zhou Jingyi took the milk powder bottle into her room. The breastfeeding was completely done in her room, and even Su Shan didn't need her help. But today, Tang Mo specially took it to the living room to do this work, just to let Tan Jing and his daughter see it. It's good to see it, so you can make mistakes. The children we picked up were given milk powder. Your family is really generous. At this time, there were only 2 people in the living room, Tan Jing and Su Ru, sitting there watching TV. Seeing the 2 little ones queuing up to drink milk, they couldn't help but say sarcastic words. They are now giving milk to other people's children when the adults are hungry. They are really idle. This milk powder is a good and nutritious thing. Pingin is so young. How can he not give it a supplement? Tang Mo said in a calm tone and kept working on his hands. Su Ru looked straight at the milk powder bottle. The milk inside was light yellow and very thick. Although she couldn't smell the milky smell, she could imagine how sweet it tasted when she saw the 2 children drinking it so fragrantly. It's a good nutritious thing. Who doesn't like nutrition at this time? Stop dreaming. Even if you see through the bottle, I won't be able to give you this good food. At the end of Tang Dynasty, after feeding, he held a child in one hand and entered the house. He deliberately left the milk powder uncovered on the table, like a hunter who had laid a trap. Be safe and be good. My sister will take you to your room to sleep. After drinking milk, it was time for a nap. But at this time in Pingin's room, Zhou Jingyi was talking to Su Shan. Tang Mo could only bring the 2 children into his room. Tan Jing and Su Ru looked at the open can of milk powder on the table, wondering what they were thinking. Mom, Su Yin is looking down too much. After all, I am also her cousin. I am not closer than those 2 children? Su Ru swallowed a mouthful of saliva as she spoke. Of course Tan Jing knew what her daughter was thinking. She looked around and found that her sister-in-law was talking seriously to her sister-in-law and didn't pay attention at all. Tan Jing stood up, quietly pretending to be inadvertent, and left the door of her sister-in-law and sister-in-law's room ajar. And Su Jinshan went to smoke on the balcony with his man again. He had just left, and it would take at least 1 cigarette before he came back. Su Yin took her 2 cubs to bed. It was not that simple to coax the children to sleep. They probably wouldn't come out for a while. There's so much. It won't hurt if you take a few bites. With Tan Jing's words, Su Ru no longer cared about it, and directly grabbed the milk powder and put it into her mouth. They usually hide this good thing, so they can't even see it. But now they finally have an opportunity, and they can't miss it. During this period of time, I have become so hungry that my face has become sallow and my muscles are thin. And I am no longer pretty. How can I do this? Su Ru swallowed in big mouthfuls. Before she could swallow one mouthful, another mouthful came in. The milk powder in his hand was scattered all over the floor, and Tan Jing wiped it on the ground with a paper towel. My little ancestor, please slow down. It's not that Tan Jing loves to be clean. The main reason for mopping the floor is to destroy evidence. But how could Tang Mo let them finish like this? At this moment, Su Yuanshan and Su Jinshan, who were sitting on the balcony smoking, suddenly felt a strong wind blowing towards them. They both shuddered. Ever since this strange fog appeared, there has been no wind for a long time. If anything went wrong, there must be a monster. Looking at the dark fog, both of them felt bad. He quickly closed the glass door of the balcony and put out his cigarette, for fear that the strong wind would blow the black mist into his home. After their cigarettes were put out, the 2 people who were not talking to each other obviously had no need to stay on the balcony anymore and returned to the living room. But when I returned to the living room, the first thing I saw was a familiar sight. Xiao Ru, what do you want to eat? Su Jinshan looked very unhappy. But Su Yuanshan was the first to speak. Are you eating this as a snack? This is not a snack. Close the lid quickly. Su Yuanshan taught his daughter a lesson on the surface, but secretly defended her. Although even he found it a bit ugly that his daughter had eaten secretly twice. But food was just for people to eat. So Su Yuanshan didn't think it was a big deal in his heart. Brother, don't be surprised if the kid is ignorant. Su Ru was stunned for a moment when she saw her uncle coming. But she didn't panic like last night. Instead, she picked up a glass of water and calmly swallowed what was in her mouth. The uncle didn't say anything when he saw her eating last night. And he wouldn't say anything today. She knew that he was a bad guy. Chapter 437 Melee. When Su Jinshan saw his niece secretly eating milk powder, he felt confused. He couldn't figure out why his niece and sister-in-law could openly do such a thing. He could pretend not to see what happened last night, and dragging Yin along to pretend he didn't see it. He thought that his niece would at least be frightened after being discovered, and would remember not to do it again. However, he did not expect that within a day, his niece even dared to steal milk powder. What is milk powder? It means a safe life. When adults are hungry, they can just find something that can be eaten to fool them. But children's bodies really can't hold it. There were only a few cans of milk powder at home. So she had to plan for the 2 children. How could Su Ru do such a thing? Su Jinshan here was still in shock and didn't know how to react. But Tang Mo came out holding Ping Ping, who was already asleep, leaving An sleeping alone in her room. How is this going? Tang Mo asked with a shocked face, exactly like Su Jinshan's. Go into the mountains. Xiaoru is ignorant. Look at you. Tan Jing knew that it would be fine as long as she settled Su Jinshan's situation now. So she put on a smile. Su Jinshan was originally Tan Jing's eldest uncle. Although the 2 were the same age, Tan Jing's previous title was still more respectful. But since Tan Jing became increasingly unclear about her position in the family, her name for her eldest uncle also changed. And Ping Pingin only has this little food in total. And Su Ru has eaten all of it. How can Ping Pingin survive? Tang Mo's tone was very pitiful. She must put herself in a weak position now. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain when Su Jinshan reacts later. Tan Jing knew in her heart that Su Yin just couldn't stand her, and was here to stir up trouble. So her tone was not good. Can those 2 picked up girls still have your cousin Jin Gui? Now that you're such an old person. Su Yin, you can't tell the difference between the inside and the outside. Right. Tan Jing's words happened to be caught by Zhou Jingyi, who came out after hearing the noise. I don't need anyone else to talk about my own daughter. You should just take good care of your own daughter. This is the first serious thing Zhou Jingyi has said since Su Yuanshan and his family came. Zhou Jingyi was really angry to death. At this time, she no longer cared about the sweater she was still knitting in her hand. She walked to Tang Mo and stood in front of Ping Ping, looking like she was protecting her calf. She had tolerated Tan Jing enough during this period. And now she not only saw them secretly eating milk powder, but also scolded all 3 of her children in succession. Even the best-tempered Zhou Jingyi was furious at this moment. looking at Tan Jing with evil eyes. Tang Mo looked at Su Jinshan with an aggrieved expression. Dad. Su Jinshan also saw his daughter being bullied, and his expression became worse. Sister-in-law, we haven't finished talking about Sherry yet, so don't bring it up with Yin. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was almost fainting with anger. The women here were about to start fighting. Su Jinshan could only say a few words that were not painful. No wonder their family ended up like that in the last life. They really deserved it. Okay. If the current fire is not enough, she can add more fire. Tang Mo carried Ping Ping to the table to collect the milk powder. Su Ru was standing there. Tang Mo got closer and closer. When the two of them were passing by, Tang Mo hit Su Ru hard with a mental force on the arm. The force used this time was quite large, and Su Ru's expression suddenly became ugly. Everyone also saw the change in Su Ru's expression, but they just thought she hated Su Yin and didn't care. Su Ru thought that Su Yin had hit her hard just now, so she immediately raised her hand to fight back. Tang Mo turned around and blocked everyone's eyes, and Su Ru's hand with his body. Now Su Ru's hand was facing Tang Mo's flat head in his arms. Everyone only saw that when Su Yin walked over with the child in her arms. Su Ru's face suddenly turned ugly, and then she raised her hand to hit Ping Ping. Of course, Tang Mo couldn't let Su Ru beat Ping Ping. He immediately spread Su Ru's hand with his mental strength, but his own hand holding the child secretly pinched Ping Ping's leg. Sorry, Ping Ping. I will be a tool for a while today, and my sister will make it up to you later. Ping Ping, who was sleeping soundly here, felt someone pinching his thigh, woke up immediately, and started crying. Su Ru, you are sick. Why did you beat the child? Tang Mo shouted. I didn't hit her. It was you I wanted to hit. Su Ru clearly felt that her hand had been blocked by something, and now she was being slandered again. She was so angry that she was about to explode. She had completely lost her mind and raised her hand to continue hitting Tang Mo. Don't touch my daughter. Zhou Jingyi over there only saw that Su Ru first beat Ping Ping until she cried, and then reached out to beat her daughter. Then she exploded and rushed up to pull Su Ru's clothes. Tan Jing saw Zhou Jingyi rushing in, and she immediately rushed in to help her daughter. When the battle started, Tang Mo ran a few steps as soon as Zhou Jingyi rushed over, stuffed Ping Ping into the arms of Su Jinshan, who had not yet recovered, and then rushed into possession. The two teams of mother and daughter began to fight. To say that Zhou Jingyi has been a good wife and mother for decades, and she never even spoke loudly before. Today, Tang Mo did not expect that she would directly start a fight for Su Yin. However, it was during this time that Zhou Jingyi's temperament slowly began to change due to Tang Mo's influence. According to common sense, Zhou Jingyi cannot defeat Tan Jing, who has been living in the countryside and is stronger. However, during this period of time, Tang Mo had been subtly strengthening Su Jinshan and Zhou Jingyi's bodies, and also accompanied them to exercise, teaching them many simple and practical moves. Now Zhou Jingyi's strength is not comparable to that of ordinary women. She pulled Tan Jing's hair so that Tan Jing couldn't even break free. Tan Jing was not a vegetarian either. She shouted at the pain while pulling on Zhou Jingyi's clothes. Su Ru on the side wanted to help her mother, but how could Tang Mo let her get what she wanted? He grabbed her arm and refused to let go, shouting, Auntie, don't hit my mother! Tan Jing and Su Ru were restrained and unable to move, and they only felt excruciating pain in their chest, back and abdomen as if they were being hit by heavy hammers, which made them unable to stand. Of course, this was Tang Mo's work. He actually dared to fight with her. How could she let go of such a good opportunity? Her mental energy turned into a sledgehammer, and she hit her hard. It's just that they can't beat people to death yet. That would be too advantageous for them. Tang Mo has a sense of proportion in his heart. Enough! Su Yuanshan shouted. Chapter 438 Leaving. Everything in front of me was a farce. Su Jinshan and Zhou Jingyi have been married for almost 30 years, and they have never seen his wife like this. When he regained consciousness, his wife was already standing aside arranging her messed up clothes and hair. You guys move out immediately! Zhou Jingyi finished her sentence. Even at the end of Tang Dynasty, she felt that Su's mother's reaction that day was beyond her expectation, and the change was too great. Move away! Leave my house! Tang Mo agreed when he got the chance. Why do you want me to move? Su Jinshan hasn't spoken yet, so I want you to fart here. Tan Jing was afraid that he would lose his brain after being beaten, so he did not take the two mother and daughter seriously at all, completely forgetting the fact that his family was dependent on others. Su Jinshan's face turned green when he heard this. Although he had an unparalleled status in the family, he felt a little ashamed of his family for letting his brothers and sisters live here this time. After all, Su Jinshan didn't have eyes. He knew what this family was like. What's more, since Su Yuanshan's family arrived, he, Jingyi, and Xiaoyan have never had a full meal. Of course, this is purely Su Jinshan's own imagination. He is the only one who can't eat well and is hungry. Zhou Jingyi and Tang Yimou live a good life with Xiao Zhao. After closing the door and talking, Su Jinshan also softened his words to his wife behind his back, hoping that she would not mind. But now that my sister-in-law can still do such a thing and say such things, it is really a dead end. Even Su Jinshan no longer has any reason to persuade his wife and daughter. You'd better leave while it's daylight. There is a property center not far away from the narrator. There are enough rooms in it for your family to sleep, Su Jinshan said, finally finding a way out for his brother and his family. Isn't there a bad person? Brother, you are driving our family of 3 to death. Tan Jing still remembered what they said when they first talked about the property center. She randomly slapped her thighs and sat down on the ground to cry and wipe her tears. She knew that her husband's eldest brother had the softest temper and could not bear to see this. Bad guy! Don't be afraid. You flocked together after all. They were all torn apart. So Tang Yimou naturally stopped caring about that. Brother, are you serious? Su Yuanshan looked at his eldest brother, and he knew in his heart that it was his wife and children who did what he did today. It was too ugly. But after all, Su Jinshan was his eldest brother, so doing this would be too heartless. And Su Yuanshan resented it in his heart. Isn't it just that he is doing better than himself? As if he can control everyone's destiny? Well, let's pack up and leave. It's early morning so we can go out. Su Jinshan didn't look at him, let alone Tan Jing, who was sitting on the ground and rolling around, and turned around and went back to his room. Tan Jing saw that the key figures had already left and was too lazy to reenact the scene. She got up and rubbed her back and thighs, which were in pain from the beating just now. It's okay to walk. Give us half of the food. Seeing that this matter has been finalized, of course, we must maximize our own interests. Are you out of your mind? Tang Yimou smiled. Are you talking in your sleep? What's wrong? There are 4 of us here, and your family only has 3 people. If I ask for half of it, it's still too little. After living in this house for a few days, Tan Jing already felt that everything belonged to her. Are these things yours? Did you buy them, or did you bring them back from the supermarket? Are you sick? Tang Yimou really couldn't figure out what was going on in the mind of the woman in front of him at this time. Sister-in-law, you really don't give us any way to live. Do you want to watch us die? Su Yuanshan did not expect that things would develop to this point. His family would be kicked out, and he would not have any food in his hands. The courage that Zhou Jingyi had accumulated for so long seemed to have been used up just now. Faced with Su Yuanshan's menacing questioning, she was speechless. Yes, I just want you to die, Tang Yimou replied with a smile. In the end, without the protective umbrella of Su Jinshan, Tan Jing's family of 3 finally accepted the fate of being kicked out. The 4 of them were packing their luggage. I wonder what Tan Jing quietly said to Su Shan. After a while, Su Shan was embarrassed and came to Zhou Jingyi and Tang Yimou slowly. Well, can I stay here and cook for you? Help you take care of your children? Su Shan has been helping to take care of the children during this period, which has relieved Zhou Jingyi's burden a lot. She doesn't talk much at ordinary times, and she can chat with Zhou Jingyi. Moreover, Su Jinshan still respected Su Shan from the bottom of his heart, and Zhou Jingyi naturally had no objection to his eldest aunt staying. At the end of the Tang dynasty, I didn't have any objections. Looking at this period of time, Su Shan was still a person with a low sense of existence, and she didn't make any mistakes. The real Su Yin had no objection to this aunt, who always brought delicious food to her, so Tang Yimou did not object. However, when Su Jinshan went out to eat in the afternoon, he saw that his eldest sister was still there, and his ugly face improved 7 or 8 times. On the other side, Su Yuanshan's family of 3 quickly found the property center. But as soon as I entered, I saw several men tied up and dying. Zhang Huhu has been tied here for a while. A normal person would have died of dehydration. But Zhang Laohu and others are all superpowers, and their physical fitness has been strengthened to better adapt to the end of the world. So they are still breathing a sigh of relief. Mom, these people are so scary. Let's not stay here. Su Ru hid behind Tan Jing and Su Yuanshan in fear. What are you afraid of? Aren't you tied up? There's something stuffed in your mouth, so it's okay. Su Yuanshan just saw that several rooms in this property center are well decorated and equipped with everything. He has really slept enough on the floor these days. After finally finding such a place, he doesn't want to change again. There were just a few people tied up, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Zhang Huhu and others saw someone coming, and their eyes lit up. But then, they saw that the person was ignoring them, and they were filled with anger. They shouted oh and couldn't pronounce a single syllable. They could only make a few words. Noise. What should we eat as a bonus? Tan Jing searched around several rooms, but couldn't find anything edible. After all, it was a place that had been ransacked before. It would be really strange if she could find something edible again. We are not familiar with the place here, and no one can even ask. I said I didn't want to leave at the beginning, but you insisted on saying so. Tan Jing complained. Why is there no one? Aren't the ones in front of me ready-made? Su Yuanshan set his sights on Zhang Huhu and others. Chapter 439, Seeking Skin from a Tiger. Them. Tan Jing's face looked a little ugly, and he looked fierce. Not like an ordinary person at all. What's more, they were all tied up. Who knows what they had committed before? Can this group of people really be trusted? It's already reached this point. Otherwise, what else can you do? Are you really counting on eldest sister? Of course, Su Yuanshan is aware of the dangers at hand. But there is really no other way now. He reached out and took out the cloth that was blocking Zhang Hu's mouth. Zhang Hu's mouth was finally free. He felt that the muscles in his mouth were so sore that he couldn't even close them for a while. Water! Water! After being tied up for the past few days, the hunger was bearable. But the dryness of the mouth and throat was really torture. Do you know where there is food around here? Su Jinshan asked. He was not doing this to save people. If there was no useful information, then these people would be of little use. Water! Zhang Huhu was still repeating these words, and his urgent desire to drink water made him lose his mind. Seeing that this man couldn't drink water, Su Yuanshan didn't even say anything. He had no choice but to go to the kitchen water pipe to get some water and give it to him. Zhang Laohu drank from Su Yuanshan's hand for a long time before he finally calmed down and his eyes became clearer. Do you have anything to eat? After drinking enough, Zhang Huhu asked for something to eat. Don't push yourself too far. Su Yuanshan was a little angry. Every one of them with rosy faces doesn't even have any food on them. Zhang Laohu squinted at these people and guessed in his mind where these people came from. Zhang Huhu heard what they just said, but he couldn't make out the general meaning. We are not from here. We were kicked out when visiting relatives. Do you know where there is food around here? Visiting relatives? I'm afraid visiting relatives at this time is coming to feed the wealthy family. Zhang Laohu sneered. He had been working hard in society for so many years. Some of the people at the bottom were very understanding of the world. If he hadn't been a little clever, he wouldn't have fooled everyone in the beginning. Su Yuanshan's face was very ugly when he was exposed in front of him. He became angry and said, Aren't you afraid that we will kill you? Zhang Huhu laughed in his heart when he saw Su Yuanshan's harsh words. Do you dare? If you kill me, you will starve to death in a few days. Can you really find food? Su Ru couldn't help but ask. She had eaten well at Su Yan's house these past few days. Although she had only one meal a day, it was much better than when she was trapped at home. She was afraid of going hungry again. The person who heard the sound was a little girl. Zhang Huhu looked over. Su Ru has just grown up. Although she is not very delicate or beautiful, she is still very energetic among rural girls. People also have a bit of meat, which just suits the appetite of Zhang Laohu, who came from the countryside. How's it going? Don't you think my brother is very powerful? Hurry up and loosen the rope around your body. I'll get you some delicious food. Zhang Huhu's words were so obscene that those who listened to them felt sick to their stomachs. Su Yuanshan also understood at this time that the tied man was definitely not a good person, and he stopped thinking about enslaving him. The group of people just stopped with their own thoughts. Of course, in order to block Zhang Hu's foul mouth, the cloth returned to Zhang Hu's mouth. Life in the property management center was really difficult. I had no choice but to go hungry without any food. In addition, after the central air conditioning was stopped, the room was extremely cold. It was 100 times more uncomfortable than sleeping on the floor of Su Yan's house. Several people were so hungry that they were scratching their heads and livers. But there was really nothing they could do. On the other hand, Tang Mo's home returned to peace again, and she began to spend her days lying in bed, reading novels and watching TV dramas, and was extremely happy. But one night, she felt that the mental energy at the door of her home seemed to be fluctuating. Someone wants to go out. Tang Mo opened the door and turned on the light in one go. Then blocked Su Shan at the door, who was putting on her shoes and getting ready to go out. "Auntie! Where are you going?" Tang Mo looked at the plastic bag in Su Shan's hand. No need to ask what this means. Both of them know it in their hearts. I'm worried about your uncle." Although Su Shan felt very guilty, she still told the truth. To say that Su Shan is really an honest person. What Tan Jing originally told her was to find a time in the dead of night to not only bring out some food, but the most important thing was to bring out the two cubs. These days, everyone has seen how much Su Jinshan's family values the two little cubs they picked up. If he holds those two little cubs in his hands, how can Su Jinshan watch them starve to death, still not able to take out the food obediently? But Su Shan is actually as good a person as Su Jinshan in her heart. In addition, she has feelings for Ping Anan in the past few days, and she is reluctant to take two innocent children out to suffer. But I was really worried about my younger brother and niece, who I had raised single-handedly. So I finally decided to steal some food from the eldest brother's house and go out to support the younger brother. In fact, in Su Shan's heart, she was somewhat complaining about her eldest brother driving her younger brother out. But she had no choice but to use this method. Tang Mo sighed. She understood what Su Shan was thinking. Everyone has feelings. Su Shan has a mother-like feeling for Su Yuanshan, who she brought up since childhood. But of course she has less feelings for Su Jinshan. But it is absolutely impossible to deliver food to Su Yuanshan and the others. "Auntie, if you want to go find Su Ru and the others, I won't stop you and put the food down. But that family still doesn't know what to eat and how to live outside now. And you will have another mouth to eat. Think about it yourself." Su Shan wanted to leave, but Tang Mo didn't stop her. This aunt had been nice to Su Yin in the past. Su Yuanshan's family are all conscientious. When Su Jinshan injured his leg and the family was kicked out, they also drove Su Shan away. After all, having one less mouth will save a lot of food. Su Shan was worried about her eldest brother, so she took care of him with Zhou Jingyi. Of course, in the end, after Su Yin ran away in search of food and that family died, Su Shan's fate also ended in starvation. However, this woman Su Shan is even more stupid and hateful than Su Jinshan. Even if she was kicked out, she never said a bad word about Su Yuanshan from beginning to end. Perhaps the Su family's stupidity is hereditary. But Su Yuanshan's genes mutated and turned into the complete opposite. A morally bankrupt, ungrateful white-eyed wolf. Su Shan was kind to Su Yin in her previous life. But in the late Tang dynasty, she could only go so far. As for the choice, it still depends on Su Shan herself. Chapter 440 Amazing Move. After some mental struggle, Su Shan finally put the things back and then returned to the room silently. "I can't bring anything with me. And I'm trying to give my brother a mouth to eat. So I might as well stay here honestly and save myself from causing trouble to others. Even for a person as big as Su Shan, she can still settle this debt." Seeing Su Shan make her choice, Tang Mo went back to sleep. It was as if the incident had never happened, and neither of them mentioned it again. Su Yuanshan's family took care of it, and at the end of Tang dynasty, they moved a batch of food out of the room. In this way, the Su family returned to a happy life of 2 meals a day. At the end of Tang dynasty, he also restarted the days of taking Su's father and Su's mother to exercise. Su Shan felt that she was old, so she just watched with Ping Anan without participating. After that fight, something in Zhou Jingyi's temperament was re-aroused, and her enthusiasm for training and learning became even more intense. This made Father Su nervous, fearing that his wife and children would all be better than him in fighting in the end. Work harder and harder. Inexplicably, the atmosphere of physical exercise in the Su family became stronger and stronger. Sometimes when Tang Mo was lazy and wanted to lie down for a while to watch a drama, his studious Su parents would grab him from the bed, sofa, chair, and various places. "This is great, but you should also pay attention to the scale." Tang Mo silently wiped away his sad tears. A few days later, Tang Mo suddenly felt that some of the mental energy he had left to monitor at the property center was suddenly cut off. Could it be that someone with mental attributes has appeared? It's impossible. Neither Zhang Huhan nor Su Jinshan are mental attribute users. The only possibility left is that someone died in the center of the property. On the other side, Su Jinshan's family was sitting around the living room in the center of the property. They hadn't noticed yet that several people who had been tied up next to them had turned into corpses. Although Zhang Laohu and others are people with supernatural attributes, they are not invincible. They are still flesh and blood, but their physical fitness is slightly stronger than that of ordinary people in all aspects. So, quietly, the others except Zhang Lao who closed their eyes, because they had not eaten or drank for a long time. Zhang Lao who was lucky because Su Jinshan gave him water the day he first arrived. So his physical condition was slightly better, and he could survive for a while. However, if you can't drink water or eat, you may not be able to survive for a few days. Su Jinshan, who was sitting aside, was in no mood to consider the life and death of these people. Why haven't you come back yet? Did something happen to you or was you discovered? Su Shan knew the plan that her family had discussed with her aunt, and she had been waiting for her aunt to come over with food for the past few days. That girl Su Yin is so stubborn. She still hasn't come out after so many days. She must have been discovered by that girl. Tan Jing spat on the ground. When Su Yin was mentioned, her teeth itched with hatred. If it hadn't been for that girl who stirred up trouble, how could they have been in this cold and hungry situation, still eating porridge warmly in that big house? Su Yuanshan said nothing, but he obviously agreed with his wife's idea. Su Shan is so easy to control. Their family knows very well that whatever they say is what they say. Su Shan doesn't even know how to refute. Now that things are not going as planned, they must have been discovered. It seems that the plan for the eldest sister to come out with a baby and food is no longer an option. Now if she wants to fill her stomach and find something to eat, she can only think of other ways. If they can no longer find food, their family will starve to death. Su Yuanshan's family of 3 are ordinary people. If they really can't find anything to eat, they won't be able to survive Zhang Laohu for so many days. But what else can be found? Su Yuanshan once again set his sights on the dying Zhang Laohu. You said you could find food? Su Yuanshan once again tore off the cloth from Zhang Laohu's mouth. What's wrong? You finally couldn't help but beg Grandpa? Zhang Laohu is really weird. Even if he is in this situation, he refuses to say a soft word, as if the person being tied up at this moment is not himself, but the other person. Su Yuanshan suppressed the disgust in his heart. How about we make a deal? You find food for us, and I will untie you and give you a way to live. Of course Su Yuanshan knew that Zhang Laohu was a terrible bomb, but at this time, he had no better way. Okay. Zhang Huhu agreed quickly. Yuanshan, is this really okay? Untie him. Tan Jing didn't finish her words, but several people present knew what she meant. Su Yuanshan was worried, and his men's movement slowed down. Finally, Su Yuanshan set his sights on a small bench aside. The bench is made of wood, but it looks substantial. Without much hesitation, Su Yuanshan raised the small bench and hit Zhang Laohu's right arm hard. Ah! Zhang Hula cried out in pain. But Su Yuanshan's men did not stop, and continued to hit Zhang Laohu's shoulder and right arm again and again, until the bones in the arm were broken into pieces. Even the extremely vicious Zhang Laohu never thought that the man in front of him would be so cruel. In order to prevent himself from retaliating later and control himself better, he actually came up with a way to destroy one of his arms. Zhang Hula was filled with hatred. The resentment that he had been tied up these days had almost reached its peak in his heart. In fact, Su Yuanshan did think so. That Zhang Hua looked tall, young and strong. If he were to be released, there would be nothing he could do to drag 2 women with him. In such days, there is no trust between people at all. There was no choice but to lose one of his right arms. Zhang Huhu and Su Yuanshan, who lost one arm, still have confidence in themselves. After all, he has been working for so many years. Although he is not as good as a young and strong man, there is still no problem in suppressing a disabled man with force. Although Tan Jing and Su Ru were surprised when they saw Su Yuanshan take action, they did not say anything to stop him. In their hearts, they actually think the same as Su Yuanshan. That is, only in this way can they be more secure. But Su Yuanshan's plan was destined to fail, because the news would not be reported openly. So at this time Su Yuanshan didn't know that a group of people called superpowers had appeared in this world. People with superpowers are human beings who are completely beyond ordinary people and cannot be estimated by common sense. Chapter 441 Role Reversal. Dad, it's almost over. If you hit him again, he will be beaten to death. When it was almost done, Su Ru stopped her. Murder is a very scary thing for Su Ru, who is not that old. She has never seen a dead person in her life. Su Ru didn't know at this time that she was now sharing a room with several corpses. Zhang Huhu's screams were horrific, as if he was about to be beaten to death in the next second. Seeing his men dying, Su Yuanshan stopped. So what if you are young and strong? So what if the evil spirit is evil? After breaking his arm and being beaten like this, no one can beat him. Su Yuanshan panted and rested for a long time. Seeing that Zhang Laohu was still in his clothes and did not recover, he felt a lot more at ease. He bent down and untied the rope from Zhang Laohu. Can we talk about cooperation now? The dying man opened his eyes. Su Yuanshan lowered his head and saw that there was no sign of weakness in his eyes. Yeah. Now we can talk about the rest. Zhang Laohu stood up slowly and gradually stretched out his body that had been tied up for a long time and was bruised. Su Yuanshan's attack just now was indeed very cruel. But even if one of his arms was disabled, it would only be a small loss of force value for a person with enhanced powers, and the remaining strength is enough to deal with a few people in front of him. Seeing the person he had beaten violently looking like he was taking revenge, Su Yuanshan picked up the chair in his hand again. I advise you to be honest. You are a disabled person now, so don't make a pointless struggle, Su Yuanshan said, but couldn't help but step back. Zhang Laohu was so tall that he towered over Su Yuanshan by more than half. He was getting closer and closer, making people infinitely frightened. Yeah? Zhang Laohu raised his leg and kicked Su Yuanshan away. It really flew. Su Yuanshan's body formed a parabolic shape, flew to the other side, hit the wall heavily and fell down. If it weren't for the obstruction of the wall, he might be able to fly higher. Su Yuanshan felt as if all the bones in his body were broken, and he lay on the ground unable to get up. A monster. Definitely a monster. How could a normal person have such strength, just after having an arm crippled? Dad! Su Ru screamed in fright, and wanted to run over to see Su Yuanshan. But Tan Jing held her arm tightly. It was all his idea, and we two had no part in it. It is said that husband and wife are like birds in the same forest, and they fly apart when disaster strikes. This is true. Even Su Ru opened her eyes in disbelief, and looked at her, when she heard her mother say such things. Su Ru has been spoiled since she was a child. Selfish and stupid. But after all, she is still young and has not been exposed to many things. It is difficult to accept a scene like today. Snort! Zhang Laohu sneered. It was common for him to abandon his husband and son when disaster struck. Don't worry. I won't kill you. And he won't die either. Zhang Laohu pointed at Su Yuanshan. After all, you are my future. Oh no! My father-in-law and mother-in-law from today on. How could I hurt you? The smile on Zhang Laohu's face comes from the heart. But it makes people feel awkward and scary no matter how they look at it. What did you say? Su Yuanshan was still lying on the ground unable to recover. His ears were buzzing, and he couldn't hear clearly what was being said here. It was Tan Jing who came to his senses first and was furious, protecting her daughter tightly behind her. Are you crazy? Shiru is still a child. She is still young. Tan Jing has a completely different attitude towards her daughter than towards her husband. You're still young? I don't think you're too young anymore. Zhang Laohu's eyes narrowed. Su Ru hid behind Tan Jing, trembling with fear. What kind of person is Zhang Laohu? He is a typical rural gangster. Although he is quite tall, the facial features on his face are not even Zhou Zheng. In addition, the skin on his face is dark and dry. In Su Ru's eyes, it was simply unsightly. Does such a person still want to be her boyfriend? Is he crazy, or is the world crazy? If the Su Ru family knew that they were sharing a room with several corpses at this time, they would probably understand that the world has gone crazy. On the other hand, after Tang Mo felt that a few strands of mental power were broken, he put it aside for the time being. But after a few days, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. The end of this world is different from her previous world. After people die, no one collects their bodies. In the previous apocalyptic world, corpses were a hot commodity, and were the food for the alien beasts. But now the corpses can only be left there to stink and rot. Tang Mo didn't know what would happen to the body of the superpower if it were left there. If it mutated, wouldn't it directly upgrade her mission from simple mode to HL mode? No. At the end of Tang Dynasty, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He decided to go to the property center one day to see what was going on. And by the way, he took care of Su Yuanshan's family. With Su Yin's hatred for that family, it was definitely not enough to drive them out of her home. Although killing them would not relieve Tang Mo's anger, it was impossible for Tang Mo to let these people live in this world before he left this world. There are also Zhang Laohu and the others. I hope they are all dead. Otherwise they will be solved together today. There is no need to keep such a scourge around. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he didn't want to leave by himself after the end of the world and leave trouble for Su Jinshan and his wife. With the intention of eradicating all the weeds in one fell swoop, Thanos chose a sunny day to go out in the late Tang Dynasty. There is no need to worry about her family discovering that she has gone out. Once the door is closed, no one in the family will enter her house without her consent. Even 2-year-old Ping Anan knows that he must not mess with his sister at home. Although neither of them had seen Tang Mo get angry, they had to say that the child's intuition was the most accurate. Tang Mo was walking leisurely outside, and the mist that others kept away from could not get close to Tang Mo. It's been too long since I've been out. Although due to the thick fog, the visibility outside was very low and there was almost no beautiful scenery. Tang Mo, who had been at home for too long, was still in a very happy mood. She had never stayed home for so long. The property center is not far from where Tang Mo lives. Tang Mo can easily walk there in 10 minutes. When Tang Mo approached the property center, he released his mental energy and observed what was going on inside the property center. But the situation inside the property center surprised Tang Mo. Huh? How could this happen? But, is this not a bad idea? A smile appeared on Tang Mo's face. Chapter 442 Ants. Nature has its own food chain. When you are strong, you are the predator. But once your prey becomes strong, the relationship changes. No one can always sit in the position of the predator. So only by working hard can you not be surpassed by your prey. At this moment, the property center has obviously undergone such a role change. Su Yuanshan's family was attacked by the prey they thought they were. At this time, Zhang Hu already regarded himself as Su Ru's man. Although Su Ru still looked neat and tidy, it was not difficult for people to guess what happened inside with his decayed face and dull eyes. Tan Jing was doing the things that a servant would do cautiously, standing aside with a low eyebrow, not even daring to show off. Su Yuanshan was the worst, lying limply on the side with his eyes closed. If Tang Mo had not had the mental power to detect that he was still breathing, he would have really thought that Su Yuanshan lying in the corner was a corpse, just like the other trapped people in the room. In the end, Zhang Laohu did not kill the man who had crippled his right arm, but left him breathing and letting him linger in the corner. Although all the food in the property center had been moved away by people from the community, Zhang Laohu still hid some in the center of the wall of his room. Even if a person with great strength hadn't found that location, he wouldn't have been able to move the big stone blocking the outside. Zhang Laohu didn't hide the grains to guard against those people in the community. After all, at that time, he didn't pay attention to the people who made him play around. He was there to guard against those brothers. Today he is called boss, and tomorrow he may be called son. It's the end of the world, and it would be too naive to believe in any kind of brotherhood anymore. At this moment, the food he had hidden came in handy. Although there wasn't much, it was enough to keep these people from starving to death for the time being. Tang Mo looked inside and saw Su Ru pressing Zhang Laohu's shoulders with a dull expression. She suddenly didn't want to kill these people anymore. In fact, what do the lives of these people mean to her? As long as she wanted to, she could stand here and directly destroy and strangle the brains of several people with her mental power, so that those people would not even know why they died before they died. Death is actually a matter of an instant, and it is absolutely not enough to satisfy death with real revenge. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he thought of Su Yan's last remaining energy at that time. It was just the last remaining resentment that was so great. It is not difficult to imagine how much hatred Su Yan felt in her previous life. Let's do this first. Let that family experience what it means to live worse than death. In the end of Tang Dynasty, Su Yan actually hated Su Yuanshan and Tan Jing's family far more than Zhang Laohu. Su Yan obviously liked the current situation. In the end of Tang Dynasty, he could even feel the spontaneous pleasure of this body. But those corpses. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he looked at the stinking corpses in the corner. For some reason, Zhang Laohu did not dispose of them. But obviously Tan Jing and others already knew that those things were not living people. Although those corpses were those of superpowers, they did not have any energy fluctuations, and there was nothing special about them other than being rotten and smelly. Tang Mo checked it and felt relieved, and regained his mental power with satisfaction. She would just let these people dance around for a few more days. After the late Tang Dynasty recovered its mental power and turned around to leave, the story in the property center was still unfolding. Zhang Laohu felt a pair of soft hands rubbing his shoulders again, and he moved his heart and touched his own hands. Su Ru froze subconsciously, and then she didn't even dare to move. She no longer dared to resist the man in front of her. After all, she had been beaten enough in the past few days. But the subconscious disgust and resistance could not be hidden. Zhang Lao still felt it. No one likes to be hated. Zhang Hu grabbed Su Ru's hand with his left hand. And with a strong force, Su Yin was thrown out and fell to the ground. Not sure whether it was fear, grievance or physical pain. Su Ru covered her face and cried softly. Seeing the woman cry, Zhang Hu felt irritable for no reason. What a bad luck! I gave you food and drink, and you still cry. You don't know what is good or bad. Zhang Hu's face was full of depression. But what he said was indeed true. In the past few days, Zhang Hu did not feel wronged enough to let Su Ru eat or drink. He basically gave Su Yin as much as he ate. Although he did it when Su Ru was struggling. Zhang Hu's strength was there after all. If he really hit her, Su Yin wouldn't have good arms or legs to stand here now. After all, Su Yuanshan's example is placed in the corner, making it difficult for people to ignore it. Zhang Hu already regarded Su Yin as his wife. But obviously Su Ru didn't think so in her heart. In Su Yin's mind, she was going to marry a tall, rich and handsome man in the future. How could a rough guy like Zhang Lao be worthy of her? Whenever she thinks about this, Su Ru feels sad and feels like she can't live anymore. Su Ru no longer wants to live. But Tan Jing discovered her daughter's intention. After discovering that Su Ru had thoughts of death, Tan Jing's first feeling was panic and fear. This fear is not the fear of losing her daughter, but another selfish fear. Tan Jing knew in her heart that although Zhang Lao spared her life and gave her something to eat, it was all because of her daughter. Once Su Ru died, Zhang Hu couldn't let himself live anymore. Even if you don't kill yourself, you will starve to death sooner or later without your food source. Tan Jing adapted to the cruel apocalypse very quickly. From the beginning, she thought Zhang Lao's idea was crazy. But now she feels that such a life is very good. What's wrong with that? Being able to survive without worrying about food. Even sometimes, Tan Jing still vaguely wonders, why wasn't she the person Zhang Lao fell in love with in the first place? Then everyone will be happy. Why is Su Yuanshan still alive and continuing to waste food after being injured like this? That way the leftover food can last a few more days. Of course, it was impossible for Tan Jing to tell Su Ru such true thoughts. She only told Su Yin to hold on. As long as she could live, the end of the world would pass one day. When the end of the world is over, call the police and catch Zhang Hu. Who will know what happened? At that time, Su Ru can still live her original life, and it will not affect her finding a boyfriend. Su Ru believed it and relied on these words to support her. As for the fate of her father and mother, that was not within her scope of consideration. Chapter 443 Counterattack. Su Ru has even thought about it. When the good times come, she will let Zhang Lao kill her parents first. Then, he would call the police and arrest him. Then no one would really know about these things, and he would be able to live without any stain. After this series of events, Su Ru's heart became more and more cruel. Perhaps her heart is naturally so cruel. But recent experiences have accelerated her growth. As expected of a mother and daughter, they both have the same calculations in their hearts, and are both so cruel and ruthless. However, these two women had indeed made their plans too early. In their eyes, Zhang Lao was now an omnipotent and powerful figure. In fact, he is just a captain of the security team, relying on his luck to get some food due to his special powers. At this moment, everyone in the property center had their own thoughts. And Zhang Lao was not at peace either. While he was depressed that he had fed him so much food, the woman he fell in love with still didn't want to talk to him from the bottom of his heart. On the other side, he was also planning. There were 4 people here, and even if those 2 shabby old guys couldn't give them a few bites, the food would soon be exhausted. If nothing happens, no one may be able to live until the day when the world is peaceful. So how can we find more food to come back to? Zhang Lao touched his right arm and thought with his eyes closed. This right arm was indeed crippled by Su Yuanshan's beating a few days ago, and the bones inside were all broken into pieces. Not to mention that he couldn't go to the hospital now. Even if he went to the hospital for such a comminuted fracture, it would be absolutely impossible to fully recover in a short time. Impossible things. But now Zhang Hu feels that his right arm is almost healed. He clenched his fist and felt the power in his body concentrated in his right fist. In this world, people with supernatural powers have the ability to self-heal their bodies, especially for such physical injuries. People with stronger physical fitness will recover faster. This was already known when Zhang Hu had his right arm wasted and tied up in the late Tang dynasty. When Tang Mo and Su's father left the real estate center, One of the men's arms was crippled. The one on the right. Just to be on the safe side. The method used in the late Tang dynasty was very simple, which was to break the bones inside the right arm. But within about 3 days, Zhang Laohu found that his right arm no longer hurt at all. Although it was tied up at the time, and it was impossible to feel whether it had recovered. At least it felt like there was no problem. Later, he was beaten even more severely by Su Yuanshan. Now 4 days have passed, and he is absolutely sure that his body has the ability to recover on its own. This was something that even the late Tang dynasty had not thought of. After all, in his own world at the end of the Tang dynasty, the only people with healing abilities were those with mental attributes. Zhang Huhu is very satisfied with the changes in his body. Since he has such a unique ability, he must make good use of it. Zhang Huhu had an idea in his mind. After Tang Imo returned home, life calmed down again. He saw that the 3 months were getting closer and closer, with only 30 days left. Although Aunt Su Shan no longer thinks about leaving, she is worried every day. Both Tang Imo and Zhou Jingyi can see that she is worried about her brother who is outside. Naturally, Tang Imo wouldn't care. As for Zhou Jingyi, she naturally pretended not to see it. She took Su Shan to talk and play in peace every day, which actually made Su Shan's heart become closer and closer to this family. Su Jinshan had strong feelings for his sister in his heart, and a man with a rough mind could not see the worry under Su Shan's eyebrows. Su Jinshan could only see Su Shan playing well with his wife and 2 little kids every day, and he was very happy. If it hadn't been for the younger brother who didn't let his sister leave, he would have wanted to take her over and enjoy her life. Su Jinshan is a very grateful person. He knows in his heart that if it were not for his sister's help and support, he would not have successfully completed college. Now he has established a foothold in the city and has a happy family. As for that younger brother, he originally wanted to make up for the relationship. They had not been together for so many years, but he spent a lot of money. But what he got in exchange was pushy and supercilious behavior. Over time, the family relationship he had with his younger brother became even more unsatisfactory. What's left? Except for Su Yuanshan's regular phone calls every year asking for money, there was almost no other contact at all. The days are getting closer and closer, and there are still a lot of things piled in the freezer in the kitchen at home. In addition, at the end of Tang Dynasty, he saw that Su's father and mother were still doing well. So he slowly and quietly went out from the small warehouse in his room. Move things. Zhou Jingyi knew a lot of things at home, and she could feel her daughter taking things out. But Zhou Jingyi also knew that her daughter was a person with ideas, and there was some inventory in the room. So she just sorted out whatever was moved out at the end of Tang Dynasty. Without telling or asking, the mother and daughter have maintained such a tacit understanding. The more food they eat at home, the better. Not only do they have 2 meals a day, but they can also eat almost every meal. The food in this house is so good. Why is there not a shortage of things in the kitchen? Su Jinshan is a very nervous man. But even if he is very nervous, he will notice it after a long time. Eat your food. So much food can't stop your mouth. Zhou Jingyi picked up a chopstick of meat for her husband. Su Jinshan chewed something and closed his mouth obediently. Su Jinshan adapted quickly to Zhou Jingyi's changes. He was a good-tempered person, and there was nothing wrong with his wife's current appearance. On the contrary, Tang Imo was very happy with Zhou Jingyi's current changes. With Su's mother like this, she no longer had to worry about leaving in the future. Husband and wife and a family should complement each other. In the past, Su Jinshan and Zhou Jingyi both had 2 good tempers, so they were bullied and ended up in a bad way. Now if Zhou Jingyi can stand up and control Su Jinshan, then naturally this family will definitely get better and better. Tang Imo was very satisfied with her meal and watched Ping Ping and sit on the carpet in the living room and play. For the next month, she was ready to spend the next month in a vacation mood. Nowadays, there is almost no positive content on social platforms on major networks, and every household is starving. The most common posts on the platform are posts complaining about wanting to commit suicide, or SOS messages filling the screen asking for help. No one wants to see content like this. When the clay bodhisattva crosses the river, no one can save themselves. Who can save whom? However, the owner group of Tongma community is still very active, and the atmosphere is warm. Chapter 444. Something happened. According to Maslow's needs theory, if people cannot meet the most basic survival needs, they will not be able to consider other things. It is obvious that the community in the late Tang Dynasty has begun to meet the basic needs of starving to death after dividing the food stored in the property center. Although it cannot meet the level of food and clothing, Under the current situation, there is still food to eat every day. It can be said to be a very remarkable thing. What's more, in this community of the Su family, many scholars and professors with high social status live or know some high-level political and business people. In this world, water, electricity, and the internet are well maintained, so the speed of information circulation is not affected at all. Many people have received the message that the world will not be in such a bad state for long, although no one knows exactly when it will get better. As long as there is the possibility of getting better, it is like a light in a desperate world, giving people more strength to live. Most of the time, people are unable to prevent changes in the objective world. All people can do is to adapt themselves to the changing world to the greatest extent possible. The owner group is very active every day, and everyone who is trapped in the house relies on some online chat and entertainment activities to pass the time. They were people who fought against Zhang Huhu together, shared food with each other, and had a sense of community. Most of them got along with each other like friends. However, during the quiet days when Tang Mo was waiting for the mission to end, the group could no longer maintain silence. Een! Look at the owners! That Zhang Huhu has run out! He has broken into other people's homes. Just as Tang Mo was lying leisurely on the bed reading comics, a rapid knock on the door of the bedroom interrupted her. Tang Mo heard what Zhou Jingyi said at the door, and then hurriedly turned on his phone to read the messages in the group. Because there were too many messages, Tang Mo always blocked this group, so he really didn't see what happened in that group. At the end of Tang Dynasty, the group was opened, and the messages in the group were flashed across the screen one by one. Each sentence ended with an exclamation mark. It is not difficult to imagine how everyone felt at this time. In the end, what happened? Tang Mo quickly flipped through the messages, trying to find useful information as quickly as possible. Found it. Soon, Tang Mo found a short video posted by a middle-aged man in the group. I have an impression of that man in the late Tang Dynasty. He was very active in the group. He would chat with the single aunties in the group almost every day, even those in their 50s and 60s. He was a very greasy person. I heard he was in the engineering business. Yes, he also looks like a typical contractor. Tang Mo clicked on the video. The video was facing the door of the man's house. At this time, the door was banged heavily. The voice outside the door is very familiar to everyone. In the past, when Zhang Huhu was still wearing the identity of Butler Zhang, he would often say something in his voice, so everyone was familiar with it. Open the door! Open the door to give you a way to survive. If you don't open the door, I will kill you when I knock them away. Zhang Huhu threatened loudly outside the door, and the door began to shake a little. The hands of the man who recorded the video were already trembling. What should I do? He is right at the door. He is too strong. If he hits it like this, the door will really be damaged. Someone come and save me! You could tell from the voice that the man was extremely scared. And then he said his address in the group. Tang Mo then looked down at everyone's messages. Everyone knows how terrifying Zhang Laohu is. He is not an ordinary person, but a person with supernatural powers. Last time, everyone worked together to subdue him while he was unprepared. But now who dares to go there alone? That's not so much saving people as sending death. But everyone knows the reason why the lips are dead and the teeth are cold. Maybe they have developed feelings after chatting every day. Or maybe they are really too high quality. The people in this group are more enthusiastic than Tang Mo thought. The most calm person in the comments below is Tao Jiayan. He quickly asked the man who sent the video how many people were outside, how Zhang Huho was mentally, and what his current situation was. Then, while asking the men to report at any time in the group, they organized some men in the group to prepare to rescue people together. If we didn't win at the property center last time, then maybe not many people would go this time. But the last time we won it was fruitful. So although this time it was more dangerous, many people still said they wanted to go together. Although Zhang Huhu is scary, there is only one person after all. After gathering people, Tao Jiayun found a place for everyone to gather and go rescue people together. He did not ask everyone to gather at the place where the incident happened. After all, Zhang Huhu could be encountered at any time even if he was nearby. So it was better to be careful. It has to be said that Tao Jiayun is bold and careful, and does everything appropriately. In the late Tang Dynasty, he had an impression of Tao Jiayun. The last time he went to crusade against the property center was organized by Tao Jiayun. This new owner group was also established by Tao Jiayun. In the late Tang Dynasty, there is even Tao Jiayun's contact information in the software. It was Tao Jiayun who established the group. Additional. When he read the news at the end of Tang Dynasty, Tao Jiayan had already taken people out.
Inin, what should we do? That Zhang Huhu will definitely take revenge on us.
Zhou Jingyi was very scared. Her daughter and husband both went there last time, and they would definitely be retaliated against. Except for Su Jinshan. There are only women and children in the house now. If Zhang Huhu really comes, this door will not be able to stop him.
Mom, don't worry. Aren't those people gone? They will subdue them.
Tang Mo held Zhou Jingyi and asked her to calm down as much as possible. Zhang Laohu was the punishment she gave to Su Yuanshan and Tan Jing's family. He didn't want to touch him so early, but he didn't expect that he would come back to seek death. So there was really nothing he could do. At the end of Tang Dynasty, the mental power was left in the property center to monitor. But it only stayed there, and did not pay attention to it all the time. After all, she doesn't have much time in this world. But there are still so many good novels, TV series, movies and comics. Su Yuanshan is still lying on the ground. Su Ru and Tan Jing, mother and daughter, are just playing tricks. Even Zhou Jingyi can't beat him in terms of force. Besides, Zhang Laohu was not something to be feared by Tang Mo because he could kill them without moving his hands. So Tang Mo did not have the time or energy to supervise them 24 hours a day. In this way, Zhang Laohu ran out of the property center and found another owner's house. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. And Tang Mo didn't notice him. And when Tao Jiayan and his party gathered and felt the man's home, the door was already open. Chapter 445, People are panicked. The security door was not an indestructible obstacle to Zhang Laohu. With Zhang Laohu's strength, he quickly violently dismantled the door. When Tao Jiayan and his party arrived there, it was already too late. Everyone in the room was out cold, and there was blood all over the room. The house had obviously been rummaged through, and all edible items were gone. Looking for food is also seeking revenge. Others may not remember it, but Tang Mo still has some impression of this man. After he and Zhang Laohu broke out, he was the most unpleasant scolding person in the group. Her typing speed and insulting skills are not even comparable to those of the three most eloquent ants in the group. At that time, Tang Mo thought it was really amazing that a man could achieve such output. But now it seems that maybe being too talented in a certain aspect is not a good thing. Zhou Jingyi was so frightened that she didn't let Su Jinshan go out to help as he wanted this time. At the end of Tang Dynasty, the family saw the situation there through photos and videos in the group. The crime scene was scarier than the scenes they had seen before. It was not difficult to see how cruel Zhang Huhu was at this moment. After 2 narrow escapes from death, Zhang Laohu's temperament can be said to have changed drastically, and he has become even more bloody. Tang Mo looked at the blood stains on the ground and knew that this person could not stay any longer. However, everyone has experienced some storms during this period. They quickly recovered from the scene of the man's death and began to make plans for themselves. The tiger suddenly came out and was not caught by anyone yet. The security door at home is almost useless to him. So next time, he can't just deal with whoever he wants to deal with. If a person were to face Zhang Laohu, he would be almost completely powerless. The group fell silent, and everyone fell into panic. After all, no one wanted their home to become the next murder scene. If they had run out of food and grass before, their lives might not be worth it. But now every household has some food stored in their home, and they have finally bought themselves a few more days of survival. But they must not be ruined in the hands of such people. But what can be done? While everyone was still thinking, a message popped up on their mobile phones. That was the original owner group established by Zhang Laohu. Although he later formed a new owner group, no one from that group left. Tang Mo clicked on the previous group, and the message in it was sent by Zhang Laohu. Zhang Huhu, put half of your food at the door and spare your lives. As for those who are disobedient, just wait for me to harvest them slowly. A simple sentence contains a lot of information. Zhang Laohu is still a somewhat wise man, and he knew that breaking in with force like this would definitely cause great panic in everyone. In order not to be attacked by a group, he specially left a way for everyone to save their lives. That is, as long as you put half of the food at your door. If your next target is this house, these food will be like a death-free gold medal. This will not only allow you to accumulate some food faster, but also disperse the cohesion of those people, so that you will not be threatened to the greatest extent. As for that man today, the reason he used the most cruel method to stay at the scene was to intimidate everyone. The more people are afraid, the more smoothly his plan can be implemented. Zhang Huhu had actually planned all of this before the operation started. He is alone, So he must move quickly and make a quick decision before the large supporting troops arrive. Once he really met those people, he had already thought of a plan, which was to break out of the siege without fighting. Zhang Huhe still can't figure out why 5 of him lost last time. He had obviously tried his own power a long time ago. And even if 7 or 8 ordinary people came at the same time, they couldn't do anything to him. Of course Zhang Huhe didn't know that Tang Mo, a person who shouldn't exist, was present at the scene at that time. And Tang Mo was not an ordinary person. To be conservative, you can always run away if you can't defeat him. Zhang Huhe is confident that with his current strength, there is absolutely no problem in breaking out of the siege and escaping. Moreover, he is a person with supernatural powers. He can survive outside much longer than ordinary people. No one can beat him in terms of escaping. It has to be said that Zhang Laohu's arrangements for all this are very thorough and interlocking. Zhang Huhe, I'm at the property center. You can come as you like, but as long as I don't die, your whole family will definitely die next time. It can be said that Zhang Laohu used psychological warfare really well. Originally, Tao Jiayan had already planned to organize a group of people to go to the property center again, like last time. The 5 of them have all won on their side so far, and there is no reason to lose this time. And this time it must be eradicated. But with Zhang Hu's last words, everyone became less courageous. The lesson is right ahead. The blood stains are shocking. Everyone knows how powerful Zhang Laohu is. Just in case. What if this time we fail to kill him completely and give him a chance to take revenge? At this time, everyone hoped that Zhang Huhe would die quickly. But no one wanted to be involved in this matter. There is no way to stay safe in the house. And many people's sense of security has completely collapsed. Many people have even begun to take stock of the food at home. Perhaps it is a good choice to use half of the food in exchange for not having to worry anymore. It's better than having to worry about whether a murderer is coming whenever you hear a little movement outside in the middle of the night. Tao Jiayan had thought up a response strategy. But only a few people responded. And he didn't have any solution in mind. In fact, he is the one who is most panicked now. After all, he organized several incidents. He must be one of the first few targets in Zhang Huhe's mind. Although Tao Jiayan is said to be bold and cautious, no one really agrees with him. If he is alone, he will definitely not be Zhang Hu's opponent. At this time, Tao Jiayan was ready for a fight to the death with Zhang Laohu. There were kitchen knives at the door and beside the bed. But what Tao Jiayan didn't know was that Zhang Hu's next target was indeed him. But it was no longer the case. When Zhang Hu returned to the property center with all kinds of food, Su Ru showed a rare smile to him. Although I hate this person, in the current situation, no one dislikes food. Zhang Hu felt relieved when he saw that the woman who had been ignoring him finally had an expression on his face. So he explained to Su Ru the series of operations he had just performed, including blowjobs and gestures. Chapter 446, Diverting Trouble to the East. Su Ru and Tan Jing were stunned when they heard this. They never thought that the tiger's force value could reach such a terrifying level. Nor did they expect that such precious food, which is equivalent to a life, could be obtained so easily. Su Ru's heart began to change. She slowly felt that under the current circumstances, temporarily committing herself to the man in front of her was not so bad. A woman always worships a man who is stronger than herself. When this kind of worship can even provide food and clothing at this moment, it turns into a little affection. The change in mentality made Su Ru's eyes and face become softer. Instead of looking like someone owed her 8 million, people like Zhang Laohu should be able to achieve great things even after the end of the world. Right? Su Ru's thoughts kept updating, and she began to convince herself. And when Zhang Huhe saw that the woman he liked had a look of admiration in her eyes for the first time, instead of looking down on her everywhere, he felt even more happy. Ru, don't worry. As long as you follow me faithfully, you can eat as much as you want from now on. I have to say that no matter what Zhang Laohu does, he is still very sincere towards Su Ru. In this current situation, no one can eat whatever they want, but they can eat as much as they want. Zhang Laohu believes that he can still guarantee this. Eat as much as you want? Is this all you need? Su Ru looked at what Zhang Hu brought back this time and smiled. Although there are a lot of these things, it can only be eaten by several people. No, even if she eats them by herself, if she eats them with an open belly, she can only eat them for 3 to 5 days. This was the first time Zhang Hu saw Su Ruxia since they met, and he didn't care about anything at the moment. As a man, I keep my word. I will go out and look for food for you right now. Isn't it easy to break down a few doors?
I want to take back all the food they took away from me.
Hormones make people lose their minds. Once Zhang Huhu, who was still somewhat smart, was blinded by love. He instantly transformed into a mentally retarded person without any brain. This may be the legendary love brain. In fact, this is not entirely Zhang Laohu's fault. After all, he has never been in love for so many years, because he is poor, and does not have a serious job, and is not good looking. Now that he finally abducted a little girl by force, his brain turned into honey, and flowed into his heart, and then overflowed from his eyes.
If you go again, there is a house you can visit first. There is a lot of food there.
Tianjing spoke again.
Who? That family's surname is Su, and they live not far from the center of the property. That family is rich.
And they have 3 large freezers just for meat. They also have rice, flour, and oil, and they have a whole kitchen.
Of course, Tianjing was talking about the Su Jinshan family. Now, except for the Su Jinshan family, no one can be so rich.
Really?
Zhang Laohu didn't believe that someone still had so many reserves after so long since the end of the world.
Of course it's true.
Tianjing now sees everything in the kitchen of Su Jinshan's house every day when she sleeps and closes her eyes.
If I lie, I will be struck by lightning and die.
Tianjing's words were so convincing that Zhang Laohu finally believed her after staring at her expression for a few seconds.
How many people are in their family?
With so much food, I don't know how many people there are in the family. If they are all strong laborers, then I have to weigh it a little bit. After all, it is an intruder's lair, and it is not safe without absolute strength to suppress it.
There's just 1 man and 3 women, all as skinny as a pole.
Tianjing said quickly. She has now begun to imagine that she can take possession of Su Jinshan's family's food as her own. And their house is not bad. It would be better if we just kick those people out and live in it ourselves. This is reliable. Tianjing was ready to have a good talk with Zhang Laohu after everything was done. If it didn't work, she would ask Su Ru to tell him. She could tell that as long as Su Ru opened her mouth, this man would agree to anything. At this time, Tianjing seemed to have lost the mood to be a wife and mother. At this time, her husband is an unnecessary burden to her, and her daughter at this time has become a bargaining chip that allows her to live a better life. Only 1 man? Zhang Laohu thought about it in his mind. Although he had no impression of that family, it was probably because he had been lucky and had enough money to stock up on more food. You can do this.
Ru, you wait here and eat something first. I'll go out again and wait for my good news.
The cowhide just now had been blown out, and it was no longer time to rest. Zhang Huhu simply got up and prepared to get some food back, trying to make Su Ru be gentler to him.
Go ahead,
Su Ru said in a soft voice. It's not that she doesn't miss the things in Su Yin's house, but she never thought that they could be like this. But now, after listening to her mother's words, she remembered that wasn't there the thug Zhang Huhu next to her? How could she be afraid of Su Yin's family now? With so many things, she could just grab them. Then she would be able to eat whatever she wanted, and there was no need to look at other people's faces. At that time, Su Yin's room was his own, so it would be best to let her live in this property center to change their lives. Mother and daughter Su Ru and Tianjing are truly connected. At this moment, they all fantasize about the same things in their hearts. They hated Su Jinshan's family in their hearts, and letting Zhang Laohu go was not only for food, but also for revenge. They were kicked out just like that, and they had been holding a breath in their hearts. It was time to vent their anger. As for Su Shan, who still lives in Su Jinshan's house, to Su Ru Tianjing, she is a traitor and should be punished. Su Shan has not stolen the children and food for so long. She must have abandoned them there in pursuit of enjoyment. Therefore, it is all the fault of Su Jinshan's family and Su Shan that they are in this situation now. At this moment, Su Yuan Shan, who was still in the corner, could only breathe, hearing that his wife and daughter wanted to harm him. The eldest brother and eldest sister felt that they deserved it. Su Yuan Shan was even more filled with hatred. But his hatred was not just for his eldest brother and eldest sister. His hatred was more towards Tianjing and Su Ru, and he was even more ruthless towards his wife and daughter than towards Zhang Laohu. He was beaten until he was paralyzed and huddled in a corner for many days. After all these days, Zhang Huhu still didn't want him to die. So he threw him a bite of food and a sip of water when he had nothing to do. And he survived until now. Chapter 447 Home Delivery. As for Su Yuanshan's wife and daughter, who he has always regarded as his treasure, it can be said
that he is not treated as well as Zhang Hua's enemy. Not only did Tan Jing never give him any food. Even when Zhang Laohu gave him food, Tan Jing would show a look of disgust on his face. Everyone knew that Su Yuanshan could not live long under such circumstances. Even if he could survive, he would only become a useless person and a burden to them. It would be better to die early than to do this, which would make him feel better and save everyone else's food. I have to say that there are some stories in this world that are so exciting that people can't even imagine them. It is estimated that Su Yuanshan has never thought that one day his family will treat him worse than a bad person. Su Yuanshan no longer wants to live. But as long as there is a piece of food in front of him, it is really difficult for a person to end his life by starving to death. That would be a test of willpower. When a person falls into a weak situation, the whole world becomes a bad person for him. On the other side, Tang Mo felt that Zhang Laohu seemed to be moving this way. Since the last time, she has placed mental monitoring on these people. But it is not a 24-hour check. But now Tang Mo has noticed that Zhang Hua's position is getting closer and closer to him. You just committed a crime and want to do it again? Zhang Hua was really not tired. At first, Tang Mo was still unable to determine what Zhang Laohu's goal was this time. But suddenly he remembered that her cousin family was still in the property center. And Tang Mo understood clearly. It seems that Zhang Laohu knows that her family now has a lot of food reserves. But it was just right. Even if he didn't come, I would still come to find him. So now I didn't have to go out. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he looked at Su's mother, who was still worried, and at Zhang Laohu, who was striding towards his home, and couldn't help but think to himself, if Su's mother knew that what she was most worried about was about to happen, she didn't know what to do. What a meltdown. But since Tang Mo is here now, what shouldn't have happened is absolutely impossible to happen again. Tao Jiayun, although the team cannot be organized now, if anyone encounters an emergency in the future, they can still come to me at any time. I will always be there. Tao Jiayun can no longer organize anyone. But even if he is the only one left, he is still willing to help everyone. Tang Mo nodded. He was indeed a young man studying in the police academy, and had a bright future. It's a pity that in these few months of the apocalypse, Tao Jiayun is just an ordinary person with no special powers. So this time Tang Mo did not intend to let other people participate in this matter. Not even Su's father, and Su's mother, she wanted them to know. Dad? Mom? Let me go into the room and take a nap. At this time, Su Jinshan was smoking on the balcony, while Zhou Jingyi and Su Shan were in a peaceful room. Tang Mo shouted and secretly went out. She had already felt that Zhang Hua was almost at the door of the unit building. In fact, for Tang Mo, or for Su Yin, they did not have any big grudges with Zhang Laohu. And Tang Mo had collected all the debts that should be paid for Su Yin. This time Tang Mo took action purely to avoid future troubles. After all, with such a hidden danger left, no one knows what accidents will happen in the future. The late Tang dynasty did not like accidents, and all hidden dangers had to be nipped in the cradle. So Tang Mo didn't even need to do anything. She just needed to set up a square mental barrier without a roof around Zhang Laohu, who was traveling in the fog and had not yet reached the building. That's it. And then looked at Zhang Laohu inside. Doubtful, anxious, angry, and finally struggling in fear. As a person with superpowers, Zhang Laohu can stay in the poisonous mist for a longer period of time than ordinary people. Therefore, for such a short distance, he did not run but walked in stride. And he had already spent part of his time on the road. And seeing that the address Su Ru mentioned was right in front of him, so much food was about to be put into his pocket, when his heart was filled with joy. He couldn't take any steps forward. There was obviously nothing around him. But when he raised his foot, he felt that he had kicked a wall panel. He changed the direction and continued. But it was still the same. Zhang Laohu stretched out his hand and felt that his hands were touching invisible wall panels in the air. And he seemed to be imprisoned. But, there's nothing around here? Zhang Hua felt like he was crazy. He waved his fists and wanted to rush out. But he couldn't do it. The poisonous mist was still there. And he could clearly feel the poisonous mist being sucked into his body bit by bit. His time outside is running out. Zhang Laohu finally felt scared. He must have failed to recover because the break from the last time he came out was too short. He became insane and hallucinated after inhaling too much poisonous mist. Zhang Laohu only felt that his head was getting more and more dizzy. And finally he gradually collapsed to the ground in fear, and could no longer breathe. Tang Mo stood aside and watched everything in front of him. Then took out his mobile phone to take a photo, and sent it to Tao Jiayun.
Zhang Hu died downstairs in my house. Please tell everyone in the group.
Tao Jiayan over there was sitting at home with a gloomy expression. His eyes lit up after seeing the message on his phone. Zhang Hu is dead? Then he and everyone would be safe. But why did Zhang Hu die? And why did he die downstairs, that girl? He doesn't want to be beaten to death. No. Even if he is beaten to death, it is impossible for a girl to beat Zhang Hu. Tao Jiayan had too many questions in his mind.
What are you doing downstairs?
At this time, there are poisonous smog and scary bad guys outside. So no normal person would go out again.
Go for a walk.
Tao Jiayan had a dark look on his face. Even if he didn't want to say it, he should at least find a slightly more reasonable reason. I'm afraid he wouldn't be considered a fool by being so perfunctory. Of course, the end of Tang Dynasty would not regard Tao Jiayan as a fool. On the contrary, the end of Tang Dynasty knew that he was a smart man. But after talking to smart people, there is no need to say anything more. Sure enough, Tao Jiayan did not disappoint Tang Imo and asked no more questions. Soon Tao Jiayan posted a photo in the group announcing the death of Zhang Hu. This undoubtedly gave everyone a great sense of security. The bad guy was finally dead, and they no longer had to worry. As for how he died, everyone naturally attributed the credit to Tao Jiayan, and became more respectful and convinced of him. Although Tao Jiayan felt that such respect was well-deserved, he also understood that the little girl did not want to be known by everyone, so he could only acquiesce in embarrassment. Before Tang Imo returned home, he deliberately looked around outside with his mental strength. After making sure that there was no one in the living room, he quietly returned to his room, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 448 Revenge. In this world, those who did not develop special powers were not very powerful, so it was too easy for Tang Imo to deal with these bad guys. People in this world don't even know what mental power is. Just like Zhang Hu, who didn't know why he died until the moment he died. With Zhang Lao gone forever, the owners of the community were so excited that they cooked an extra cup of rice at night. But of course, there are also unhappy people. And that is Tan Jing and her daughter. From the moment Zhang Lao went out, the mother and daughter began to dream about living in Su Jinshan's big house. But after waiting and waiting, Zhang Hu still didn't come back. It was getting dark.
Mom, is there an accident?
Su Ru asked Tan Jing worriedly. If Zhang Hu could see that Su Ru actually cared about him, he would probably be extremely excited. But it's a pity that he couldn't see it.
No. Who can beat him?
Tan Jing has great faith in Zhang Lao's strength, which is definitely not that of an ordinary person. Although Tan Jing doesn't know anything about superpowers, she also feels that Zhang Lao is born with divine power. As for Su Jinshan's family, one man and 3 women who don't work, how could they be Zhang Hu's opponents? However, Tan Jing was also a little worried. She was not worried about Zhang Hu's failure. Instead, she was worried that Zhang Hu would fall in love with Su Yin in the Su family and abandon her and Shiru. After all, Tan Jing glanced at her daughter and then thought about Su Yin's face. Although Su Ru was indeed the girl with the most outstanding figure and appearance in their village, it was nothing once she got to the city, especially compared to Su Yin, who was born with delicate looks and snow-white skin. However, Tan Jing did not express this concern, but still looked anxiously at the door with her daughter, waiting for the man to come back. Tan Jing's family is not the owner here, and naturally they are not in the group. No one informed them, and they have no way to know that Zhang Lao has died outside. At the end of Tang Dynasty, his mental power could sense that Su Yuanshan's family of 3 were still staying in the property center. So he ignored them, and just continued to live their lives happily. Another week passed peacefully like this, and it was getting closer and closer to the end of the apocalypse. That is, the end of the mission. In the last days, because of the family's careful budgeting, there was still a lot of food left, and not even one of the 3 freezers was finished. Tang Mo looked at the 2 remaining freezers and bags of rice and counted the days, and finally decided that he didn't want to wrong himself in the last days. So she told Su Jinshan and Zhou Jingyi that she had gotten some inside information and that this apocalypse was going to end soon. Su Jinshan and Zhou Jingyi almost believed in their daughter's words now. But after such a long period of saving, they were still a little worried when they were suddenly eating and drinking. It just so happened that at this time, some good news began to be broadcast on TV programs. For example, the poisonous fog somewhere had begun to dissipate. Many experts on the internet are predicting that this apocalypse will soon pass. Because of this large amount of information, the Su family began to live a life of big fish and meat, let alone the end of this world.
Even if she returns to the real world, there are still glaciers waiting for her. It was simply impossible to eat such a big mouthful of meat. So Tang Mo was very satisfied and fell asleep with his stomach propped up almost every day. On the other side, life for Tan Jing and Zhou Jingyi was not so easy. Zhang Huhe left some food but not much, and the mother and daughter finished it quickly. Then there is always starvation. Su Jinshan, on the other hand, had consciously hidden a little here and there on his body when he had something to eat. So now that no one cares about him, he can secretly stuff something more into his mouth to prevent himself from starving to death. Mom, let's go out and find something to eat. Su Ru was so hungry that she couldn't bear it. Now she no longer had any hope that Zhang Huhe would come back. The fog outside is so serious. Where can we find something to eat? Tan Jing is still very afraid of the outside environment. Although there is no food here, at least it is still safe. But we'll starve to death if we stay here. After being hungry and full for such a long time, the human body has no extra nutrients. And now that she is fasting completely, Su Ru, who is already relatively slender, feels dizzy again and again, and her body will soon be unable to hold on. What Su Ru said made sense. Tan Jing lowered her head and didn't know what she was thinking. Mom, why don't I go out to find food? I'll come back when I find food. Su Ru was really hungry and didn't care about anything. She could see that her mother didn't dare to go out at all. So she suggested, No, I'll go. You wait for me here. Tan Jing raised her head and said, Mom, you are so kind. Su Ru was a little touched. She didn't expect Tan Jing to be willing to go out to find food for her at this time. In fact, Su Ru didn't know what Tan Jing was thinking. Tan Jing was thinking that Zhang Huhe seemed to be interested in Su Yin staying in the big house. But as long as Su Ru is in the property center, Zhang Laohu may always come back. But if Su Ru ran out or died outside, then they would really have no way to survive. As for going out to find food, Tan Jing knew clearly that at this time, what could they find? It's a good thing if you don't let yourself die outside. She could tell that Su Ru was very hungry. And if she was not allowed to go out to find food today, it meant that it was not okay anymore. It's better to go out for a walk on your own, so that she can stay here with peace of mind for a few more days. This is what Tan Jing thought and did. But when she wandered around outside and wanted to go back, she found that she couldn't move. The property center was right in front of her, but she seemed to be restrained and could only watch from a distance, unable to get through. In fact, Tang Mo knew it the moment Tan Jing left the property center. She allowed Tan Jing to wander casually for a few steps, and then trapped her at the entrance of the property center in the same way she treated Zhang Laohu. In the end, Tan Jing, like Zhang Laohu, died in a fearful, manic and angry mood. And Su Ru was sitting in the property center waiting for her mother to come back. She probably knew in her heart that she was trapped in the poisonous mist and would never come back. Su Ru, who had been dizzy from hunger, regained some of her senses after learning from her mother's mistakes, and stayed in the property center for a few days. I pass out from hunger, wake up again, drink some water, and continue to starve. And the cycle repeats. Chapter 449 Farewell. Su Ru held on like this for a few more days. But finally, she was so hungry that she couldn't stand it any longer. When people are extremely hungry, they will not have any sense. The only thought in their mind is, I want to eat. Su Ru stumbled and ran out, hoping to find something to eat outside, even the bark of weeds and trees in the greenery. But her body was already extremely weak, and she fell down in the poisonous mist before she could survive even 2 minutes. The position where Su Ru fell happened to be not far from Tan Jing. She opened her eyes wide and looked at her mother's body, feeling sad in her heart. She knew she wouldn't survive another day. It's a pity. It's a pity that it is said on the internet that the apocalypse will end soon and everything will get better soon. But she didn't even survive her last days. In such unwillingness, Su Ru opened her eyes and stared, and finally died. But Su Ru didn't know that the poisonous fog in this world would dissipate the day after her death. The world has finally returned to its former peace. As long as she persisted for one more day, she could see the blue sky again, and she was only one step away from hope. Su Yuanshan, who was unable to move in the property center, could see out the window. He was the only one left here. Su Yuanshan watched helplessly as the poisonous fog outside the window dissipated little by little. He wanted to drag his body out the door, but there was nothing he could do. His body was in severe pain. But Su Yuanshan laughed happily. Unexpectedly, everyone died, and in the end only he survived. and finally waited until the day when the world was peaceful. Maybe this is life. Su Yuanshan lay in the corner for a long time. And for the first time he felt that his life was the best. However, how could Su Yuanshan have a good life in the late Tang dynasty? Wouldn't that be very sorry for Su Yin? As soon as the fog cleared, Tang Mo arrived at the property center and ended Su Yuanshan's life with his own hands. If Su Yuanshan had been allowed to die one day earlier, he would have felt it was a relief. But now I have looked forward to the good days, and I have finally survived. To die on such a day, when the sun is bright enough to warm your body, will undoubtedly bring great pain and unwillingness to people. And what Tang Mo wants is to make him suffer, and pay back 10 times, and 100 times what Su Yin's family suffered in the previous life. Only in this way can Tang Mo be worthy of the task Su Yin entrusted to him. After dealing with the last person, Tang Mo walked out of the property center and looked at the sun above his head. It was time for her to go back. And Tang Mo had already felt it. The door would soon appear, and she would soon return to the real world. But before that she had to do one last thing. The poisonous fog dispersed. The sun came out, and the whole country celebrated. However, everyone has been trapped for too long, and still dare not go out easily. It wasn't until the TV started rolling that the outside world was safe, and the air quality was back to what it was before, that everyone finally dared to step out of their houses. Everyone rushed out of their houses to bask in the sun. It had been so long since they had seen the sun. Many people couldn't help but look directly at the bright, warm and radiant sun even if it stung their eyes. Many people looked up and shed 2 lines of tears while watching it. I don't know whether it was the dazzling light of the sun that hurt me, or whether I was just too excited. The poisonous fog outside has dissipated. Plants have grown again, and people can resume work and production soon. The government departments have also begun to carry out their own relief work with great fanfare, and everything is developing in an orderly manner for the better. Although the world's economy may be set back by decades because of these dark 3 months. But after experiencing all this, people know too well that nothing is more important than living. At this moment, the Su family is full of joy and laughter. After surviving the hard days, everyone finally has hope and light. There was still a lot of food left at home, so Tang Mo personally cooked a table of meals for the family in the evening. This dinner was the best meal she had ever had since she came to this world. Everyone ate with open stomachs and chatted about the future while eating. Tang Mo just smiled and nodded, saying little, because she knew that what they said would have nothing to do with her in the future. And what she is doing now is to leave the last beautiful memories for Su's father and Su's mother. After finishing the meal, at Tang Mo's suggestion, the family took a photo. Everyone in the photo is smiling like a flower. At the end of the night, Tang returned to his room and wrote a letter. The main thing on my mind is saying goodbye. The reason Tang Mo wrote was very vague. She said that she had found a more important mission in these 3 months of the apocalypse. So she was going to complete this mission. Let her parents forgive her. She may not come back, but she will take good care of herself. Let Su's parents and Su's mother not worry. There is no banquet in life that lasts forever, even for parents and children. You are very lucky to have survived these 3 months of the apocalypse. So don't be sad about parting anymore. Give Ping Anan all your love for her, and Ping Anan will take good care of and accompany them on his behalf in the future. Tang Mo put the letter on his desk and pressed it on his mobile phone. And on the screen of the mobile phone was the family photo just taken. In fact, there was no need for Tang Mo to do these things at all. Her sea of consciousness had already reminded her that her mission in this world had been completed. The door would appear at midnight, and she could leave then. But after experiencing these worlds, Tang Mo found that he was very different from when he was just reborn. The most different thing was that she seemed to really feel something in all of this. What I feel is the sincere love between people, compared to the indifference and carelessness at the beginning. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he felt that he had become softer, and many of his views were different from those at the beginning. Indeed, there will always be many dirty things and disgusting people in the apocalypse, where the jungle prevails. But at the same time, no matter what this world becomes, there will never be a lack of love and being loved. Love is a human instinct that can change the world, and will never be erased by it. Therefore, at the end of Tang Dynasty, Su Jinshan and Zhou Jingyi were left with a farewell. Even though this farewell was a little pale, it was the last consideration she could do. And it was much better than saying goodbye without saying goodbye. After everything was done, Tang Mo quietly waited in the room for the arrival of 12 o'clock, waiting for the familiar glowing door to suddenly appear in your room, and then stepping in. This world is good, but Tang Mo is not nostalgic. This is not her world.
She has a more important mission waiting for her to complete. Chapter 450 Real World. This is not the first time that this door has entered the late Tang Dynasty. Even though her mental strength was very high, she still felt like her body was being torn apart. It's hard to imagine what ordinary people must feel when they pass through this door. Before she could open her eyes, the first thing she felt about the world belonging to the end of Tang Dynasty was cold. Bone-chilling cold. She didn't know whether it was because she had stayed in a comfortable world for too long, or because the world had become colder. Tang Mo felt that the environment in this world was much worse than before she left. Opening his eyes, he stood up from the snow, and then quickly ran into the mental protection circle not far away. Tang Mo's absence this time was not too long. When he came back this time, everyone lived well in large and small protective circles. Since the cold climate was temporarily isolated and food could last for a while, everyone lived in an orderly manner without being too embarrassed. Human wisdom is infinite, because after being trapped in this small protective circle for a long time, the snow outside has risen to the depth of an adult's thigh. In addition to sitting in a limited space, everyone came up with many simple games to prevent themselves from getting into trouble. Cards, chess, various self-created chess games. Tang Mo walked into the large protective circle and saw such lively scenes. Everyone's mental state was surprisingly good, as if they were trying to avoid being immersed in a sad atmosphere and trying to make themselves happy and forget their worries. It has to be said that entertainment is the best way for people to temporarily forget their worries and relieve psychological stress.
Master Patriarch, you are back.
The people in Wuxi village control the protective shield around the clock. Normally, the personnel are basically fixed, and few people come in or out. So as soon as Tang Mo entered the protective shield, the clan leader immediately discovered it and rushed over. Seeing Tang Mo standing here intact, the clan leader's eyes flashed with enthusiasm. Everyone knows that Tang Mo went in for the pearl of spiritual power, and now he has successfully come out of the second illusion. As long as you complete the last illusion, you can get the space pearl, and all 5 beads will be in the hands of humans. Then they can fulfill the wishes of all mankind.
Well, I'm back.
She could clearly see what the clan leader meant. But she was not just coming out of the second illusion. By the end of the Tang Dynasty, 3 illusions had been completed. When she stepped into the door, she could already feel that the space pearl had successfully appeared in her sea of consciousness. She has successfully integrated the pearl of spiritual power, the pearl of power, and the pearl of life in her sea of consciousness. Therefore, Tang Mo quickly adapted to the sudden appearance of the space pearl, as if it was already a part of her body. But just appearing is not enough. She has to successfully integrate it. This is the next most important plan in the late Tang Dynasty. I briefly asked the clan leader about the current status of the protection circle. The last time Tang Dynasty saved enough mental energy for them. Everything is fine now. The environment in the real world outside, as felt by the end of Tang Dynasty, was getting worse and worse. The temperature has dropped so much that it is now almost difficult for people to stay outside for even a minute. Fortunately, through ID watches, information has long been transmitted to the world. Most of the people with psychic powers have opened up their own large or small protective circles. And there are still many survivors in the world who are waiting for the day when the world can regain hope.
What do they do?
Tang Mo pointed to a few people in Wuxi village costumes sitting on the edge of the protective circle. There won't be any immigrants now. Who are these people sitting at the door waiting for?
They are psychics. And the protective circles on their bodies are very powerful. The outside world is too cold now. Once someone successfully completes the mission in the fantasy world and then falls into a snowdrift, he will be stunned for a moment. If you don't stand up, your whole body will be frozen to death. So in order to prevent unnecessary deaths and injuries, these people are the rescuers I specially arranged to wait here. The clan leader explained to Tang Mo carefully. Tang Mo nodded. She had to say that she had not misjudged the person. The clan leader was very attentive. With the clan leader here, everything big and small was well arranged, which made her feel relieved. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he went back to Lenny to say hello. She had not seen Yang Yang for a while and had grown up a lot. There are still some children in the protective circle, and Yang Yang has no shortage of children to play with here. There are also some experts and researchers who don't have any equipment or materials to use here. They have no choice but to kill the time and realize their self-worth. So they have to gather the children running around the base and start giving them lectures. It talks about some very complicated knowledge, and it doesn't matter whether they can understand it or not. Anyway, if you continue to talk about it in one go, you will always gain something. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone.
Mo. Please wait a while before going this time. Mom knows you have a heavy sense of responsibility. But don't get exhausted.
Lin looked at her daughter, who finally came back. Touching her hair. Lin knew that Tang Mo put a lot of pressure on her. But compared to her daughter's responsibility to save the world, Lin was more concerned about whether Tang Mo himself could not live well and be happy. Putting children in danger is something that makes every mother fearful. Rather than being a heroic mother, all mothers want their babies to be healthy and happy.
Well, I won't leave this time.
Tang Mo lay on Lin Yi's lap, enjoying his mother's caressing him. She had been someone else's daughter in both worlds. And now she finally returned to her mother. Tang Mo doesn't plan to tell everyone that she has obtained the space pearl for the time being, because she has not yet fused. Even if she fuses later, she will face a bigger problem. If she told everyone about this now, everyone's eyes would be on her, which would put even more pressure on her. Don't talk about it until it's done. This was Eli's style in the late Tang dynasty.
Isn't Qinling back yet?
She had been immersed in other worlds and was busy completing tasks early. It was not until she came back now that Tang Mo remembered that she and Qinling had not seen each other for a long time.
Xiaoqin came back right after you left. After he came back, he stayed here for a while to wait for you before leaving again. No, you came back not long after he left.
Lin joked with her daughter that only when she talked about things related to the Qinling Mountains could she feel that she was still a little girl in the late Tang dynasty. What a coincidence. Tang Mo sighed in his heart. But that's fine. While he hasn't come back yet, he has to speed up and wait for Qinling to come back and give him a surprise.
Chapter 451 Fusion. Tang Mo actually had some thoughts about the space pearl in his body that he had done several missions to obtain. In fact, before she got the bead, she had already thought of many ways to integrate it. Time is running out, and there is not much time left for the end of Tang dynasty.
So many people go to that illusion one after another, and I don't know how many will come back in the end.
On one hand, Lin Yi was happy that her daughter could return safely. But on the other hand, she lamented that because of the increasingly bad environment, more and more people are choosing to take risks to give themselves and all mankind a chance of survival. However, how many people can successfully come out of it? Lin Yi has stayed in this protective circle from beginning to end. No one knows better than her what the people inside are doing every day. How many people go out, and how many come back? There are people going out every day. But if you can see 2 or 3 people coming back a week, it would be a great joy. Even many people in the protective circle would stand on the edge whenever they had nothing to do, hoping that someone would appear in the snow not far away. Tang Mo thought a lot after listening to Lin Yi's words. She knew best how dangerous the illusion was. It may be a bit exaggerated to say that each illusion has a life of 10 deaths. But it is definitely about the same as a life of 5 deaths. To be able to successfully come out of that illusion requires not only absolute strength, but also courage, wisdom, and even luck. I won't talk about how terrifying the flesh dragons and vicious people he encountered in the first world at the end of the Tang dynasty were. But I'll just talk about the second mission world where he had a very easy time. If it weren't for the fact that in the late Tang dynasty, he had the space to store food in advance and took advantage of it. And he had the mental strength and force to deal with the bad guys. In fact, if he entered it with ordinary people, he would have died the same way. There is no free lunch in the world. And there are no free pearls of attributes. Lin Yi's words made Tang Mo start to think. Was it too cruel to conceal that he had successfully completed 3 mission worlds and obtained the space pearl? I am clean. But how many people are still rushing towards death even though they know there is little hope? After thinking about it, Tang Mo decided to give himself one night. If the space pearl was not successfully integrated tonight, according to his previous assumptions, he would tell everyone the news tomorrow to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. But if it was just one night, time would be a bit too tight. Tang Mo chatted with Lin Yi for a few more words, then got into a tent, set up a spiritual barrier outside, and told Lin Yi not to let anyone disturb her. I started practicing again just after I came back. Isn't it too hard? Lin Yi felt sorry for her daughter. In Lin Yi's heart, her daughter had just experienced all kinds of terrible things and worked too hard to come back. She should have a good rest. How did Lin Yi know that during the 6 months in the fantasy world, Tang Mo did not only eat and drink every day, but also lie down and watch TV dramas and read comics? Don't say it was hard. Just say it was the easiest time I had lived in the first few decades of the late Tang dynasty. As soon as Tang Mo got into the tent and set up the barrier, a white unknown object rushed over and bumped into the tent. Not only did he not get in,
But he also got a big but squat. Jingjing, you came too late. Momo has already gone in. Lin Yi looked at the piece of white flesh in a funny way and said, when Tang Dynasty entered the fantasy world, there was nothing he could do about pets, even pets that had been contracted. Therefore, since the extremely cold world, the late Tang Dynasty has always entered the fantasy world alone. Jingjing stayed in this protective circle. For others, staying in this protective circle for a long time is really boring. But it is so interesting for Jingjing. Ever since it was born in this world, there have never been so many people playing with it. Not only Lin Yi raises golden retriever Sesame, but also Yang Yang and Xian Xian. Both Xiao Dao and Lin Yi like it very much. Apart from not being able to see Tang Imo and missing her so much, there are almost no shortcomings. When Tang came back at the end of the Tang Dynasty, Jingjing and Jima were tired from playing and fell asleep at Xiao Dao's place. Their favorite thing was to play tricks on the third child. After playing tricks, the third child would scream in anger, but they didn't dare to really do it. Hit them both. After all, they are two pets of my sister-in-law's family, and they are my wife's darlings. This one is a fox and a dog, and their social status is much higher than mine. When Jingjing woke up, she immediately noticed Tang Mo's smell, but when she ran home as fast as she could, she was still a step too late. Tang Mo had already set up a barrier and entered the tent. Jingjing sat down against the tent in grievance. Her eyes filled with tears. It has not seen the end for a long time, and it is all its own fault. It would be fine if it were not playful. Jingjing decided to keep guard at the tent door so that Mo could see her as soon as he came out. Jingjing ran much faster than Jima. When Jima came back panting, Jingjing had already been sitting for a while, because the smell had been locked by the barrier. Shiji didn't know that the person inside was Tang Mo. But seeing Jingjing staying here, Jima simply lay down at the door of the tent and refused to leave. A while after Jima arrived, Xiao Dao came back holding Xian Xian. It should be said that Xiao Tao's life was not easy. Tang Mo originally thought that he would find a fighting partner, but he did not expect that he would find a nanny in the end. Not only to help take care of the elderly and children, but also to help take care of foxes and dogs. Sister! Sister! When Yang Yang saw her sister entering the tent and not allowing anyone to approach her, she squatted into a small ball at the door. When Xian Xian heard Yang Yang calling her sister, her eyes lit up and she also sat over. Xian Xian was rescued several times by Tang Mo. Although she didn't get along with Tang Mo for a long time, she relied on Tang Mo more than anyone else. At this time, Tang Mo didn't know that there were already 4 guardians squatting at the door of her tent, so there was no need to worry about safety issues. Xiao Tao looked at the 2 little dolls and 2 small animals squatting there, and felt funny. So she went to chat with Lin Yi. Xiao Tao and Lin Yi are very close to each other, and the two of them usually chat and pass the time without getting bored. Lin Yi and Wen Jianshu had discussed it and recognized Xiao Tao as their goddaughter. But even if Tang Mo now knows the situation outside, it doesn't make sense, because at this time, the Pearl of Space was being integrated in the late Tang Dynasty, and it had reached the most critical stage. Among the 5 attributes in the late Tang Dynasty, the spatial attribute was the one she was most familiar with and the least familiar with. The most familiar thing was because it was the first thing she came into contact with. Ever since she had the jade pendant, she had space in the late Tang Dynasty. The least familiar reason is that the spatial attribute was the only attribute with a value of 0 in the late Tang Dynasty. Chapter 452 Try. Although Tang Mo did not have spatial attributes, her use of space for so long still gave her some sense of spatial power, especially when she was fusing space treasures before. The process of fusing the 2 treasures also gave her a deeper and more 3-dimensional understanding of the attribute value of space. The previous process of integrating space treasures also gave the late Tang Dynasty a lot of ideas. For example, now, if 2 kinds of space treasures can be fused, can my own jade pendant and space attribute bead also be fused? From a theoretical perspective, the space attribute pearl contains a large number of spatial attributes and should be regarded as the most advanced space treasure. As long as the necklace can be successfully integrated with the space bead, the bead will naturally be integrated with itself. After all, in this process, Tang Mo had to expend a huge amount of mental energy, not only to guide the 2 treasures to fuse, but also to guide them to connect with his body. Tang Mo knew that this was just a theoretical idea, and she had no idea how practical it would be, and the mental power consumed in this way is undoubtedly huge. But after integrating the pearl of mental power and practicing continuously,
Tang Mo still has a little confidence in his mental power. Moreover, there are so many spatial treasures in your own space that you can temporarily absorb and use. The Jade Pendant has long recognized him, and he is familiar with it when integrated, even though the possibility of success is unknown. Under the current circumstances, Tang Mo has no reason not to try. Just do what he said. Tang Mo first took out all the mental energy supplies in his space and put them beside him in case of emergency. After all, during the integration process, your own space may no longer be usable. The huge spiritual treasures and the highest grade crystals slowly piled up the entire tent. Fortunately, Tang Mo had set up a layer of restrictions on the tent in advance. Otherwise, he didn't know how much of a riot it would cause. Tang Mo had already discovered when he was in the fantasy space that his Jade Pendant space could no longer be used after the mission world was opened. The Jade Pendant also disappeared around his neck. Tang Mo searched carefully and found that the Jade Pendant was in his sea of consciousness. The Pearl of Space is also in the sea of consciousness, which greatly facilitates Tang Mo's subsequent operations. Tang Mo found a comfortable place to do it, then spread thick bedding around himself and placed 2 bottles of mineral water. If by chance the fusion was successful, Tang Mo still remembered how exhausted he looked, so he had to be fully prepared this time. Taking a deep breath, Tang Mo began to mobilize the mental power in his body. The Pearl of Spiritual Power has been melted, and at this moment, it is obediently staying in Tang Mo's sea of consciousness and obeying Tang Mo's orders. The mental power slowly flows out of the mental power pearl, and then connects to the space pearl. Suddenly, the spirit pearl, Jade Pendant, and space pearl in the sea of consciousness at the end of the Tang dynasty were connected through spiritual power to form a triangle. The space pearl has not yet been domesticated at this time. Although it is in the sea of consciousness in the late Tang dynasty, it does have its own independent consciousness. At this moment, I felt that something was trying to touch or even invade me, and I was very resistant. If this attribute pearl is compared to a living creature, then under normal circumstances, if you want to fuse it, you will need to put in a lot of efforts of the same attribute, such as before the end of the Tang dynasty, to let your body's critical value reach the maximum point. Only then can the energy inside the beads be stimulated and then fused independently. Just like if you want a small tree to bloom and bear fruit, you must constantly water and fertilize it. But this is a long process, and what Tang dynasty lacks most now is time. What's more, if it's strength and spirit, Tang Mo can still use it through continuous output. Even with his vitality, Tang Mo could push himself to the critical point in order to break through. But the spatial attribute did not exist in the late Tang dynasty. So what should we do? Is it by accessing things over and over again in your own space? But that space was not Tang Mo's own space. It was just a medium for exotic treasures. Besides, every time the space was used in the late Tang dynasty, mental power was used. So it's really hard to say what it was that he exercised in the end. The current fusion method was the first one that Tang Mo came up with, and it was also the only one. If this didn't work, then Tang Mo actually didn't know what to do next. Fortunately, although the space bead resisted, after all, the mental power bead still had its little friend Jade Pendant. Although the power of the Jade Pendant was weak, 2 compared to 1, the space bead was still weak. The 3 parties were like this. It started as a tug-of-war between the 3 sides, and then quickly turned into a tug-of-war between the 2 sides. Although all this was done in Tang Mo's sea of consciousness, it was more painful than the physical tearing. When fusing space treasures before, Tang Mo knew how much mental power it would take to fuse space. But what I didn't expect was that the mental power required to fuse the space pearl was far greater than Tang Mo's imagination. The spiritual power flows continuously from the spiritual pearl, and the consumption is too huge. Seeing that his companions had consumed too much, Yupeng also released his weak space attributes in the sea of consciousness, and then twisted them into a rope with his mental power to fight against the space pearl. Although the spatial force is very weak, it makes a big difference if it has one more point. Then it is not a confrontation between mental power and spatial force, but a confrontation between the 2 attributes of mental power plus spatial force, and the single attribute of spatial force. In fact, this space force does not belong to the late Tang dynasty, but completely belongs to the Jade Pendant itself. Perhaps it was because he stayed with Tang Mo for too long. But the Jade Pendant seemed to burst out with some of its own consciousness, and took the initiative to help Tang Mo. The battle in the sea of consciousness was actually going very smoothly. But the Pearl of Space was gradually losing ground, and began to show signs of decline. But even so, Tang Mo was still in great pain. His clothes were all wet with sweat, and even his hair was soaked. The Sea of Consciousness is the place where people are most entangled, and the consequences of even a little damage are extremely serious. And forcibly merging here is undoubtedly the most risky decision. The mental power connecting the Jade Pendant and the Space Pearl is getting shorter and shorter, and the distance between them is getting closer and closer, which means that success is not far away. But every second of this process, Tang Mo wanted to give up. The pain that penetrated into the bone marrow was no longer something ordinary willpower could endure. Even at this moment, Tang Mo felt that death was not so scary anymore, and was the only relief. Just stop. This voice kept ringing in my head. As long as you stop, everything will be over. What does it matter if you merge later? Chapter 453, The Meaning of Persistence. But Tang Mo knew that he couldn't give up now, and persisted no matter what the consequences. Because she is too aware of her current physical condition. And regardless of whether she succeeds or not, her Sea of Consciousness has been damaged beyond recognition. If she fails this time, she will have no way to recover in a short time. Now that the Space Pearl is on her body, everyone is waiting for her. She can't fall yet. Tang Mo's spiritual pearls were almost exhausted. Fortunately, she placed all the energy-providing treasures in the space around her in advance. She quickly absorbed everything she could absorb around her, and those things turned into energy and entered her Sea of Consciousness, and then passed to the Space Pearl through the spiritual pearl. Because all of Tang Mo's mental energy was currently involved in this tug-of-war, and his attention could not be taken into account in all places. The restrictions outside the tent were slightly loosened, and just a little bit of looseness. The energy leaking out from it is huge. The first thing I felt was Jingjing, which originally had the attribute of mental power. Although it was just a little idle fox, the mental power contained in Jingjing was huge, almost like a pearl of mental power. In addition, Jingjing signed a contract with Tang Mo, so it was the first to feel the loosening of Tang Mo's strange restrictions. Jingjing, who was lying leisurely at the door of the tent, suddenly stood up, and then pawed hard at the tent, trying to get in. But the restriction was only loosened and did not disappear. Jingjing could not get in. Mo encountered danger inside. This was the only thing on Jingjing's mind. The more she couldn't get in, the more anxious she became, and she dug harder at the tent. Jingjing! No! Mo is inside, so it can't be disturbed now. Both Lin Yi and Xiao Tao knew that if Tang Mo said he didn't want to be disturbed, he must be doing something important, and they absolutely couldn't disturb her. Lin Yi is an ordinary person, and Xiao Tao has a strength attribute. Neither of them can feel the energy fluctuations leaking out of the tent after the restrictions are loosened. Xiao Tao tried to hold Jingjing, who was suddenly agitated, from disturbing Tang Mo. But Jingjing's suddenly crazy strength couldn't even hold Xiao Tao back. Xiao Tao wanted to carry Jingjing away, but she was kicked by Jingjing. The force was so strong that even Xiao Tao, a power user with the attribute of strength, took a few steps back. Xiao Ao was stunned and stopped moving. Of course she wasn't stunned because of the pain from the beating. She just had never seen Jingjing like this before. She spent a long time with Jingjing. Jingjing's temper was so good that even Yang Yang and Xian Xian didn't get angry when they teased her. What happened now? Seeing Jingjing's appearance, Sesame, Yang Yang and Xian Xian took a few steps back, not daring to step forward. But their eyes were all concerned. They were not afraid. They were just worried about what happened to Jingjing. It seems that Mo encountered a situation inside. Lenny looked at the tent and said worriedly. Within the protective circle, all the mental attribute users suddenly opened their eyes wide, because everyone suddenly felt a very strong spiritual force appearing in this protective circle. The power was fierce and rich, making them feel like weak animals feeling the tiger's breath, unable to help but tremble and want to surrender. Everyone felt the direction of the power and wanted to see who it was. But when everyone's eyes went to the end of the protective circle, an idea came to everyone's mind. The end of Tang Dynasty came back. But what is the tiger doing at the end of Tang Dynasty now? Boom! After gritting his teeth and persevering, the pearl of space in Tang Mo's mind finally couldn't hold on any longer. Like a flood, all the energy exploded, filling Tang Mo's Sea of Consciousness for a moment. The feeling of this majestic energy rushing around in the Sea of Consciousness was too familiar. Tang Mo knew that he had successfully integrated it this time. The bursting space force instantly swallowed and melted the jade pendant. And it was only at this moment that the fusion of the space pearl and the jade pendant was completed. The space pearl was fused by the late Tang Dynasty. But it was not because of the fusion of the jade pendant. The energy of the jade pendant is too small compared to the space pearl, so there is no way to get close after being repelled by the space pearl. Instead, Tang Mo's mental power continuously rushed into the space bead, causing the energy in the space bead to accumulate too much until it exploded. Before this, Tang Mo had never thought of using this method to complete the fusion of attribute beads in the body. After all, this is really a crazy and dangerous method. Not only will it have to endure huge pain, but if it fails, it is very likely that even the Sea of Consciousness in the late Tang dynasty will be destroyed. However, due to a strange combination of circumstances, the late Tang dynasty finally used this method. Most importantly, she succeeded. Not only did he successfully integrate the space pearl, but he also allowed the jade pendant to perfectly integrate into his body and become his own energy. From this moment on, Tang Mo was no longer a person possessing rare space treasures. This space truly belongs to her and her body. At the end of Tang dynasty, he finally succeeded in possessing spatial attributes, and was no longer a person with a spatial attribute value of 0. As for the energy in the exhausted spiritual pearl, not only was it fully replenished, but it also became more abundant. The spiritual power was originally poured into the pearl of space, and did not leave the Sea of Consciousness in the late Tang dynasty. And when the pearl of space explodes, the energy naturally returns to the Sea of Consciousness to be absorbed by the pearl of spiritual power. And it absorbed not only the original ones, but also the energy from all the exotic gemstones that Tang Mo had just absorbed. The spiritual pearl became more substantial and powerful. More powerful than the other fused beads in the late Tang dynasty.
I succeeded.
Tang Mo's sweat flowed from his forehead to the corners of his mouth, and finally dripped onto the quilt under him. But Tang Mo was smiling and happy, because her persistence and hard work were not in vain. She succeeded. After saying this last sentence, Tang Mo could no longer support his body, and hit the cushion next to him heavily. At the moment when Tang dynasty fell, the restrictions on the tent finally disappeared. At the end of Tang dynasty, he no longer had any strength left. At this moment, all survivors in the world received a strong reminder message on their ID watches. Congratulations to human Tang Mo for completing the fantasy mission and successfully obtaining and integrating the space pearl. At this point, humans have gathered all the attribute beads. As long as they are successfully integrated, any wish can be realized. Wish y'all good luck. Underneath this message are more than 100 pages of detailed instructions in dense fonts, all of which are rules related to the fusion of the 5 attribute beads. Chapter 454 Sensation. However, Tang Mo had completely lost consciousness at this time, so naturally he could not see the news that shocked the world.
Mo. She succeeded?
The message on the ID watch is a strong reminder. No matter what page your watch is currently on, the message will pop up directly, accompanied by a harsh prompt sound, until you click on the message to read it. Xiao Tao jumped up excitedly after reading the news. When she was chatting with Lin Yi just now, she also mentioned that Tang Mo was the first person to complete the mission in the 2 worlds. And he was also the most likely to be the first to obtain the space pearl. As soon as the front foot said this, the rear foot directly fused all the beads. This speed is really amazing. But when did Mo complete the 3 fantasy world tasks? Lin Yi and Xiao Tao both had the same doubts. But now is obviously not the time to wonder about these things. Now is the time to be happy. Looking towards the tent, I saw that a hole had been opened in the tent at this time, and Jingjing had already gotten in without knowing when. Xiao Tao and Lin Yi both followed in. But when they entered the tent, they found that Tang Mo was soaked and slumped on the mat on one side, and the rest of the mat was full of white ashes. And Jingjing was licking the sweat from Tang Mo's face.
Mo. What's wrong with you? Are you okay?
Xiao Tao knew that fusing the attribute beads was not an easy task, and Mo must be exhausted. So she explained it to Lin Yi. Although the 2 of them were worried, they were not too panicked. After all, it was announced on the ID watch that the beads were successfully fused in the late Tang dynasty, and did not fail. But why hasn't Mo woke up yet?
Godmother, you carry Mo into your tent first. Wipe her body and change her clothes. I'll call Lin Yu.
Xiao Tao asked Lin Yi to settle Tang Mo, and quickly ran to call Lin Yu. At the end of Tang dynasty, he was a psychic attribute user, and now he is obviously in a state of powerlessness. Xiao Tao, a power attribute user, has no way to do anything. He can only find someone with a strong mental attribute to take a look. Lin Yu happened to be at the base. In fact, Lin Yu also entered the first illusion world at the beginning. But it was not until the end of the Tang dynasty that Lin Yu came out of the first illusion world after a long time. One can imagine how dangerous things he experienced there. Lin Yu was naturally not afraid of danger, but his sister was not. Xianxian has become sensible. She knows that her brother has gone to a dangerous place. And there is a high possibility that he will never come back. During the days when Lin Yu left, Xianxian was depressed every day. Although Xiao Ao, Yangong, Sesame, and Jingjing were with her, she still lost a lot of weight visible to the naked eye. And she was worried that her brother would never come back. When Lin Yu finally came out of the fantasy world, Xianxian was already so haggard that she was almost out of shape. The little girl hugged her brother and cried loudly. She couldn't stop no matter what. Lin Yu's heart softened as he cried. Forget it. As long as humans can get the Pearl of Space, it will be fine. There are also the Qinling Mountains in the late Tang Dynasty. And there are so many powerful people. And I am not far behind. Lin Yu knelt down and hugged his sister, deciding never to leave again. Lin Yu in this life is very different from the Lin Yu he knew in the last life at the end of Tang Dynasty. Because Lin Yu in this life still had relatives and friends, and received a lot of care, love, and bonds. He did not inspire the bloodthirsty temperament in his body, but grew into a person who is cold on the outside and warm on the heart. There is also a man with warmth. Of course, although Lin Yu in this life is also on the Chinese ranking list, he is not at the top. Having a clearer understanding of his own strength and giving up venturing into the fantasy world early may not be a bad thing for Lin Yu. Originally, Lin Yu was practicing mental strength next to the tent with the patriarch of Wuxi village. Although he has stopped venturing into the fantasy world recently, his self-exploration has gone further and further. Lin Yu is no longer satisfied with using mental power to release the protective aperture. He is trying other methods of application, just like what she saw in the late Tang Dynasty and the people in Wuxi village. Because he usually helped Tang Yimo and the clan leader to manage the protection circle, Lin Yu had a good relationship with the clan leader and often discussed each other together. When he heard the world broadcast, he and his clan leader realized that the late Tang Dynasty could not be measured in human dimensions. Xiao Tao hurried over, explained clearly what she wanted to say in a few words, and shouted to them to hurry over and see how Tang Yimo was doing now. Didn't the beads have been successfully fused? When Lin Yu and Zhong Zhang heard that Tang Yimo was unconscious, they felt that the matter was not that simple. At this time, they no longer cared about the questions in their hearts, and hurriedly rushed to Lin Yi's tent with Xiao Tao. Lin Yi over there had already quickly cleaned Tang Yimo and put on new clothes, and was anxiously waiting for Xiao Tao to come back with his people. You guys are here. Come take a look at Momo. Seeing the person coming, Lin Yi immediately gave up her seat and temporarily suppressed her anxiety. She knew that even if she was worried now, she wouldn't be able to help at all. The tent was very large, covering dozens of square meters. After entering, Lin Yu and the clan leader knelt down next to Tang Yimo, and then used their mental power to check Tang Mo's physical condition. Lin Yu's mental power is stronger than that of the clan leader, but he is somewhat lacking in usage techniques. Tang Mo's powerful mental power blocked Lin Yu's mental power, leaving him unable to do anything. Feeling the hostility of Tang Mo's mental power, Lin Yu immediately withdrew his mental power and sat aside. The patriarch's method of spiritual healing was taught in the late Tang Dynasty. Using spiritual healing method to enter other people's bodies will not cause great rejection and can be more easily accepted. What's more, the healing patterns were very familiar to the spiritual power of the late Tang Dynasty. I felt that the spiritual power of the clan leader was a familiar healing power, and he had no intention of harming himself. After resisting for a while, he let them in. But still he maintains a defensive posture at all times, and will strangle them immediately as long as there is any sign of bad external mental power. It can be said that after Tang Yimo lost consciousness, even if the clan leader wanted to enter her body to check, it would be very dangerous. If he was not careful, it would turn into a suicidal observation. Fortunately, the sect leader checked the situation as quickly as possible, without being sloppy at all, and retreated as quickly as possible. How's it going? Is Momo okay? When will you wake up? After staying with the third child for a long time, Xiao Tao also became impatient and couldn't help but ask. Chapter 455. The situation is not good. How could this happen? How could this happen? After the clan leader's mental energy was withdrawn, his face became frighteningly pale. What's wrong? Has your mental power been backlashed? Lin Yu asked immediately. He had clearly felt the resistance of Tang Mo's spiritual power just now. Now looking at the clan leader's face, which was so pale, he thought he was attacked by Tang Mo's powerful mental power. Being attacked by such a powerful mental power is not a small thing. You must know that mental damage is different from physical damage. Even a little bit will be extremely painful and extremely difficult to recover.
No. My mental strength is fine.
The clan leader still hadn't recovered a bit. He couldn't maintain his half-crouched posture and sat down on the ground.
Zong Chief, what happened to her at MOMO? Did the fusion of the space pearl fail? Or is there something wrong?
The clan leader has always been responsible for protecting the circle, the basic food and drink of the people inside, and various trivial issues. Because of the relationship at the end of the Tang dynasty, he has always had a close relationship with Lin Yi's family. Lin Yi knew that the clan leader was a very reliable and steady person. If even the clan leader looks like this now, something might really happen to him. Lin Yi knew that it was important now, and it was not the time for her to lose control of her emotions. But she still couldn't help but her eyes were red, and she was holding her heart with her hand, feeling a little breathless. Xiao Tao on the side quickly noticed Lin Yi's strangeness and stretched out her hand to support her. But she was also looking at the clan leader worriedly, waiting for his answer.
The fusion of the space pearl in the late Tang dynasty did not fail. It was as successful as the information broadcast by the ID Watch.
Tang Mo completely lost consciousness and lost control of his mental power. So the spiritual power of the clan leader with healing ability could peek into Tang Mo's sea of consciousness. If anyone had any self-awareness in the late Tang dynasty, the spiritual power of the clan leader would be extremely close to the sea of consciousness in the late Tang dynasty. But it was also this time that the clan leader saw the real situation in Tang Mo's consciousness and realized what was going on in Tang Mo now. In the sea of consciousness at the end of the Tang dynasty, there were 5 luminous beads rotating around the center of the sea of consciousness. Those 5 beads all emit the same light, and even the energy contained in them feels the same. The clan leader knew that several beads had been fused in the late Tang dynasty before. So now that these beads were in exactly the same state, he knew that there was nothing wrong with the space bead. But the bad thing is that there is no problem with the beads in the sea of consciousness. But there is a problem with the sea of consciousness. If the human consciousness sea is compared to a container, then the sea of consciousness at this time in the late Tang dynasty was like a big explosion, and the outer wall was blown to pieces. Let's not talk about the energy disorder inside. Let's just say that this container is now broken into pieces and can no longer contain any spiritual power. According to common sense, if the sea of consciousness is broken in this way, the energy in the sea of consciousness will be scattered to all parts of the human body, because the human body is too fragile and has no guidance from subjective consciousness. The mental power of the riot can directly cause a person's body to explode. But the situation at this time in the late Tang dynasty was a little special, because the 5 beads in the sea of consciousness were rotating regularly. Most of the energy in the sea of consciousness was still hovering around these beads. Only a small amount of energy was disobedient and slightly disordered. But that small amount of energy would not have much impact on Tang Mo's body for a while. So now a balance is maintained for the time being. But as time goes by, the number of disobedient mental powers will increase. When Tang Mo accumulates too much mental power in his body, he will one day explode and die. Although Tang Mo's physical strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people, her mental strength is also unmatched by ordinary people, which will make danger come faster. After the clan leader calmed down, he carefully told the people present what he had learned and guessed about the situation. A situation like this in the late Tang dynasty can be summed up in one sentence. With the sea of consciousness so damaged, a normal person would have died the second the sea of consciousness exploded. And even if he didn't die, he would have become a fool. But at the end of the Tang dynasty, fate was great, and he still had some breathing space. As for when he will wake up, and how he will wake up, no one knows. After the clan leader finished speaking, several people present fell silent. Even people who don't understand mental power know how seriously a person's consciousness is injured, let alone the explosion of consciousness, which is something that they dare not even think about.
Is there no way to repair the sea of consciousness?
Tears fell from the corners of Lin Yi's eyes. When Tang Mo went into the fantasy world to do tasks, she prayed outside every day, praying that her daughter would come back safely. But I didn't expect that people would come back from the illusion world safely, only to encounter something like this again. It's all because of her incompetence as a mother that her daughter always carries such a heavy burden and is always in danger. This time, before the clan leader could speak, Lin Yu shook his head.
It is impossible to repair the sea of consciousness. Not to mention that it cannot be achieved in itself. First of all, no one can even approach the sea of consciousness in the late Tang dynasty. Even if someone like the clan leader can enter the sea of consciousness in the late Tang dynasty, he wants to truly repair it. If you get up, it will be at least 10 times stronger than the mental power of Tang dynasty.
Lin Yu's last words directly sealed all possibilities of repairing the Sea of Consciousness in the late Tang Dynasty. 10 times more powerful than the late Tang Dynasty? Who doesn't know that Tang Mo is the #1 psychic attribute user in China's rankings? There are no mental attribute users who can match her, let alone 10 times more than her. Even if he really started working hard from now on. With Tang Mo's current physical condition, he wouldn't be able to wait until someone surpasses him in 10 or 8 years. Besides, even if the end of the Tang Dynasty can wait, the increasingly severe illusions in this apocalyptic world cannot wait. When that day comes, whether there will still be human beings in this world is still a question.
Then, is there really no other way? Is there no way at all? Can you trade me for Momo's life?
Lenny couldn't control her emotions anymore, and tears fell down in large numbers. She stretched out her hand and touched Tang Mo's cold face, wishing that she could bear such pain and die for her daughter at this moment. Since the end of the world, Tang Mo's character seems to have changed. He has been smart and independent since he was a child, and he will be even more so after the end of the world. Although the journey towards the end of the Tang Dynasty seemed smooth to outsiders, he climbed up step by step and became a being that everyone looked up to and respected. But in Lin Yi's heart, Tang Mo will always be her little daughter. A daughter she is willing to protect with her life. Chapter 456 Method.
If there is someone whose attribute value far exceeds that of the patriarch, there might be a way.
The clan leader shook his head. Even at this moment, he couldn't think of any other way.
There is all kinds of energy in the Sea of Consciousness. It should not only be reparable by those with mental attributes, but also any other attribute.
The calmest person present at this time was probably Lin Yu. It wasn't that Lin Yu didn't care about Tang Mo, but that he cared too much. Only then did he realize that in this situation, he could only think of the most effective way to stay calm as much as possible. Only in this way can we save the end of Tang Dynasty.
Energy of other attributes can also repair the Sea of Consciousness. Although it is difficult for the mental power of those attributes to leave the body and enter other people's bodies, it is not impossible if there are spiritual attribute superpowers and the guidance of crystal stones.
The clan leader thought about it carefully and said, theoretically speaking, this method is also feasible. But it is only theoretically speaking, because Tang Dynasty's attribute value was not only the first in mental attributes, but also the first in all attributes in China. It was still impossible to find someone whose attribute values far exceeded hers.
One person can't do it. Can we find the energy of more people? We can twist our strength into a rope, so that we can restore the Sea of Consciousness in the end of Tang Dynasty.
Lin Yu thought quickly, and quickly thought of another way. After I said it, the more I thought about it, the more reliable it became. I just wanted to call someone to implement it in the next second. Although Xiao Tao and Lin Yi didn't understand much about this, they listened hard and thought Lin Yu's method was good. After all, the mental power of other attributes can be realized through the guidance of mental power. So it is not difficult to merge the mental power of other different attributes into one. 3 pairs of eyes looked at him, and the clan leader felt even more sad. He even felt that he couldn't bear to say the next words. And he always wanted to keep giving people despair.
No, because not all energy can enter Grandmaster's body. Just like Lin Yu, your spiritual attributes are excluded. Other people's energy will be excluded. Can you find someone who can let Grandmaster's spiritual power? It's very difficult not to reject it. And it's almost impossible to find so much energy that Grandmaster doesn't reject.
The clan leader shook his head. There is almost no possibility. First of all, he has spiritual attributes, and then his healing power was inherited from the late Tang Dynasty. The pattern he created was familiar to the late Tang Dynasty. Finally, and the most important thing is his aura, which the late Tang Dynasty recognized. And just now, in the Sea of Consciousness of the end of Tang Dynasty, the spiritual power of the end of Tang Dynasty had a sense of trust in his own spiritual power. That proves that Tang Mo himself trusts him. And only with his other 2 points can he successfully enter Tang Mo's Sea of Consciousness. And it's just an entry. If I really do something, I don't know if it can still be so smooth. It is really difficult for people to satisfy these 3 points at the same time. First of all, only some people in Wuxi village can heal in the spiritual attribute. This thing cannot be learned by giving you patterns. It requires extremely high talent. Among this group of people, there was no one else but himself who could be known and trusted by Tang Mo. What's more, even if trust is excluded, it is not certain whether the mental attributes of these people who only meet the first 2 can reach the attribute values of the late Tang Dynasty, let alone far surpass them. The clan leader's words made the atmosphere heavy again. At this moment, Lin Yu also knew how difficult this was. In terms of attribute values in the late Tang dynasty, only the top 10 people in the Chinese rankings together could repair her sea of consciousness. But Tang Mo's temper was well understood by everyone present. Even Lin Yu couldn't get close to him. So only Lin Yi was the only one. Perhaps there is another person. Lin Yu suddenly thought of a person. Qin Ling. Lin Yu knew the relationship between Qin Ling and the late Tang dynasty. And Qin Ling's attribute value was extremely high. It ranked second in the Chinese rankings, and could be said to be the person closest to the attribute value of the late Tang dynasty.
If it's Qin Ling, maybe it shouldn't be rejected,
Lin Yu said silently.
I know his attributes may not be enough, but he still has a pearl of agility in his body.
Lin Yu added another sentence. The clan leader was stunned for a moment and said nothing. He immediately opened his ID watch, opened the message he had just been reminded of, and then carefully looked at the regulations inside. Lin Yu knew that the clan leader understood what he meant, and the two of them should have thought of it together now. Then, he quickly opened the description and looked at it line by line. Lin Yi and Xiao Tao were already listening very hard. But at this moment, they still didn't know what they were talking about. Not sure what they were looking for in that manual. But seeing that both of them were very serious, Lin Yi and Xiao Tao didn't dare to disturb them. They just silently opened the manual and read it bit by bit, hoping to find some useful information that they could understand. After a while, when Jianchu came back from outside the tent. When Jianchu has also been very busy since he entered this protective circle. After all, there are more and more people in this protective circle, and the clan leader is unable to do all the work on his own. Therefore, the clan leader is mainly responsible for the maintenance of the protective cover and the safety of personnel. As for the issue of personnel order and food, all the power was given to Wen Jianchu. And Lin Yu, Xiao Tao, and Lao San's people all worked for Wen Jianchu. After all, this protective circle was built in the late Tang dynasty. And even the Qinling Mountains came later. The third child and his group are also idle here. Now that Qinling Mountains are away, they help the sister-in-law's family. When Jianchu was used to being a leader. In the past, more people who were leaders did not panic. Now, a small protective circle is naturally in order. Today, the personnel in the protection circle are in good order and public safety is good. Thanks also to Wen Jianchu. As soon as Wen Jianchu came in, he saw Mo lying on the bed, with a weak and unconscious look on his face. While the other people in the tent were looking at their watches intently, as if they were possessed by evil spirits.
Honey, what's going on?
Wen Jianchu also looked worried. Seeing Wen Jianchu, Lin Yi, who had just calmed down a little, immediately collapsed again, and tears flowed down.
Jianchu. Mo.
Lin Yi's words were incomplete when she cried.
Auntie, you and Xiao go out to take care of Yang Yang and Xian first. I'll talk to Uncle Jianchu here.
There is no use for Lin Yi and Xiao Tao staying here now. In order to avoid their emotional collapse, it is more appropriate for them to go out and take care of the children. It would be bad if another person faints before Tang Mo wakes up. Lin Yu asked Xiao Tao to take Lin Yi out first. Chapter 457 waiting for him to come back. Just now, Yang Yang and Xian also saw Tang Mo being carried in, and they were worried about not letting them enter the tent. However, children are not fools either. Now the two of them are not in the mood to play, so they are just standing guard next to the tent.
What happened?
After Lin Yi and Xiao Tao went out, Wen Jianchu asked with a solemn expression. At this time, he already understood that the situation in front of him must be very difficult and not a trivial matter.
At the end of the Tang dynasty, she fused with the Pearl of Space, but the method may have been extreme and damaged the Sea of Consciousness.
Lin Yuyan explained concisely and comprehensively. Although Wen Jianchu is not a superpower, his intelligence and strategic abilities are beyond the comparison of ordinary people. So he is very respected both in the previous base and in the current protection circle. Although he has no superpowers, he is no stranger to the issue of superpower attribute values. He has even read more information than those with superpowers.
Did you hurt the Sea of Consciousness?
When Jianchu's face became more solemn, he knew that the damage to the Sea of Consciousness was very serious and almost irreversible.
The attribute value must far exceed that of the late Tang dynasty and must not be rejected by her, in order to be able to repair her Sea of Consciousness,
the clan leader added.
But now there is a way.
Lin Yu looked at the clan leader, wanting to confirm whether the same thing he had just thought about as the clan leader could really be realized. Although Lin Yu had just found the answer he wanted in the dozens of pages of instructions, he was still not sure. The clan leader looked at Lin Yu looking at him, and knew what it meant. So he nodded.
The only way now is to wait for Qin Ling to come back. Qin Ling's mental power should not be rejected by Tang Mo. And although his attribute values are lower than Tang Mo, there is still a pearl of agility in Qin Ling's body that has been fused for his use. As long as Qin Ling's attribute value comes into contact with Tang Mo's Sea of Consciousness, the energy of the pearl of agility is transferred to Mo Tang's Sea of Consciousness to repair the Sea of Consciousness. And Mo Tang should be able to wake up. This is the theoretical support that Lin Yu found after searching for a long time. Why do you need people with much higher attribute values than Tang Mo? Because the energy to repair the Sea of Consciousness will stay in Tang Mo's body and be converted into her energy, which cannot be recovered. And if a person with slightly lower attribute values loses so much energy all at once, it will cause great damage to his body. Not only that, but after outputting so much energy, will he still have the strength to control the output of energy to repair the Sea of Consciousness? One question. But Qin Ling does not have this problem. Although its attribute values are theoretically not enough. But to a certain extent, his energy is divided into two parts, which means that the pearl of agility in his body can be separated and given to Tang Mo alone. Such separation will cause much less damage to people. Although the energy in the pearl of agility has been integrated with Qin Ling, it is not native energy after all. As for why Qin Ling's energy would not be rejected in the late Tang dynasty, there is no need to explain this. Not to mention Lin Yu and Jianchu and the others. Anyone who knows them, and has eyes will not fail to see it. Although they didn't say anything clearly, the two of them had no intention of hiding it anymore. Qin Ling should be back soon. Hearing that there was still a way, when Jianchu finally felt relieved. Just wait until Qin Ling comes back. With Qin Ling's ability, no one thought that he would not be able to come back. But there is another problem, which is the fusion of the 5 beads. The clan leader continued to follow Lin Yu's words. If they were just confirming that one possibility, they wouldn't go through the explanation for so long. There was another piece of bad news, which was also confirmed by them. 5 beads fusion? Mo already has 4 fused in his body. If Qin Ling can give the one he fused to Tang Mo, wouldn't it be possible to directly fuse the 5 beads? This is a double happiness. When Jianchu didn't understand that Mo was only missing 1 bead at this time, after Qin Ling gave her his own, wouldn't everything be just right? There is nothing to worry about. It's not that simple. 5-bead fusion requires 5 fused beads to be fused in a person's Sea of Consciousness. But once the Pearl of Agility in Qin Ling was performed to repair the Sea of Consciousness in the late Tang Dynasty, it is directly integrated into the repair of the Consciousness Sea in the late Tang Dynasty. In other words, if the bead is used for repair, it will be consumed. At that time, there would no longer be 5 pearls in the world, and there would be no fusion. So the desire to return mankind to a peaceful and prosperous age would naturally cease to exist. The clan leader didn't say the rest of the words, but several people present understood it clearly. But even if the last bead is not used to repair the Sea of Consciousness in Momo, there will only be 1 bead left, and there is no way to complete the fusion of the 5 beads. When Jianchu raised the question from another angle, no, if Qi Ling's energy can successfully enter the Sea of Consciousness in the late Tang Dynasty, it can not only repair, but also plunder. Regarding all matters related to the attribute pearl, the description is very clear and not even vague. Any speculation can be based on it. After all that needed to be said, the tent fell into silence. Sang-er looked at Tang Mo, who was still unconscious at this moment, and didn't know what to say. A huge scale seemed to appear in front of him. One end of the scale was the hope of all mankind, and the other end of the scale was the end of the Tang Dynasty. This choice is too cruel and difficult. No one can make a choice right away. Let's wait for Qin Ling to come back first. In the end, when Jianchu said something, temporarily shelving the matter of making a choice. Now that Qin Ling has not come back, it is useless for them to think anything. The tent became quiet again, and everyone retreated, leaving Tang Mo with a quiet resting space. Tang Mo heard all the conversations and everything that happened in this tent. Tang Mo's current feeling was very familiar, especially the feeling of separation between her soul and body after her first death. She couldn't feel her body, let alone control it, but she gradually regained consciousness. But this consciousness is like gas without a container, floating somewhere. Tang Mo felt as if she didn't belong to this world now, because she didn't know where she was or whether she was dead. She seemed to be looking at the world and everything happening around her body from a third perspective. Are you dead? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he suddenly remembered that Suyin, the client of the previous mission world, continued to look at that world from his perspective for a while after his death.
I am in that state now. Chapter 458 Choice. But Tang Mo felt something was different. Even though he had no way to control his body and consciousness now. But she vaguely felt that there was still a trace of spiritual power left in her consciousness that was connected to the broken sea of consciousness. Tang Mo knew that the spiritual power in his consciousness really wanted to return to his body. But the container it contained was broken, and he could not return. If the sea of consciousness can really be repaired, she can still go back. Just like what the clan leader in Lin Yu said. If the sea of consciousness can be repaired, she should be able to wake up. But what they said is the price to pay for repairing the sea of consciousness. Tang Mo felt that it was not necessary. She has lived 2 lifetimes. In fact, she has lived enough. She has experienced everything that should be experienced, and should not be experienced. It is worth it. In fact, in the memory of the late Tang dynasty, the days before the end of the world seemed to have passed for a long time. So long that she almost couldn't remember that she had experienced such beautiful days. She didn't have much nostalgia for this world in the late Tang dynasty. And the only ones she missed were her relatives, friends and lovers. Living itself is not important. What is important is that the people she cares about can be well. This is the goal that Tang Mo set for herself when she was reborn in this life. All this time, she has worked so hard just so that those she cares about can live a better life. But now, if it were to allow her to wake up and continue living, but to block all the paths to hope for survivors all over the world, that would be too cruel. And it was not the result she wanted at the end of the Tang dynasty. Don't save me! Tang Mo thought about it. But she couldn't make any sound or react. She could only wait for other people's decisions. On the other side, Wen Jianshu, the clan leader, and Lin Yu had very complicated thoughts after they returned. For Wen Jianshu, he liked his stepdaughter in the late Tang dynasty very much. From the bottom of his heart, he felt that the child must be strong and somewhat like him. He admires children like Tang Mo very much, and hopes that Yang Yang can work as hard as his sister in the future and achieve his own results by working hard on his own. Even in Wen Jianshu's heart, he always regarded the end of Tang dynasty as his own child, just like Yang Yang. From the bottom of his heart, Wen Jianshu really wanted to save Tang Mo and wanted her to wake up. But Wen Jianshu grew up in a big family, and the education he received required him to have a broader vision and a higher structure. If the hope of all mankind is opposed to saving the late Tang dynasty, Wen Jianshu has no way to make a choice. It's not because the end of the Tang dynasty is unimportant, but no matter who is put on the other side of all mankind, even if it is Lin Yi, Yang Yang, or Wen Jianshu, they cannot easily and immediately make a choice that follows their heart. That night, Wen Jianshu couldn't sleep lying next to Lin Yi, thinking about many things over and over again. Sheep Yang was probably frightened by what happened during the day, and was still crying even in her dream. Obviously, Wen Jianshu was not the only one who couldn't sleep. Lin Yi reached out and hugged her son to comfort him little by little. Lin Yi's voice was particularly clear in the middle of the night, and she didn't look like she had just been woken up. Wen Jianshu knew that Lin Yi had not slept all night. I heard it all. After coaxing Yang Yang, Lin Yi said, Wen Jianshu responded, knowing that his wife beside him had not fallen asleep either. When he came out of the tent, Lin Yi didn't ask anything. He knew that Lin Yi heard everything outside. I don't care what any of you think. I must save my daughter. When Xinling comes back, I will go and tell him. I will kneel down for him. And I beg him. And I must let Mo wake up and be alive. Wake up! Unlike Wen Jianshu, Lin Yi did not hesitate at all on this matter. After hearing what they said outside the tent, Lin Yi immediately made up her mind. As long as there was any way, she would save her daughter. Wen Jianshu was shocked by Lin Yi's determined attitude. He thought that Lin Yi would make the choice without hesitation. But he never thought that Lin Yi's choice would be so decisive. If we save Mo, the world will never be what it was before. Doesn't that matter? Wen Jianshu sighed. This choice was too heavy. What does this world have to do with me? In the darkness, Lin Yi's voice did not waver at all. She is just Mo's mother. She is not that great. What about Yang Yang? It doesn't matter if we continue to live like this. Yang Yang has never had a good day since he was born. Can you bear it? Wen Jianshu continued to ask. Lin Yi, who originally sounded very calm, sat up with a sudden sound, her emotions bursting out. Wen Jianshu, are you speaking human language? Momo and Yang Yang are both my children, and I feel sorry for them. But you can tell your conscience. If it weren't for Momo, would Yang Yang be where he is now? Don't say anything good. Days, if there is no Momo,
Yang Yang. Me and you. We all have to go to see the King of Hell.
Lin Yi's voice was so loud that if their tent hadn't been the only one nearby, the people nearby would have been woken up.
Don't kidnap my daughter with your so-called righteousness and morality. Now you are starting to consider all mankind and the whole world. Why didn't you think about this matter when we didn't have these broken beads? Why didn't you go find these for you? A broken bead? Now that my daughter has been found, you asked her to donate it and started talking about the justice of all mankind. I think you are ungrateful.
Lin Yi's emotions exploded. Now her daughter is still in a coma, and her only thought is to wake Tang Mo up. As for what the world looks like, that is a problem of the world. And Mo did not make the world become like this. Why should she bear such a burden now? When Jianchu had never seen Lin Yi like this. Although he had always known that Lin Yi was tough at heart and had followed her mother in the late Tang dynasty. When Jianchu had never seen Lin Yi explode into hysterics. If everyone has a bottom line, then Lin Yi's bottom line is her child.
I know. I didn't say it's not important. I'm just asking.
Lin Yi's words also made when Jianchu suddenly enlightened. Yes, the world was already so bad. And it was not the late Tang dynasty that made the world bad. On the contrary, Tang Mo was the person who gave the most in the world. If it weren't for her, without the current protective shield and so much food, so many people wouldn't be able to survive. If she had to be sacrificed now to gain peace in this world, that person would be like Lin Yi said, a white-eyed wolf. So ungrateful. Chapter 459 Different Reactions. When Jianchu, who was still a little hesitant at first, also made his decision. When Jianchu stretched out his arms, wanting to hold his wife, who might have collapsed in his arms, and comfort her. But unexpectedly, Lin Yi pushed him away, hugged Yang Yang and turned to sleep. At least tonight. Because of when Jianchu's little hesitation. Even if it was reasonable, Lin Yi would not forgive him. Seeing his wife's attitude, when Jianchu felt very guilty, and felt that he was so inhuman, he decided that after Qinling came back, no matter whether things went smoothly or not, he would work hard to facilitate the matter so that Momo could wake up. On the other side, Xiaoao was simple-minded, and couldn't hold things in any longer. She had already told everything to her bedfellow Lao San. Xiao Tao was not idle when Lin Yi eavesdropped at the tent door, listening to every word inside with her ears raised. Although she didn't understand many things, there was one thing she heard clearly. That is, as long as Mo wakes up, the world will not go back to the way it was before. But if we must restore this world to its former prosperity and peace, then we will die. In Xiao Tao's mind, she thought simply, that as long as Mo could wake up, everything else didn't matter. If there was no Mo, there would be no other choice in this world. Right? This choice was given by Mo. So naturally, she didn't have to give it. The simpler the person, the simpler the problem is. But they can often come up with the most straightforward truth. But Xiao Tao knew that her choice in this matter was of no use at all. Qinling's choice would really count until Qinling came back. Xiao Tao knew Qinling, but not very well. So she was afraid that Qinling would make a different choice than hers. She couldn't sleep with such worries. So she told Lao San everything about her. The third child was shocked when he heard that something happened to his sister-in-law. But after hearing the whole story, he felt completely relieved.
Then just wait until the boss comes back. What are you thinking about here?
The third child didn't think this was anything at all.
Why are you so big-hearted? Momo is always so kind to you. Why don't you worry about her at all? You have no conscience.
Xiaoao was angry, as expected of her goddaughter, and her angry look was exactly the same as Lin Yi's.
Worry about what?
The third child's mind is simpler. He doesn't even understand what his wife is worried about.
First, the boss will definitely come back safely. Second, the boss will definitely give the pearl of agility to my sister-in-law. Then my sister-in-law will be safe and sound. It's just a matter of sleeping for a few more days. What are you worried about?
In the third child's mind, the sister-in-law is usually too tired, so it might not be a good thing to rest for a few more days now.
How do you know Qinling will definitely bring the bead to Mo?
Hearing what her man said, Xiao Tao breathed a sigh of relief, but still asked,
Don't worry, wife. I guarantee it with my life. You don't understand the boss. The boss.
The third child's voice became lower and lower. Xiao Tao was still waiting for him to say the next words. But after waiting and waiting, there was still no sound.
Hello.
Xiao Tao pushed the person next to her and realized that the third child was already fast asleep.
Heart as big as a pig.
Xiao Tao cursed. But she knew that the third child had been with Qin Ling for a long time. When he said such words with such determination, Xiao Tao felt relieved, and fell into a deep sleep soon after.
Brother, I can't sleep.
Lin used hint. Xianxian clutched the quilt tightly on one side. Xianxian is different from Yang Yang. She is already at a sensible age. Although she didn't know what happened in the tent, she still knew that Sister Tang Mo was in danger today. And until the end, her brother refused to let her see Sister Tang Mo, which made her very worried.
Is something going to happen to Sister Tang Mo?
After hesitating for a long time, Xianxian finally asked.
Does Xianxian like Sister Tang Mo?
Lin Yu did not answer his sister's question, but asked instead.
Yeah, I like it very much.
Xianxian answered quickly without any excuse.
Does Xianxian want to go back to the world before the end of the world? The life like in Sha Town before. Think.
There was also no hesitation. Although the little child has slowly overcome his fear of the world, no one does not miss the peace and happiness of the past.
If you want to return to the previous world, the price is that your favorite sister at the end of Tang Dynasty will die. What will Xianxian choose?
Lin Yu asked Xianxian the question. Xianxian reacted when she heard her brother's words. And then she was stunned for a long time and couldn't speak. This was the first problem in life she encountered at a young age. Xianxian thought seriously, but as she thought about it, she couldn't help crying.
I don't want Sister Tang Mo to die. I don't want it. Xianxian wants to go back to the old days. But if she wants Sister Tang Mo to die,
Xianxian doesn't want it. Sister Tang Mo didn't do anything wrong. She saved everyone. He is a great hero. Brother, please don't let Sister Tang Mo die.
The more Xianxian thought about it, the sadder she became. And finally she burst into tears. At a young age, she had already made her inner choice. Lin Yu quickly picked up his sister and coaxed her up, with a smile on his lips. As expected of her sister, she did not disappoint herself. Tang Mo's consciousness was floating in the air, and he listened to everyone's conversation. Although she has no body, her consciousness can wander around at will. And the range of wandering is the range that the mental power in Tang Mo's body can cover. The range was too large, which meant that everything that happened within this range, as long as Tang Mo thought about it, she could hear, see and feel everything. She can even see everything happening to everyone at the same time. Tang Mo and his mother have not been together for a long time. Since the end of the world, she has embarked on a journey alone. This journey may seem smooth to outsiders, but only Tang Mo himself knows the truth. In fact, her original intention was to live a good life for herself and the people she loved, to become a strong person and protect the people she wanted to protect, and to never end up like her previous life. Originally, her wishes were very small, and there were very few people she wanted to protect. But as the road went further and further, Tang Mo became stronger and stronger, and experienced more and more things. Tang Mo's wishes gradually became bigger, and she began to want more and do more. She saw more of the joys and sorrows of the family, and she began to have empathy. She began to understand that good and evil in the world are often not so clear-cut, and living in this cruel world is not easy for everyone. Chapter 460, Beyond the Free. I don't know since when Tang Mo has been burdened with more responsibilities. For this responsibility, Tang Mo was under greater pressure and suffered more. But she never complained, nor did she feel aggrieved or hard, because it was her own choice. She didn't think she was the Holy Mother. She just decided and wanted to do it from the bottom of her heart. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she never had the extravagant hope that anyone could understand her. But now she discovered that those grievances that she had never cared about turned out to be someone who cared more about them than herself. It turns out that the love in this world is not empty. What you give will always be returned to you in another form, giving you strength when you are about to wither. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she realized that she was not a hypocritical person, and there was nothing that she couldn't bear. Everything she did was based on her current heart. But man is a strange creature. I don't feel anything when no one cares about me. But when someone can truly understand you and speak for you and stand firmly on your side, I feel sour and unbearable.
Fortunately, I don't have a physical body now. Otherwise, I would be really embarrassed.
Tang Mo laughed at himself. She seemed to be crying more and more recently. At this moment, Tang Mo suddenly felt a little connection between himself and his body. Although it was fleeting, Tang Mo really felt it. Tang Mo immediately concentrated on feeling the connection, but failed.
Huh? Is it that little bee that can't bear to leave me and comes to find me?
Tang Mo knew that his current sea of consciousness had been shattered. and his energy inside was basically chaotic. But there are still some small beads in the sea of consciousness, which are both integrated with oneself and have independent existence. Of course, there is still a fused jade pendant in the sea of consciousness, but the power is too small. It is estimated that even if I miss myself, I have more than enough intention but not enough power. Before the energy comes out, it will be wiped out. In fact, if he still had a certain connection with his body, the shattering of the sea of consciousness would not be a completely unsolvable problem for Tang Mo. Although her own energy is in chaos and cannot be used, she can activate her fused beads to repair her sea of consciousness. Although that would also destroy one bead and make it impossible to fuse 5 beads. But if he wanted to survive, compared to using beads from Qinling, Tang Mo still felt that it was better to use his own beads. If Tang Mo felt that she could survive with her own beads, then using Qinling's beads to let Qinling and everyone else make a choice between herself and the world, then Tang Mo really didn't think so. She felt from the bottom of her heart that she didn't want it. Instead of doing that, it would be better to end it like this. Perhaps deep down in Tang Mo's heart, she was still afraid of facing the consequences of her choice. But she just refused to admit it. But now she has no connection with her body at all. So naturally there is no way to integrate it with herself. If you come to me, I will give it a try. If you don't come, it's your life. Forget it. Tang Mo's words were addressed to the beads in her body. Since the beads didn't have ears, they couldn't hear her. Maybe Tang Mo just said this to himself. And in the sea of consciousness that Tang Mo could not feel at all, there was a bead that was slightly glowing pink. That bead was not an attribute bead, but a strange bead that had been discovered before the end of the Tang dynasty. The bead was also full of energy. The last time he saw it in the late Tang dynasty, it was only the same size as the attribute bead. Just tonight, the bead suddenly grew bigger again. It was because of the sudden increase in energy that he had a weak connection with Tang Mo. Tang Mo had previously studied what the bead that suddenly appeared in her body was. But then she discovered it. Every time in the mission world, when I am moved and start to have real emotions when facing separation, the number of beads will increase. The energy in that bead is no worse than any attribute bead, because it comes from Tang Mo's own body and does not need to be fused. That bead contained her feelings and love, but it would be too silly to call it the Pearl of Love. So in the late Tang dynasty, it was named the Pearl of Sensibility. The energy inside was very powerful, but Tang Mo tried many times but couldn't use it. It seems to have neither attack power nor defense power, and it has no effect other than making oneself more emotional. As time went by, Tang dynasty stopped studying it. Anyway, it was harmless to his body, so he just left it there. What made Tang Mo even more speechless was that this Pearl of Sensibility was pink and glowed pink all over. This ambiguous color made Tang Mo, a straight woman, speechless, and she couldn't even ignore it intentionally. If possible, Tang Mo really wanted to hide the bead in the sea of consciousness to make it less dazzling. But unfortunately, he didn't have time to think of a way. The consciousness cannot return to the body, and there is nowhere to stay. At the end of Tang dynasty, he simply went to play outside the protective circle. Since entering the Ice Age, the late Tang dynasty has not taken a good look at the world. At the beginning, I was busy building a protective circle to save people. And then I was busy establishing order. Finally, when the mission world opened, I was busy entering the mission world to complete the mission and obtain the beads. And then I was busy fusing the beads. And finally it became like this. As for the world where he really lives, except for the scope inside the protective circle, Tang Mo can be said to have no idea what it is like outside. It's better to go on a trip. Tang Mo happily made his decision. The range of her mental power is extremely wide. Enough for her to go very far. I didn't have time or energy before. But now that I'm free, why not let yourself experience this glacier world? Tang Mo was in a good mood. His consciousness wouldn't exist for long anyway, so he might as well have fun. The world is so big that it is difficult to see the whole thing. It is a pity not to be able to appreciate all the scenery. But there is joy in advancing an inch. At the end of Tang dynasty, the words of the ancients suddenly came to mind. How is another book written? If you give me 3 days of light. Tang Mo felt that he now looked very much like the heroine in that book. Only a little less tragic, and a little more happy and comfortable. If it was in the Ice Age, even if she had a mental protective shield in the late Tang dynasty, her movements would be restricted. But since she became a conscious body, she no longer has this problem at all. Tang Mo only felt like a free bird. Oh! No. It was a bird equipped with a fully automatic engine. All the things that Tang Mo was burdened with seemed to be removed at this moment, leaving only relaxation and happiness. Chapter 461 The Earth on Earth. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he allowed himself to drift out of the human gathering place, and then slowly drifted all the way, looking at the earth below. When you float low, you can see that the earth is a piece of white snow, pure and flawless, and there are unexplored areas everywhere. It puts people in a holy and beautiful artistic conception, and completely forgets that it is such patches of white that bring mankind to life, entering into a state of mortality. Many times heaven and I can be the same thing. It all depends on where you are. And obviously judging from Tang Mo's current sad state of not even having a body, anywhere is heaven, because nothing could be worse. If the heyday was full of prosperity, and the apocalypse before the Ice Age was a row of ruins and desolation, then the current apocalypse is nothing but a blank, like a huge white canvas with nothing on it. The white color makes all the desolation disappear, and the thickness of the snow buries all the ruins and the horrific traces left behind. No one has any sense of direction on such a land, and Tang Mo completely lost her direction a few minutes after leaving the base. She didn't care where she was going now. At this time, she was like a little pony that had escaped from the rains, happily looking at the scenery, which was far away and close, high and low. She was so unhappy and had a great time. In the white snow, Tang Mo saw many small human gathering places. There are dozens of people in the slightly larger ones, a dozen or even a few people in the smaller ones. Without exception, there are protective shields held up by people with mental abilities among the crowd. Since entering the Ice Age, the late Tang Dynasty had not seen anyone else except those who came out of their own gathering place. I floated over curiously, wanting to see how people survive. Tang Mo was really curious. After all, she had left so much food for everyone at her gathering place. But where would other people find food in this ice and snow? Tang Mo floated to the small gathering spot and observed their lives and every move. It turns out that these people's mental protection methods were learned from the information in the forum when the Ice Age first came. The publisher was of course Tang Mo. With the protective cover, the most basic life is saved. But if you want to survive, there are still too many things to do. First up is the food. At that time, the world suddenly changed, and the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Naturally, the panicked people did not consciously bring much food with them. Then if you don't have any inventory, you have to start looking for food. In this world of ice and snow, let alone meat, you can't even see the grass. People could only focus on the ground, and they began to dig downwards. The most useful attribute in this Ice Age is spiritual power, because only spiritual power can build a shelter. The second most useful thing is vitality. In the past, vitality could be said to be the most useless thing. But now in these cold and hungry days, people with strong vitality will suffer a lot less, and the pain they feel will be greater than the average number of people is much less. Other abilities were basically of no use at the beginning of the Ice Age. But ever since people began to turn their attention underground, people with strength attributes have come in handy. They are natural diggers. Basically, they don't need any tools. Just find some hard objects, and even use their bare hands to dig a big hole in the ground. Driven by hunger, people work together to dig the hole bigger and bigger. In the end, I did find a lot of good things inside, such as some strange beasts buried under the ground and the roots of mutated plants. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he watched them dig the ground several times and couldn't help but marvel. The strange beasts down here are not only frozen, they are actually alive. The living beasts are generally those with strong vitality and the ability to dig holes. As for the frozen alien beasts, due to the attributes of the alien beasts themselves and the low temperature storage, even if they have been frozen for a long time, it does not affect the practicality at all, and even tastes very good. In the apocalypse, fire treasures are an essential travel item, so fire is not difficult to find. And with meat and fire, naturally there is food. After all, everything can be roasted. As for those mutated plant roots, it is even more magical. In the previous apocalypse, because of the meat of alien animals, people never thought that plant roots could also be eaten. After all, many mutant plants are difficult to eat, and many are highly poisonous. But obviously the rhizomes are different. Each one is large and plump, and basically non-toxic. People roasted them over fire and ate them, and they became a very delicious staple food. Although they were not eaten in the late Tang Dynasty, they looked very similar to roasted sweet potatoes and roasted potatoes. Maybe it felt monotonous, but people also extracted oil from the skin.
flesh and bones of the alien beast, cut the stem into slices, and fried it to eat. Tang Mo was so greedy that her saliva was almost drooling. Of course, if she had it. Not only that, people also used their wisdom to come up with two kinds of seasonings. One is salt, and the other is spicy. The method of extracting salt is indeed not easy. Everyone worked together to think of many ways. And finally a person with mental power separated it from the soil over and over again. And finally extracted a mineral in the soil that has a salty taste that is very similar to salt. Material grains. As for peppers, it's much easier. Some of the underground rhizomes and leaves attached have a spicy taste. You only need to take the non-toxic leaves, mash them into paste first, then throw them outside and freeze them into ice lumps. And finally smash it, and just throw a little away every time you cook. Of course, human wisdom is endless. After people had this inspiration, they extracted different flavors from various underground plants. The variety of flavors was even richer and more complete than before. The emergence of seasonings has obviously brought the quality and level of human life to a new level. After all, if you are well fed and not cold, the basic physiological needs of human beings will be satisfied. Although life is more difficult, people who have suffered countless times are still quite optimistic. After surviving those initial difficult days, everyone is quite happy now. After all, everyone has the same idea as the late Tang dynasty. They won't live long anyway. So living happily every day is not the same. After basic physiological needs are met, people begin to wonder again. How can they improve their quality of life? As a result, some small groups began to excavate those small bases and tribes that had collapsed and been buried. This is not a very cost-effective thing, because in the previous apocalypse, every household did not store food. They had to rely on relief from the base. And most of the food they ate was the meat of exotic animals. So what we unearthed after so much effort were basically daily necessities. The purpose of such a small group that specializes in digging base tribes is these daily necessities. Chapter 462 Human Wisdom. Although they don't need so many daily necessities, they can sell them to others. The hard currency in this world is food. The daily work of most gathering points is to dig out the ground for food. And what is uneatable will be stored. And those small groups are like a mobile department store, carrying daily necessities and selling them in exchange for food. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he thought this kind of small department store was very interesting. The things inside were very complete. Not only the things they dug up, but also the things exchanged at this gathering point, which were sold at the point over there. So that all kinds of things were sold there. Pass new and interesting things to each other. Most of the gathering points will not be easily moved once they are set. They will not be moved until everything underground is dug out. Tang Mo has a spiritual attribute. So she knows in her heart that the mental power required to move the spiritual protection circle is completely different from that required to maintain it when it is fixed there. Nowadays, spiritual power is so precious that most of the gathering points are still reluctant to waste it. After all, today's spiritual power users are precious tool people. They are even nicknamed mobile people leaving shelters on the internet. In any gathering place, people with mental abilities have the best food and the least work. As long as they act like an uncle every day, just stay alive and input energy into the shelter. Yes, there was still the internet even in the Ice Age. Although at the end of Tang Dynasty, he felt that the so-called internet now was different from the internet in the past. As a highly educated person, Tang Mo certainly knew that the existence of the internet required many external conditions. When the world becomes like this and no one maintains it, it is impossible for the signal tower network cables to work properly. However, the ID watch is still running normally, and everyone can get the latest news and speak freely on it. This gives people great psychological comfort. It should be said that at the beginning of the Ice Age, this forum was filled with howls and SOS everywhere. Well, people are much calmer now. They are basically sharing survival tips and knowledge. Some people even start various live broadcasts. Of course, unlike the base in the late Tang Dynasty, people in the outside world still have greater demand for spiritual power than supply. After all, although there were many people in the base at the end of the Tang Dynasty, the entire Wuxi village was filled with the most talented spiritual attribute users. There was enough time to rest, recover, and even continue practicing. And the end of the Tang Dynasty also left a lot for them. There are so many rare gems with spiritual properties that it is impossible to use them all. But there are not many people with psychic powers in the outside world. First of all. And secondly, they are not that powerful. In order to give these mental attributes, users enough rest time to prevent them from being overly consumed. Humans have come up with other methods, like digging holes underground. This is the inspiration brought to humans by digging large pits to uncover rodents, animals that dig holes to save their lives. Yes, we all know that as long as the underground soil is deep enough and windproof, you can dig a natural hole. Although the temperature in the hole is very cold, it is definitely not to the point where you will freeze to death after being there for a while. Moreover, after entering the Ice Age, people's ability to resist freezing has become stronger and stronger. Generally speaking, they cannot die easily, even if they are temporarily fainted by the cold. They can be resurrected if everyone works together to give them a rub. Therefore, the matter of building an underground shelter will be taken into consideration by any gathering point where there is enough food. Of course, no one else contributed. It was basically people with powers. It's not easy to be a big guy, and no bowl of rice can be eaten in vain. Of course, some small gathering points do not have the ability to dig shelters. So there are two options. One is to use food to hire other people with powers to help dig a smaller shelter for themselves. The other is to pay a little food to rent someone else's shelter and live in it. Having an underground shelter can also give those with mental powers some time to breathe and recover. After living underground for a long time, many people's physical condition becomes better and better, and they feel that the weather is not so cold. Therefore, some people believe that the natural environment can enhance people's physical fitness in order to make themselves stronger. Many people have always chosen to live in underground shelters and are unwilling to enter protective covers. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he spent a long time in the shelters of various gathering points and felt that everything was very novel. No wonder she returned to her gathering place this time and found that the number of people in her protective circle not only did not increase, but actually decreased. Once there were fewer people, the place became sparse and everyone felt more comfortable. Another obvious feature is that the small gathering points of individual families that were originally outside the large protective circle have been moved away. In fact, it was the same. It turned out that I felt that I couldn't survive, and I could still borrow some light from the end of Tang Dynasty. Now I realize that as long as I find a way, I won't starve to death on my own. So there is no need to stay here. After all, food in the late Tang Dynasty was only distributed to those who paid the entrance fee within the protection circle, and would not be distributed to others. Tang Mo's return was too short this time, and he said goodbye before he even had time to visit the base. In fact, even the people who stay in the protective shield now do not stay here around the clock to make a living. They have to go out to dig for food during the day, and they are idle when they are idle. As for how these people who are not psychic can get out, they naturally have a way. There are many people with psychic abilities who are not willing to serve as tents for others to earn rent. They think it would be boring to tie themselves to death, so they start other businesses. Tents are fixed, but they can also be used as transportation. Soon I will be able to move flexibly. As the name suggests, they post on the forum to inform them of the time, location and cost, and then pick up people at various gathering points that are inconvenient to move every day, and then deliver them to a place where digging is convenient. In the evening, they would be sent back to each other one by one. This was also a business without money. It is worth mentioning that the ticket price is very interesting, and some people with mental powers have clearly marked prices. Some have made an agreement with the passengers to charge 1/2 or 1/3 of the price of the excavation. Of course, if nothing is found, the fee will be waived, according to their own strength, luck and level of confidence. Passengers will choose the corresponding method that suits them. People will go crazy if they stay in a confined space all the time, with this opportunity to go out and earn some food. Most people's lives have begun to become more lively. The ancestors are right. Labor is of great significance to people. It not only means harvest, but also one of the ways to realize the value of life. It can enrich people and obtain spiritual satisfaction and happiness. Chapter 463 The Unknown Waiting. Tang Mo didn't know how long she had been wandering around this land. Ever since she left her body and became an ideology, her sense of time and space seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. She knew that as a conscious body, no matter how strong it was, it would dissipate after being separated from the body for a long time. But Tang Mo was not afraid at all. Instead, she was completely immersed in this other world that she had never touched before. In the past, Tang Mo only wanted to become stronger and stronger. And indeed she did it. But she forgot that no matter what kind of environment she was in, there was always scenery around her. But she didn't have time to see the scenery. She got her wish and became the strongest. At a certain period of time, she even felt that the burden of the whole world was on her, and she must work harder. But the world built in the white snow in front of him overturned many of the ideas in the late Tang dynasty. She felt that she was a little too self-righteous. In fact, no matter who is missing from this world, the earth will move in the same way. The Ice Age made the environment even worse. At the beginning, people thought they would not survive. But soon, humans defeated the environment, and they lived very well in this ice and snowy climate that was completely uninhabitable for humans. At the end of the Tang dynasty, I once thought that, at least in the face of such a dilemma, people should not be so happy. But she was wrong. People's ability to adapt and their tenacity and open-mindedness in facing difficulties are even greater than she imagined. At this moment, Tang Mo suddenly admired those weak people. Even if they didn't have the power to really change the world like her, they could always make life go on by themselves, and even get a little better. In fact, the hope of all mankind is not bet on her, let alone those few beads. Tang Mo jokingly laughed at his own self-righteousness, as if he had figured out things in these days that many people could never figure out in their entire lives. Human beings' hope is always created by themselves. No one or anything can bring hope to others. At this moment, Tang Mo suddenly went to see his old friends. In this life, although she was always on the road, she still met many friends on the road. It's just that before the end of Tang dynasty, I always felt that I was short of time and had heavy tasks. So I rarely stayed around. He left after a hurried farewell, but never made an appointment to meet next time, or even said anything about the next time we meet. But, at the end of the Tang dynasty, the consciousness was a little weak now, and the sense of direction was so poor that it was difficult to find the exact location in such a place where it was originally impossible to distinguish the southeast from the northwest. So Tang Mo could only wander around aimlessly where there were humans, waiting for when the little bead that couldn't let her go would find him again. After feeling the connection last time, even for a short moment, Tang Mo felt the transfer of energy. When the next connection is made, she will definitely seize the opportunity. Although it may be difficult to return to the body, it is still possible to replenish a little energy to her increasingly thin consciousness. However, I don't know when will I receive the link next. What is the opportunity? She didn't know if it was because she didn't have a brain right now. She thought about it for a long time, but still had no clue. She didn't even know that she was looking for the little bead. The highest probability is probably the pearl of spiritual power. After all, that bead has the strongest energy in my sea of consciousness, and I usually use it the most frequently. But this time, Tang Mo guessed wrong. He was in the tent where Tang Mo's body was. Lenny spent most of her time beside Tang Mo every day, scrubbing her body every day. She had to protect her daughter, so that Mo would wake up sooner or later. The two little guys, Yang and Xian, were not even interested in playing. Each of them held Tang Mo's hand and chattered to her what they missed, hoping that their sister would open her eyes and play with them. Yang is still young and doesn't know the stakes yet, but Xian already knows. She knew that as long as Sister Mo woke up, they would live in this world of ice and snow forever. But she still desperately wanted Tang Mo to wake up. Needless to say, Jingjing stayed close to Tang Mo's neck every day and never went anywhere. When Jianshu, Zonglong, and Lin Yu didn't come every day, but they were busier. They were busy looking at the dozens of pages of instructions, page by page, line by line, word by word, and finally saw I can memorize every sentence. They worked hard to find a way to save Tang Mo. Is there really only one way? Is there a better and faster way? This question is something they think about every day. Xiao Tao was even busier, busy doing logistical work, cooking for those who were busy studying paperwork, busy bathing Mo, and busy trying to pull Mo's hand. After all, Mo hasn't woken up yet. If others fall down again, there will really be no way to explain. The third child, and the others were not idle either. Each of them moved a small bench and sat on the edge of the protective circle, taking away the jobs of the people who had been sent by the clan leader to guard there. They waited for their boss to go out and pick him up when he fell down after completing his task, and then brought him to his sister-in-law as soon as possible. They are all brothers who have been with Qin Ling for a long time. No one doubts what choice Qin Ling will make. Only the relatives and friends around her know about Tang Mo's current situation. And these relatives and friends all made the same choice. Tang Mo's body seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Everything was dead silent without any response. If it weren't for the weak breathing and pulse, it would not even be possible to feel that she was still alive. In the sea of consciousness,
The energy has gradually calmed down, although it has dispersed a lot. The rest is still obediently rotating around the 4 beads that emit light of different colors in the center of the sea of consciousness. The pearl of life, the pearl of power, the pearl of space, and the pearl of spiritual power. These beads form the square, trying their best to keep the energy from dissipating when the sea of consciousness was broken. If it weren't for these beads, an ordinary person would have exploded and died from the riot of energy in his body after the sea of consciousness was shattered. Except for the sea of consciousness, the human body cannot bear the scattered energy, even if the body does not explode and die. The day when a superpower loses all her energy, it is the time for her to say goodbye to this world. The 4 attribute beads were busy, but it seemed that the 2 little things next to them were a little idle. Of these 2 little things, one is the pink pearl of sensibility, which is getting bigger and bigger. It is already much larger than the pearl of attributes. The other is a jade pendant that has been integrated into the sea of consciousness in the late Tang Dynasty. Chapter 464 Old Friends. Compared with the big fat pink ball, the size of the jade pendant is really small and pitiful. Like a cold boss and his pet, the pearl of sensibility has absorbed too many emotions in the past few days. Although it is temporarily disconnected from Tang Mo's consciousness, other people's feelings towards Tang Mo can also be absorbed. With more energy, you can do more things. After all, as the saying goes, no bowl of rice is free. After the energy of the perceptual pearl had accumulated enough, it finally released its energy again to find its owner. This time, Tang Mo, who was always prepared, finally successfully received the signal and absorbed the energy that came to find him into his conscious body. Tang Mo originally wanted to follow the energy back into his body, but his attempt failed. The energy is still a little weak. Not enough. Tang Mo sighed, but was not discouraged. I have begun to have the energy to look for her. This is already a good start, isn't it? After all the energy was absorbed into his body, Tang Mo discovered which bead the energy was in. It's the pink pearl of sensibility. Tang Mo watched his conscious body begin to turn pink, and the color was very girly, and he couldn't help but have mixed feelings. She originally felt that the pink bead was useless, and even thought about removing it from the sea of consciousness. But now, it was this bead that came looking for her. At the end of Tang Dynasty, after receiving energy, he felt that his 5 senses were stronger. Not only his 5 senses, but also some weak power that he could use. Under the snowy undulating terrain, Tang Mo could vaguely see what was buried underneath. In this way, he can go to see his old friends where he wants to go. And Tang Mo is satisfied. Mom, look! There is a pink cloud in Tianshan Mountain. In a small gathering spot of humans on the ground, a child of several years old pointed to the sky to show his mother. Oh! The boy's mother vigorously waved the tool in her hand, trying to dig deeper into the hard soil. Mom, I'm serious. There really is a pink cloud. Seeing that his mother had no reaction, the little boy was so excited that he grabbed his mother's arm to show her. The boy's mother, who was not very old and was tired of being pestered by her child, raised her head and looked up. There is indeed a pink cloud, but the woman didn't react. Be good, Dowdu. The woman teased the child with a smile. Mom is digging delicious food for you. Don't interrupt her work. Can you tell her next time there's a spaceship floating in the sky? Boy, he is just young and not stupid. But that's right. People who have been struggling in the apocalypse for several years have seen a lot of strange things. The pink clouds won't attract anyone now, but a spaceship and a few aliens might make them look up. Tang Mo looked at his pink body inside. It turns out that I was transparent and didn't attract anyone's attention. Now my body has turned pink after absorbing the energy. I really can't help but keep a low profile. But her old friends at the end of the Tang Dynasty probably wouldn't care about her color. After all, her old friends were not human. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, the first thing I went to see was Dahua. Dahua was met very early in the late Tang Dynasty. At that time, it was also in Dahua that the late Tang Dynasty had the heaven-bearing axe. Although later, due to the nature of the weapon, she gave Xiao Tao the battle axe. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he still remembered how depressed Dahua was because he fell in love with a human boy, and he didn't know how he was doing now. Under the white snow, the orangutans who originally lived on the top of the mountain now all live in the cave. The cave has long been covered with thick hay and lint, and the entrance of the cave is covered with stones and ice and snow. However, the temperature is not that cold. The physical fitness of orangutans is much stronger than that of humans, and coupled with a thick layer of mutated down,
There is no big problem in dealing with such a harsh climate. Although the door was sealed, Tang Mo was now nothing more than a ball of light. So naturally nothing could stop her. After finding the seat, Tang Mo squeezed in. Dahua is already married, and her belly is swollen. It seems that she has a baby, sitting on woven straw mats in the cave. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he stayed in an inconspicuous position above the cave and observed the life of Dahua. Dahua no longer wears human clothes, and she doesn't know where Dahua put the clip that Tang Mo gave her before. Some orangutan caves are open for convenience without damaging the mountain structure. So Dahua and her parents can be considered living together. They no longer quarrel and live a good life. Dahua's husband seems to be very kind to her. In this environment, the orangutans eat very little and basically survive by digging buried roots in the cracks of the mountain. Dahua's father divided the dug rhizome into two parts. One part was sent to Dahua's parents, and the other part was given to Dahua to eat. When Dahua said he didn't want to eat anymore, the orangutan just took a few symbolic bites. The big flowers look very peaceful, and it seems that they live a very stable and peaceful life. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he stayed in Dahua's cave for a day. She actually had some energy to speak now, but Tang Mo didn't. Dahua finally started her new life, and Tang Mo didn't bother her anymore, reminding her of those bad memories about human beings. After staying for a long time, Tang Mo was ready to leave. But just when Dahua's father went out to look for food again, Tang Mo saw Dahua walking to the corner of the cave with her belly in her arms, and then took out something from inside. That was the hairpin Tang Mo gave her before. Tang Mo watched Dahua cherish the hairpin in his hand, looked at it again and again, touched it again, and finally put the hairpin back carefully. After putting the hairpin back, Dahua began to sit on the stool in a daze. She worked for a full hour before continuing to work on the weaving of straw mats that she had not finished before. At that hour, Tang Mo just looked at Dahua quietly. She didn't know what Dahua was thinking or missing. But no matter what it was, it didn't matter anymore. When she came out of Dahua's cave, Tang Mo was confused for a moment. Where would she go next? In fact, along the way, Tang Dynasty met many people, but most of the people and places were missing. For example, the small bases I visited are now buried in ruins. The people I met in the base before, Xiao Fei, Momo, and the Golden Retriever all stayed in the first fantasy world. Also staying in the fantasy world is the persistent and righteous teacher who lives in the garbage dump. They have chosen the life they want and are living the life they want, which must be great. Chapter 465, Those Things Under the Sea. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he thought about it and decided to go see the whale. She went into the sea in that fishing village, met a big whale, and finally got the pearl of life. Time passed, and when Tang Dynasty came to the fishing village, there was no one there. Unlike other places, because it is close to the sea, when the ice age comes, the seawater freezes quickly, and the areas close to the sea are even colder. Therefore, if the nearby humans are still alive, they will have migrated to other places long ago. The old friend is nowhere to be found. Certainly out of sight. But the old whale may still be possible. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he looked at the place where the ocean used to be. He could no longer see the sea. Thick snow had accumulated on the frozen ice, which looked no different from other lands. However, Tang Mo, who had gained energy, still felt that there was still a cave under the thick ice. The pink light group quickly passed through the thick ice layer and continued to sink downwards. The ice was frozen very thick, and the conscious body sank for unknown lengths of time before finally seeing the familiar flowing space. That's the ocean beneath thick ice. If there is anywhere in this ice age that is the last paradise, it is undoubtedly the ocean. Although the temperature has dropped sharply, the depth of the ocean makes it impossible to freeze the entire ocean. At most, the top layer will be frozen, because the sea surface is covered with ice and absorbs a lot of sunlight. The sea water at the bottom is well protected from the cold. Although Tang Mo couldn't feel it, the deeper she sank, the more marine life she saw swimming freely. And she knew that it was not much different here than before. Fortunately, I am now in the form of a ball of light, and I can come and go freely wherever I go. Otherwise, if I had brought my body with me, I would have had to dig through the thick ice to get down, which would be really tough. Tang Mo looked at himself, who was now covered in pink, and felt a little used to it. A ball of pink light reached the water, which naturally attracted the attention of many marine creatures. Many beautiful fish swam around Tang Mo curiously. Some even used their tails to sweep the pink light group. and became even more curious after finding that they couldn't touch it. At the end of Tang Dynasty, the most indispensable thing now was time. So he was swinging his consciousness to amuse the little fishes with great interest. It swayed and sank again and again, and the colorful people surrounding it felt very comfortable. Tang Mo had discovered since his last visit that although most of the fish in the ocean were mutated animals, they were lively and innocent, and most of them were friendly and non-aggressive towards people. I don't know if it was influenced by the big whale, but unlike those strange beasts on land, they would not stop fighting whenever they saw someone, as if they had some revenge for killing their father. Just when Tang Mo was thinking about some miscellaneous things, the familiar suction force finally appeared. At the end of Tang Dynasty, together with the small fish surrounding him, he quickly sank into a huge black hole below. The other fish resisted and struggled desperately, trying to break away from the suction, but unfortunately it was in vain. Tang Mo looked at those small fishes apologetically. "I'm so sorry, everyone. You just followed me down here, and you became the whale's meal. My friend, this is really a little bit careless." Of course, those little fishes couldn't hear Tang Mo's inner thoughts. Otherwise they would have cursed Tang Mo as a fish keeper for the big whale, who came here to deceive fish. Tang Mo followed the suction and smoothly entered the whale's mouth, and then fell all the way to the familiar soft place, the whale's stomach. When he reached his stomach, Tang Mo looked around and couldn't help but sigh when he saw the steam coming out of the soft and tender meat. If the few people who tried so hard to escape knew that the environment they would experience later was even more severe than this stomach, I wonder if they would regret leaving here. How great is this? You won't get cold, and you can pick up those small fish to eat when you're hungry. If you can't, you can just cut a piece of meat. Tang Mo looked at the pink meat around him and felt that if the meat was grilled, the taste would definitely be the same. The more he thought about it, the more he became greedy, and Tang Mo couldn't help but look away. "You haven't come to play with me for so long, and now you want to roast my meat. It's really shameless." Tang Mo suddenly heard an angry voice resounding in the confined space. "Whale, you are so shameless. You actually eavesdropped on me." In the late Tang Dynasty, when his shameless ideas were caught, he became angry and immediately decided to seize the opportunity. "Talk? You don't even have a mouth. How can you talk?" There was a snort. That's right. Tang Mo suddenly remembered that he really seemed to be unable to speak. Everything he just did was just a random thought. How could the big whale hear it? Moreover, I haven't had time to knock on the whale's sea of consciousness yet. How did it know that I was coming? "Your conscious body is contaminated with the breath of life. That is the treasure I gave you. I can naturally feel you. I know what you are thinking. So don't scold me secretly in your heart." The big whale mercilessly warned the end of Tang Dynasty. Is there any privacy left? Tang Mo protested silently. But obviously, it was useless. "How are you?" Tang Mo immediately decided to change the topic. "It's okay, but it's a bit boring, and I don't have anyone to play with." The big whale's voice was a little aggrieved, and it felt cold at the height. It was an invincible controller in this sea area, but because of this, it had no friends. Who dares to play with you? If you accidentally swallow it again. Tang Mo cursed in his heart, but thought that the big whale could hear what he was saying. He immediately stopped his thoughts. "Your consciousness should be able to cover the entire ocean." "Right. In such a big ocean, there are so many small fish, shrimps, and little bastards in it. Isn't there anything interesting to do?" Tang Mo had just been here for a while, and felt that those colorful fishes were very interesting. Any place with life should not be boring. Originally, Tang Mo just asked casually when she had nothing to say, but soon she paid the price for her ignorant question. "That's not true. You don't know. The fish, shrimps, and corals in this sea don't stop all day long. There is a seahorse in the west. After it mutated, it gave birth to babies every day. And then the babies gave birth to babies again. Hermaphrodites are so awesome. You said there really is one tortoise here. That species was originally a land tortoise. It grew to be very big, but it mutated and somehow managed to stay in the sea forever. Let me tell you, it relies on its age to be cute and attract fish and shrimps all day long. It's simply disrespectful to the elderly. And you know that big octopus? That's incredible. 8 wives. Can you believe it? And the big whale may have been alone with a fish for too long. There is no fish to talk to it. It's hard to find someone to talk to. It's endless and can't stop. Chapter 466 Human Arrogance. If it were anyone else, they would have been impatient hearing such a bunch of love. hate and gossip about little fish and shrimp. But things were different at the end of Tang Dynasty. She was like this now. It was very happy for someone to communicate with her. Not to mention gossip. She would also like to hear about how many types of coral there are on the seabed, what each coral looks like, and how many colors and patterns it has. Just like this. One fish and one person. You said that I was very happy to have a friendly exchange. After talking for a long time, the big whale finally said he was tired and stopped.
Why don't you say anything?
Tang Mo was still a little unfinished.
It's your turn to speak.
The big whale has always stayed at the bottom of the sea. Although the coverage of the spiritual consciousness is very wide, it has never extended to the land. And there is no way, because he was rescued by humans when he was young. The big whale has always maintained a very friendly attitude towards humans, and is very curious about humans. In fact, due to accidents, there will always be humans who accidentally break into its body. Although it is the stomach, it is his body after all. How could the whale not know this? Although some people will deliberately cause damage to make it feel uncomfortable. But most people are relatively well behaved. And the big whales just let them live inside. And sometimes even deliberately reduce the activity of gastric juices to take care of them, so that they can live well, and even give birth to children inside. The human activity in the stomach is like a live broadcast of humans to the whale, which is very interesting. But since the sea froze, no humans have strayed in, and its days have become more monotonous and boring. In fact, it still wants to know what the human world is like now. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he also started to tell the big whale what happened on the ground very interestingly. Starting from the Ice Age, the human wisdom she saw along the way was truly amazing, and something that Tang Mo had never thought of before. At the end of Tang Dynasty, no one said anything about the words and questions that he had been holding back. Now that the whale was an audience, he naturally started to talk. At the end of Tang Dynasty, while talking to the big whale about human beings' self-rescue, he admired their wisdom. The big whale was silent and listened carefully.
That's how you humans are. I mean, that's how it was in the beginning. It's nothing to be surprised about.
The big whale didn't speak until the end of Tang Dynasty.
You look like a hermit crab that has never changed its SHL.
The big whale made a joke unique to the sea. After saying it, he felt that he was a little humorous and couldn't help but feel smug.
Have you humans never thought about why the end of the world will happen?
The big whale began to ask about the end of Tang Dynasty.
Why does the end of the world appear?
Tang Mo repeated. In fact, after experiencing so many things, she had some vague thoughts in her heart. But it was like a veil covering her, and it was difficult to see clearly.
Is it because there are too many people, and we can't handle them anymore? So we are clearing the population?
Tang Mo answered. In the end of the world, many strong and healthy people have superpowers. Having superpowers means they have a higher survival rate in the end of the world. And wise people, relying on their clever brains, can also seek a chance to survive in the apocalypse. And those who are lazy, or have poor health and stupidity in peacetime will be the fastest group of people to die in the end of the world. It has to be said that those who have survived to this day are not simple characters. Either you have ability, you have wisdom, you have perseverance, or you have great luck. There should be a reason for all this.
What you said is correct but not comprehensive. The end of the world did not begin without reason. In the early days of the earth, humans were just ordinary creatures in nature, with prey and natural enemies. But I don't know when. Humans slowly became the top of the food chain, with fewer and fewer natural enemies, and finally became a dominant entity. In fact, it doesn't matter if you stand at the top, but you humans have gradually become arrogant because you have no natural enemies. You began to slaughter animals and destroy plants unscrupulously. Your so-called advanced technology made the world a mess. Nature has its own immune system. If you continue to mess around like this, sooner or later the world will be destroyed. So there is the end of the world.
The whale's original lifespan is extremely long, and the long inheritance from its ancestors allows it to see higher dimensional things in the long history. In addition, being at the bottom of the sea is boring, and most of the time is spent thinking. The wisdom of whales is amazing. So about the things in this world, big whales understand best. Tang Mo nodded and remained silent. She admitted everything the whale said.
I know you are curious. Why most of the alien beasts in the ocean do not attack people. But the alien beasts on land will try their best to eat you. In fact, everything is not without reason.
Tang Mo was waiting attentively to hear the next words. In fact, she had been holding these questions in her heart about strange beasts for a long time.
There are two kinds of strange beasts in this world. One is a species that suddenly appeared and has never been seen before. The other is a species that originally existed in the world and was later mutated. The first kind of strange beasts are caused by those you once slaughtered. The first one was born from the resentment of past animals. And the second type is a beast that survived and mutated after being baptized by those resentments. If it were the natural law of the jungle to kill the strong, there wouldn't be that much resentment.
But you humans are too greedy. The animals you slaughter are not only satisfied with survival, but also suffer too many meaningless and cruel deaths. Just because of your arrogance and self-righteousness. No matter what kind of alien beast they are, they have all felt the huge and terrible resentment. So they are born to be mortal enemies of you humans. And they will never stop fighting.
The big whale's words finally made Tang Mo understand why those strange beasts were so hostile to humans. As long as they saw them, it would be life or death. It turns out that those alien beasts inherited the resentment of countless lost lives of their race. That resentment was so powerful that they no longer had self-awareness at all.
What about you? After being baptized by those resentments, why don't you hate humans? And I have also seen other non-aggressive beasts.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he thought of Dahua's family. As long as the orangutans did not harm them, they were not particularly aggressive towards people.
Because our race has not been persecuted by many humans, the resentment is not strong. Those who can mutate and are not hostile to humans are races with low resentment and extremely high intelligence.
Indeed, whether they are whales or orangutans, generally speaking, few humans will provoke them. And their intelligence is indeed extremely high. Chapter 467 The Truth of the End of the World.
But how should we explain these fish in the ocean? They are all stupid. They probably don't have any brains.
Right? Most of the fish seen in the late Tang Dynasty were cute. But they were not very intelligent. How to explain this?
Are you stupid? I have already said that the formation of alien beasts must go through the baptism of resentment. Fish like this in the deep sea are basically difficult for humans to salvage. They have never seen humans, and naturally have little resentment. Didn't you realize that most of these fish are species you've never seen before?
The whale said disgustedly. Tang Mo thought about it carefully, and it seemed that this was indeed the case.
There are also some fish that were caught and turned into strange beasts that like to attack humans. Fish like that usually don't live in the deep sea. After mutation, not only the appearance has changed, but also the living habits have changed.
Not all fish don't attack humans. After all, the ocean is so big.
I understand. What you mean is that fish with great resentment cannot bear such strong resentment and cannot turn into strange beasts. So there are fewer fish that attack people. But didn't you say that there are two ways to form strange beasts? Then what about a species that doesn't exist in this world? Why don't those species of creatures that appear suddenly attack people?
Tang Mo was still a little unclear. Anyway, she was idle now. She didn't have anything else to do unless she wanted to get to the bottom of things.
The fish you see now are basically the creatures that originally existed in the ocean. The strange ones are just changes brought about by mutation. As for those kind of natural strange animals, there are almost none in the ocean.
I don't know why, but the big whale said this with a bit of pride in his tone.
Is it because of you?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he heard the meaning of big whale's words and continued to ask.
Of course. I have the final say on everything in this sea. Those creatures made of resentment are so disgusting. I don't want them to live in my sea.
The big whale expressed his disgust for those wraith-like creatures. So that's it. Tang Mo nodded, and all the confusion in his heart was now solved. No wonder there are none. All the emotions have been wiped out by this whale.
Then you said that the end of the world is a punishment. Then when will this punishment end?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he felt that although the whale's personality was a bit naive, he had to say that his knowledge was still very comprehensive. When will the apocalypse end? Even if Tang Mo is about to say goodbye, she is still very concerned about this issue.
When mankind truly understands the meaning of the end of the world, passes the test, and fulfills the requirements, perhaps it will end.
The whale has obviously thought about this question and has its own answer.
Understand the meaning of the end of the world, pass the test, and complete the requirements. Tang Mo silently thought about these words in his heart. Perhaps the process of collecting the 5 beads and the various things in the fantasy world are not without reason. It not only allows humans to complete the task, but also allows people to truly understand some more precious things in the process. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he thought of the big pink bead that he despised, and suddenly he missed it a little.
If you weren't like this, maybe you might be the hope of mankind.
the big whale said seriously. Although it also disliked Tang Mo. It had to admit that this girl had many excellent qualities. The big whale knew that there were already 4 beads in the late Tang dynasty. And 5 was really not far away. What's more, as Tang Mo is now a conscious body, the pink energy on his body makes the whale feel very at ease. Energy is usually something that makes others feel afraid. But the pink energy on Tang Mo's body is not. On the contrary, it makes people feel more peaceful, with an indescribable feeling of peace of mind and wanting to be close. One person and one whale chatted like this for a long time. At the end of Tang dynasty, he told the big whale all the things he had experienced in the fantasy world. Anyway, he was like this now. And the world was like this. So there was nothing else that could not be said. The big whale was amazed when he heard about the illusory world. He had never seen anything on land, let alone the world of parallel time and space. While chatting, Tang Mo and the whale talked about the ID watch in detail. Although she knew that the whale didn't understand electronic products or ID watches, she felt that with the whale's understanding of the world, he might be able to think more clearly about what this ID watch was than her. If the ID watches in this world were initially products of high technology, then later on the watches were completely beyond human control. Even the above information is information about human location, which is definitely not a level that technology can reach. Even with AI artificial intelligence, humans can only input instructions. It is absolutely impossible to want them to output some information that humans themselves do not know. This is not simple. Since the world has its own energy and can control plants and animals, it can naturally control the energy on the watch you all have. The energy of the world exists, but it must have a carrier. If I want to send instructions and information to you humans, isn't this watch the best carrier? The whale was not shocked at all about the watch. Many people who fell into the water had survived in its body before. Although it had never been to land, it had heard many of their conversations. And everyone, without exception, pays attention to their ID watch when they first come in. Of course, the watch has no signal inside the whale's body and cannot release information. As for the specific circumstances under which the watch can be used and under which circumstances it cannot be used, it is probably affected by various factors such as the magnetic field of the geographical location, which cannot be summarized clearly in 1 or 2 sentences. Tang Mo nodded. She felt that she had figured out too many things today. People always feel panic about unknown things. Originally, people were worried about whether the person controlling the watch would be some evil force or alien, and whether it would be an enemy of humans. But now Tang Mo knows that if this watch is a manifestation of the energy of the world, then its purpose is very simple, which is to make the world better. Of course, this is not completely good news. After all, one of the conditions for making the world a better place is to eliminate vulnerable groups. However, there are basically no vulnerable groups who can survive until now. The remaining group of people are basically iron warriors. Either have a body of steel, a willpower of steel, or a heart of steel. The last thing they have to do is submit the task after completing it. As long as these 5 beats can be successfully fused, the world's wishes will probably be fulfilled. And human beings' wishes will also be realized. At the end of Tang dynasty, he thought of the 4 beads in his body again, and his mood was a bit complicated. Chapter 468 Pearl of Sensibility. However, before Tang Mo's mood could get complicated, he was squeezed out by the big whale. That's right. It was squeezed out. Tang Mo felt that her conscious body suddenly received a huge rejection. And then as the whale opened its mouth, she returned to the original path and returned to the water. What? They were having a good chat just now, but they fell out with each other no matter what. Although you have many fun places on land, the world in the ocean is not inferior to yours. I will take you to have a good time in this underwater world today. Perhaps the things on the ground that Tang Mo had just told the whale were so magical that a strange desire to win suddenly arose in the whale's heart. Or maybe through the chat just now, the whale has regarded Tang Mo as a good friend who can play together on a deeper level. The mysterious ocean is vast and boundless. In the late Tang dynasty, there were many unvisited places and unseen scenery. But, are you going to come with me like this? Isn't it too attracting attention? It's not that he didn't want to play in the late Tang dynasty, but the body of the big whale was too huge. Like a small mountain in the sea. This is a mini disaster everywhere. So why are you having fun? Humph! Stupid! The big whale started the ruthless mocking mode again. Then soon, under Tang Mo's gaze, a small blue light about the same size as his own body appeared next to him. Let's go! The blue light gradually turned into the image of a small whale, rolling happily in the seawater.
It turns out it can still be like this.
Tang Mo was a little surprised when he saw the whale's separated consciousness. She had been able to separate her mental power before, but it was nothing compared to the big whale, a living little whale. The whale felt Tang Mo's shock, and felt very proud, and happily led Lulu to take Tang Mo to play. The whale's ability to transform into such a small clone is something that has only recently been possible, so it is also very novel for him. When it comes to what fun places there are in the sea, no fish knows it better than the big whale. Tang Mo was naturally happy to have a tour guide accompany him to explain. Although this tour guide was a little arrogant. Here Tang Mo and Big Whale were playing happily in the sea. But the atmosphere in the protective circle on the other side was not so good. Because of the mandatory reminder broadcast from the ID Watch, everyone now knows that Tang Mo has obtained the space attribute beads. You can't hide this matter even if you want to. After all, as long as the space beads are fused, Tang Mo's attribute value will skyrocket by 10,000 points. Originally, at the end of the Tang dynasty, Unknown was ranked first in the Chinese rankings and attracted much attention. His attribute value soared by 10,000 points overnight. Even a pig would know what was going on. Now all 5 beads are in human hands. Everyone knows that gathering 5 beads can realize human wishes. And everyone hopes that the 5 beads will merge quickly. However, the clan leader and the others kept the matter of coma at the end of Tang dynasty very secret, and did not let anyone know about it. This is a matter of great concern to all mankind. And the fewer people who know about it, the better. After all, it's hard to say what people will do when their own interests are at stake. Many people who were too excited and wanted to see Tang Mo were blocked by the patriarch Wen Jianshu. The reason was that Tang Mo was in seclusion to prepare for the integration of the 5 pearls, and no one was around. Fortunately, everyone knew that there were only 4 beads in Tang Mo's body, and there was 1 bead in Qin Ling's body, and Qin Ling had not come out of the illusion space. No matter how anxious they were, there was nothing they could do, so everyone could feel at ease, waiting for Qin Ling. So every day, there were more people sitting by the protective circle waiting for people to fall from the sky. Everyone brought a small bench and waited for when Qin Ling Mountain would come out. Everyone feels that as long as Qin Ling comes out, the world will get better, and the apocalypse will be over. As soon as the crowd became excited, the pressure on the clan leader and others became even greater. After all, after Qin Ling comes out, if everyone really chooses to use beads to save Mo, then the wishes of those people, no, maybe the wishes of almost all the survivors in the world will be in vain. At that moment, how should Tang Mo, Qin Ling and those who concealed the truth face everyone's anger? Can the world still maintain its current peace at that time? Will those angry people remember Mo's life-saving grace and calm down at the same time? There is no one answer to all the questions. Everyone is waiting for the same thing in their hearts. That is Qin Ling's return. To say that Qin Ling's stay in the second fantasy world was really enough to save him. This task was not only difficult and full of killings, but also time-consuming. Qin Ling stayed in the fantasy world for a full year, like the late Tang dynasty. While experiencing the people and things in these worlds, Qin Ling's state of mind was also undergoing rapid changes. Qin Ling discovered that a small pink ball appeared in his sea of consciousness. The small ball contained energy, but he didn't know where the energy came from and what it was used for. If Tang Mo were here, he would be able to recognize that these pink beads are the beads of sensibility that she named her. As experience increases, understanding of the emotional world of things will appear in the sea of consciousness of anyone who has experienced and touched it. The more sincerity, the more energy, and the bigger the beads become. But one thing is very special. That is, the more insincere the person is, the faster the beads will grow after they have real emotions. It seems to guide people to touch a softer world. And those who are willing to break through the prison in their hearts will be rewarded by the world. Probably because she came back from rebirth at the end of Tang dynasty. Her heart was too cold at the beginning of this life. So her emotional pearl was bigger than anyone else. So big that it completely surpassed the attribute pearl. What's even more amazing is that although Tang Mo's consciousness has now left his body, but whether it is the unrequited love felt by the body where the perceptual pearl is from relatives, friends and even pets, or the more majestic transparency felt by the conscious body in the late Tang dynasty among all things in the world at high altitudes and at the bottom of the sea, they all make that pearl of sensibility continues to grow. In fact, many survivors, especially those who have experienced the fantasy world, have such small beads appearing in their sea of consciousness. But because their beads were too small, and there was no attribute bead in the sea of consciousness that could be used as a reference at any time. Most people didn't notice it. A small number of people who care about it just think that there is nothing recorded in this ID watch as something they can't understand. After realizing that it was not harmful to me, I stopped caring about it. Chapter 469 Qinling is back. When you are in the fantasy world, you will not receive any messages from your ID watch, even strong reminders. So for such a long time, Qinling didn't know what was happening outside. The moment he completed his task and stepped through the door, the ID watch seemed to suddenly have a signal message crackling back. He fell heavily on the snow. But Qinling didn't feel any pain at all and even laughed. Because at this time, he had already seen the message at the top of his watch, that the space pearl had been obtained. Without even guessing, Qinling knew it must be Momo, who had successfully completed the mission in the 3 worlds. Compared to the happiness of getting the space pearl, what makes Qinling even more happy is that this message can confirm that Momo is safe and that she is now in the base. Qinling had stayed in the fantasy world for too long, and the last time he came out after completing his mission happened to be at the same time as the end of Tang Dynasty. They had not seen each other for a long time, when he thought that he would be able to see Momo in a short while. Qinling didn't even bother to get up and started to get excited. But before the excitement lasted long, Qinling found himself being lifted up, then moved quickly.
Hey! What are you doing?
Qinling found that underneath him was Lao San and several other brothers who were staying in the protective circle.
Don't be so anxious. I just came back, and I won't leave again.
Qinling thought it was because the brothers hadn't seen him for too long. This was a way to express his longing and enthusiasm, as expected of people who have a daughter-in-law. They are now starting to be so pretentious and insensitive.
Boss, you must hold on.
Lao San and the others had been staring at the snow outside day and night, waiting for this moment. As soon as they saw Qinling falling, they immediately rushed out and carried him back. People who have just come out of the fantasy world must slow down for a while, and they will not move so fast. They didn't want to wait another second. Seeing that the person carrying it on his shoulders seemed to be in a good mood, the third child gave Qinling a vaccination.
Hold on for what?
Qinling felt something was wrong. Looking at the faces of his third brother and several brothers, his uneasiness continued to grow. But those of you on the edge of the protective circle saw him appear, and they were obviously ecstatic. And many people were even dancing and cheering. There is a sharp contrast with Lao San and the others at this moment. What went wrong?
Boss, please wait a little longer. We will be here soon.
There are too many people watching now. And even if you want to explain, it is inconvenient. Let's wait until you see your sister-in-law to talk about everything. Qinling also knew that now was not a good time to speak, so he also became quiet. But the joy on his face slowly faded, and his expression became serious. Lin Yi's tent was planned long ago in the late Tang Dynasty, and is located in an independent position near the protection circle. The space was originally very large, but as the number of people in the protective circle gradually decreased, it became even larger and more empty, especially since the incident in the late Tang Dynasty. The clan leader sent several people with strong spiritual powers to guard here day and night, creating a separate protective circle space. Lao San and others carried Qinling to the end of Tang Dynasty. At this time, the clan leader Lin Yu and Jianshu and Lin Yi had already received the news and were waiting aside. Xiao Tao was playing in Lin Yu's tent with her 2 children. The children were too young, and there was no need to let them know many things. Qinling saw the group of people related to Mo standing haggardly beside the tent, and his uneasiness reached its peak. With a strong push of his legs, Qinling rolled over several people and stood on the ground.
What's wrong with Momo?
This was the first thing Qinling said after returning to the protective circle. During this battle, if he didn't understand that something had happened at Momo, then his years of life would have been in vain.
Let's talk in the tent.
When Jianshu was considered an elder here, and he spoke to Qinling, Qinling's face was so cold that it seemed like it could freeze, and he followed when Jianshu into the tent. The other 3 people stood guard at the entrance of the tent and acted as bodyguards. The boss is finally back. Something happened to the sister-in-law here, and the boss was not here. In fact, the third boss was under a lot of psychological pressure. He was afraid that his sister-in-law wouldn't be able to support his boss' return. Although his sister-in-law's injury had nothing to do with him, he really couldn't explain it to his boss. Now that the boss is finally back, the sister-in-law will wake up soon, and the third child is finally relieved. This time is really not easy for everyone. In the tent, Yu Zongzhang and Qin Ling described in detail everything from the return from the fantasy world in the late Tang dynasty to the injury of the fusion space pearl. And finally to all the efforts they could make and the solutions they came up with. All of which were given to Qin Ling in every detail. Told at once. After hearing the MOMO fusion bead, his entire sea of consciousness was destroyed. Qin Ling's fists were clenched and hanging on both sides of his legs. And the veins on his wrists burst out. The sea of consciousness was destroyed. And Qin Ling knew very well what kind of irreversible damage it was. And what kind of pain he had to endure. But later, when the clan leader said that they had come up with a way, if they used the pearl of agility in his body, there was a 90% chance of saving MOMO. Qin Ling slowly relaxed again. Tone. As long as there is a way. Let alone 190%. 10%. 1% chance that he can save MOMO. As for using the pearl of agility in his body, Qin Ling has never considered this issue. He can give everything he has to MOMO. So a broken bead is nothing. Seeing Qin Ling's expression gradually changing, the clan leader and others looked at each other. At this time, they all understood what kind of choice Qin Ling would make. Compared to these few people who had some thoughts in mind, Qin Ling was a subconscious choice. Perhaps Qin Ling has never thought about the possibility of giving up Momo. No matter what he has to do. Seeing how determined Qin Ling was, the clan leader felt even more at ease. If Qin Ling's sincerity reached this level, then the possibility of being rejected by the late Tang dynasty's spiritual power would be even better. After all, when one party's energy reaches 100% kindness, the other party can also feel it. When Jianchu, Clan Chief Lin Yu, and the other three quietly looked at each other, and the atmosphere began to relax. Then the clan leader began to tell Qin Ling about the results of their study of the instructions in the past few days. These days, they have been pondering over the instructions for the fusion of the 5 beads day and night, just to see if they can find a few more possibilities for the end of Tang dynasty. But they have elaborated to the point where they can memorize it word for word. But they still haven't found any other way to achieve it. They proposed one plan, rejected another plan, proposed it again, and rejected it again. Until now, there was really only one way to save Tangmo. They were sure. Chapter 470 His decision. After the clan leader and others explained everything to Qin Ling in detail, the air fell into silence. Everyone was waiting for Qin Ling to say something. After all, no matter what they thought, it was useless. The only way to save Tangmo was the attribute bead. And the owner of that bead was standing in front of him.
When does it begin?
Qin Ling looked at Tangmo, who was wearing new clean clothes and lying on the mat with a pale face. His heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a hand, and he almost couldn't breathe in pain. Because of Lin Yi's careful care, Tangmo was kept very clean. If it weren't for her pale face and weak breathing, people would almost think she was asleep. Qin Ling knelt down and gently touched Tangmo's face with his hand. Touching the bloodless lips, Qin Ling felt that he couldn't wait any longer.
Judging from Tangmo's physical condition, we can still hold on for about half a month. We can't rush this matter yet. After all, we are not 100% sure of success. We should make better preparations.
Lin Yu said this. When Qin Ling comes back, this matter will be more than half settled. But they have been studying for a long time during this period. And even this only method is not 100% successful. What if the Pearl of Speed was rejected by the energy in Tangmo's body when it entered Tangmo's body? In case the energy of the Speed Pearl is not enough to repair Tang Dynasty's Sea of Consciousness. What if he was blocked by other energies in Tangmo's body when he was repairing the Sea of Consciousness? There are too many unknown possibilities that need to be further discussed in conjunction with the Pearl of Speed in Qin Ling's body. Everyone knows how precious this bead that can save MOMO is. And it is the hope of all mankind. And there is only one such precious opportunity. Once it fails, everything will be lost. No one can afford such failure.
What are the chances of success?
Qin Ling held Tangmo's hand and stared at her face.
If you can cooperate in trying these days, so that I can have a deep understanding of the energy and speed beads in your Sea of Consciousness.
The chance is about 80%.
The clan leader thought about it and said, opening one's consciousness to others and allowing others to understand it carefully or deeply is something that any person with superpowers will resist. The Sea of Consciousness is the biggest restricted area for people with superpowers. So the patriarch was very careful in what he said, for fear of offending this person. After all, he is a somewhat respectable person in front of the patriarch, but in front of this famous master. Who is he?
Only 80%?
The expression on Qin Ling's face was even more frightening. His voice was not loud, but it was cold. Although the temperature in the room seemed to have dropped sharply, the clan leader couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. In fact, what he didn't say was that 80% of this was told to higher-ups. After all, the energy in the body of a powerful person, like Tang Dynasty, is undoubtedly huge. Qinling is not a spiritual superpower. But he, the only one who is not rejected, can successfully send Qinling's energy in. It is really a thing. Unknown things. Qinling stopped talking. 80%. 80% chance that he wouldn't be able to accept it. But what can you do if you don't accept it? Qinling held Tang Mo's hand tightly, seeing nothing else in his eyes, and hearing nothing in his ears.
So, when do you think we should start? It's already time.
The clan leader looked at Qinling without saying anything for a long time, and boldly continued to ask. When Jianshu took the clan leader's arm and shook his head at him, then the three people retreated silently, leaving time for Qinling. The tents were empty, leaving only the Qinling Mountains and the late Tang Dynasty. Silence. The whole tent was quiet. There was no sound. Qinling turned his back to the entrance of the tent, took Tang Mo's hand, and sat on his knees on the ground, without even changing his position. Snap. Something fell to the ground and hit the side of Tang Mo's wrist. Snap. Snap.
Snap.
Then, there was the low sound of more liquid. In the quiet environment, the sound was even more obvious. It sounded like it was raining inside the tent. Of course, it's impossible to rain inside the tent. Qinling's tears were like broken beads, and he couldn't control them no matter what.
Why don't you wait for me?
Qinling's nose turned red.
Why don't you wait for me?
Qinling was sobbing and couldn't even speak a complete sentence. The whole face was wrinkled together, feeling aggrieved, and the snot and tears from crying were all mixed together. Su Laosan and his brothers were standing outside the tent and heard a faint sound.
Third brother. Did you hear any crying in the tent? Isn't it the boss crying again?
The younger brother guarding the door heard the voice and asked Su Laosan.
Don't lie. Our boss has never cried. If you spread rumors again, I'll pull out your tongue.
After hearing this, Su Laosan immediately raised his leg and kicked the younger brother who spoke. Who is their boss? That's the Qinling Mountains. Who is Qinling? That's someone who can laugh even if his arm is broken. He'd be damned if he could cry.
No. Boss, please listen carefully.
The kid who got kicked was really tough. Even after being kicked, he still refused to give up. He obviously heard it. Su Laosan subconsciously put his ear to the door, and then immediately kicked the boy again.
Go away. Go away.
It's all because of this heartless guy's nonsense, which made him hallucinate. Su Laosan rubbed his ears. He must have been hallucinating. In the tent, Qinling couldn't bear to let go of Tang Mo's hand after crying a lot, and just sat like that.
You must have thought that the first time I met you was in a post-apocalyptic school. In fact, I have known you since you first entered school. At that time, I thought again. How could a little girl wear such shabby clothes and hold her head so high? I was really curious about where you got that energy. I have been observing you for a long time, becoming more and more curious. But I can never find a suitable opportunity to talk to you. Later, it was the end of the world, and we got to know each other. You are more cute and interesting than I thought. I know you have a lot of secrets, but it doesn't matter. I knew at that time that I liked you, no matter what you look like. Later, something happened to me, and I was trapped in that hole for so many days. I thought I was dead. But here you are. You don't know. You were wearing sportswear that day, but my eyes seemed to be damaged. And you looked like an angel no matter how you looked at me. You cooked me delicious porridge. It was the best porridge I have ever eaten in my life. The night we were together, I stayed up all night and kept laughing. I didn't know I could be so stupid. Later, you became better and better. At first, I just wanted to protect you. But later, I realized that our relationship is not about protecting and being protected, but fighting side by side. You never tell me about your hard work, but I understand it all. That night you suddenly asked me if I didn't like you because you weren't good enough. The look in your eyes was so stubborn and aggrieved. It made me feel bad. I swore in my heart at that time that I would protect you with my life as long as I live. There are many words I can't say, but I want you to know that I love you not because you are excellent or not, but just because you are you. I love you without any reason. Without any reason. I can give everything to love you, even if it means my life. Chapter 471 Energy Surges.
I like you so much. Why don't you wait for me?
Qinling's last words were extremely aggrieved. like a little boy who had been wronged. People turn into children in front of the one they love. And no matter how upright they are, they will feel aggrieved like a child. If Tang Emo was awake now, her heart would have melted when she saw this scene, and she would have given her little boy a good hug. But it's a pity that the late Tang dynasty couldn't hear it. However, although Tang Emo couldn't hear it, there was indeed a little thing that could hear it. And that was the pink bead in Tang Mo's sea of consciousness. The more Qinling talked, the pink bead slowly continued to grow like seeds absorbing nutrients. And more energy was stored inside. The more pure and sincere the emotion, the more powerful it is. Unknowingly, the pink bead became bigger, but it was not enough. It continued to grow hard. But no one outside knows anything about it. In the next few days, Qinling was pulled out by the clan leader and Lin Yu. After all, the clan leader will have to mix with Qinling's energy in the future. So the two must be extremely familiar with each other, because it is necessary to get in-depth contact with the Pearl of Agility, so that it can be conveniently used to repair the Sea of Consciousness in the late Tang dynasty. Therefore, Zhong Chonggang had to enter the Sea of Consciousness in Qinling for a long time. The clan leader was not familiar with Qinling. At first, he was very cautious, fearing that Qinling would mind, or that the energy in Qinling's Sea of Consciousness would subconsciously attack him. But not at all. Qinling was very cooperative. And even his consciousness sea was very cooperative. After all, it is the sea of consciousness and energy that exists in a conscious body. And Qinling's consciousness is above all else. Seeing that Qinling didn't mind at all, the clan leader gradually relaxed and began to get familiar with Qinling's energy and the agility pearl. In fact, Qinling really doesn't mind. If he can increase his chance of success, he is even willing to do anything. Not to mention letting others enter his sea of consciousness, or even letting others attack his sea of consciousness. Qinling's unconditional cooperation made things go very smoothly. But Tang Mo's body was getting weaker and weaker. The riding energy could not be suppressed for too long before it collapsed, and then spread all over the body. And then Tang Mo would explode. The body dies. They couldn't wait much longer. In the past few days, apart from cooperating with the clan leader and Lin Yu in experiments, Qinling stayed in the tent at the end of Tang dynasty. He took over all the work that originally belonged to Lin Yi, including helping Tang Mo scrub his body and change clothes. We have already reached this point, and it is somewhat unnecessary to discuss the differences between men and women. Lin Yi was originally a little dissatisfied that she and Mo would spend less time together after Qinling came. But then she thought about it, and would be relieved if Qinling and Mo didn't even have any hope of waking up. In fact, ever since they knew that Qinling chose to abandon everything to save Mo without hesitation at all, they had fully recognized Qinling's love for Mo in their hearts. A friend in need is a friend indeed, although it is a bit sad to say that. But good relationships always reveal their true feelings after suffering. To be on the safe side, Zhongzhang and Qinling simulated it again. The subject of the experiment is naturally a person with mental powers. There is no one else here, so Lin Yu is the most suitable. Lin Yu was already very familiar with the clan leader, and coupled with the clan leader's special spiritual relationship, it was difficult to be rejected. Lin Yu was very resistant to Qinling's energy at first, but in order to better simulate the effect, he gave himself mental hints over and over again so that he would not resent other people's energy invasion. After many attempts, 3 people succeeded, successfully transported by the spiritual power of the clan leader. The energy of Qinling's fused pearl of agility was sent to Lin Yu's body. Of course, he quickly withdrew again. As long as both parties do not resist and the energy is not used, there will be no problem in withdrawing. This successful trial also greatly increased everyone's confidence. However, Lin Yu's energy was much worse than that of the late Tang dynasty. However, the late Tang dynasty's acceptance of Qinling was definitely higher than that of Lin Yu. With many uncertain factors combined, the final probability of success was still uncertain. But as time went by, they had no time to think of any better solution, and no time to hesitate. On the day when the plan was decided to start, it was a rare sunny day, and the sun, which had not appeared for a long time, shone warmly on the protective cover. Everyone looked up at the sunshine. Like plants, enjoying photosynthesis and replenishing energy, Qinling was sitting in the tent, holding Tang Mo's hand and talking to her for the last time before starting the plan. In fact, Qinling was talking to Tang Mo every day these days. But before the plan started, he still asked for some more time to be alone with Mo. "Don't be afraid. It will be fine in a while. It will be fine in a while," Ling just murmured these words, not knowing whether he was comforting Mo or himself. In fact, how could Momo be afraid if he was unconscious? It was actually him who was afraid. Yes, he was afraid of Ling. So he bought himself some time to hide his fear as much as possible. He was too afraid of losing Momo. But now, he couldn't make a choice. No choice. But Ling didn't know that at this time. All the fear of loss in his heart turned into nutrients, and was transported to the pink bead in the Sea of Consciousness in the late Tang Dynasty. And the size of the bead suddenly increased sharply after absorbing the fear. It was originally much larger than other attribute beads. And now it even increased like a balloon that was about to burst. Boom! Finally, the pink beads exploded, and all the energy burst out at once. It's just that the energy with pink light did not rush to all parts of Mo's body, but quickly tried to connect to the real consciousness. The area around here has been protected by the clan leader and Ling people. Apart from the clan leader, Ling and the late Tang Dynasty, there is no fourth person. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, the tent was filled with crystal stones and various exotic treasures. Except for Zhong and Ling. That was because they were afraid of not having enough energy to prepare. Let us start! The clan leader opened the tent door and walked in. We always have to face what we have to face. After such a long period of research and testing, they actually have a lot of confidence. As long as nothing unexpected happens. Soon, Ling and the clan leader were sitting on one side of Mo, ready to start the steps they had rehearsed countless times. Before starting, the clan leader first released his mental power, wanting to check the current situation in Mo's consciousness. Logically speaking, after such a long time, most of the energy in the Sea of Consciousness should have dissipated into the body. But, the clan leader frowned. No, the current situation is completely different from what was expected. Chapter 472 Return to the Body. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Ling caught the clan leader's slightly strange mood. Now is the critical time. Any slight deviation may lead to the failure of the plan. And he only has this one chance, and cannot afford the consequences of the failure of the plan. It's okay. Let's continue. The clan leader immediately replied. He felt that the strange energy in Mo's body was rioting. As time went by, the energy in Mo's body not only did not decrease, but became more and more. This means that if they hesitate to suspend their plans this time, a worse situation will definitely be waiting for them later. Rather than telling Ling the bad news now and distracting him, it would be better to go all out and carry out the matter as planned. The clan leader stabilized his mind, withdrew his energy from the Sea of Consciousness at the end of Tang Dynasty, and prepared to escort Ling's Pearl of Agility into the Sea of Repair Consciousness according to the original plan. And at this moment, a group of pink consciousnesses that were happily playing with the whale on the bottom of the sea suddenly stopped. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? The little blue whale saw that the pink light ball that was playing with him stopped and couldn't help but also stopped and asked. At this time, Mo felt that the opportunity he had been waiting for so many days had finally come. This time, the pink energy is not like the previous tentacles. It runs away when touched, making it difficult to catch. This time the energy was like a raging torrent, rolling in and swallowing up Mo's entire consciousness. The big whale on the side was anxiously circling around Mo, unable to wait for a reply, but watching helplessly as his good friend grew bigger and bigger. The whale was originally simulated to match the size of the pink light cluster in the late Tang Dynasty. Now that the light group has become larger in the late Tang Dynasty, the whale's subconscious anxiety has also become larger. Whale, it's okay. I feel my energy is coming to me. I may have to go back. See you next time. Mo knew very well what was happening to her now. And she also knew very well that this was a very important opportunity for her. And it was probably the last chance. Being together with Big Whale these days, many thoughts in Mo's heart have quietly changed. After unloading many burdens that should not have been shouldered on him in the first place, Mo still wants to continue living, if there is a chance. But now, this opportunity is right in front of him. Drowning in the torrent of searching for himself, Mo only felt a kind of warmth from the inside out in his entire consciousness, which was the comfort of his soul, like a baby lying peacefully in its mother's arms. Mo worked hard to fuse and connect himself with this energy. It all seemed slow, but it all happens in an instant. At this time, the pearl of sensibility in Mo's body had completely exploded, and all the energy flowed out of Mo's body like a flood. After Mo in the ocean received all the pink energy, while the energy was still connected between his conscious body and his body, He followed the energy all the way back to his body. If it took a long time to wander slowly to this point in the late Tang dynasty, then following the energy back now is like the speed of light, following the flow of energy. At this time, Xinling, who was about to start, obviously realized that something was wrong. Too much energy flowed out of Momo's body.
What happened?
Xinling looked very unhappy, feeling that everything was not running as planned. What happened to Momo's body? Could it be that their previous estimate that they could last for half a month was wrong? And in fact Momo could no longer last that long?
Let's get started. This is our only chance. If we don't start, it might be too late.
The clan leader sighed, and the melancholy in his tone was audible no matter how hard he concealed it. Xinling's face turned pale, but it was impossible to retreat at this time. Just like what he had thought before, he would do it even if there was only a 10% chance. At this time, Tang Mo's consciousness had returned to the familiar tent. Looking at the very nervous Zhong Zhang and Xinling sitting next to her, Tang Mo couldn't care less about missing them after not seeing them for a long time, because she clearly felt the energy fluctuations of the clan leader just now, and the current posture of the two people, obviously trying to take out Xinling's pearl of agility. At this time, at the end of Tang Dynasty, it was too late to be moved by Xinling's willingness to pay so much to save her. She just wanted to return to her body quickly and stop all this. When she just fused this energy at the bottom of the sea, she had already figured out what this pink energy was, which was the pearl of sensibility, the big pearl that she had always disliked. Not only that, Tang Mo also had an idea in his mind. Although she had never known the purpose of the pink energy existing in her body, now she thought about it. Could this energy replace the pearl of agility and be used to repair her sea of consciousness? The clan leader and Xinling over there were about to take action. Tang Mo led the large pink ball and slammed into his body. The original sea of consciousness had been shattered, and when it exploded, Tang Mo's consciousness was forcefully squeezed out. Because there is too little energy and the sea of consciousness is damaged, there is no way to go back. But it's different now. Tang Mo has become one with the pink energy. Moreover, the Master of Sensibility originally had a lot of energy, but now there is still pink energy remaining in the sea of consciousness in the late Tang Dynasty that has not had time to dissipate completely. Now it is just enough to use this momentum to return. When Tang Mo's consciousness returned to his own sea of consciousness, the clan leader's spiritual power had already protected Xinling's beads and began to try to enter Tang Mo's body. The return of consciousness to the body means that one has control over the body. Although it is very weak. Tang Mo tried hard to open his mouth to speak, but couldn't. I tried opening my eyes again, but it still didn't work. Her conscious body has been away from the body for too long. Now that she has just returned, the sea of consciousness is damaged again. It is an impossible task to regain control of the body immediately. But it didn't work. She finally thought of a way. It would be a waste if Xinling's pearl of agility came in at this time. Even if the energy of the pearl of sensibility can repair the sea of consciousness, it will definitely take some time. Now is the time when the energy in her sea of consciousness is the most violent. If the spiritual power of the clan leader comes in at this time and sees the scene, it will definitely be the most nervous time. Based on her understanding of the clan leader, he must feel that he is in the most danger now, and he must immediately melt the pearl of agility and give it to him. Sure enough, at the end of Tang Dynasty, he knew something about the clan leader, and the clan leader's judgment just now was exactly like this. Chapter 473 Can't Survive. The situation was critical. Tang Mo felt that he had used all his strength to try to control his body, but the effect was minimal. No, it can't be done. Tang Mo mobilized all the energy he had just integrated, but it was still not enough. The time left for her was too short. The few attribute beads that were maintaining order in the sea of consciousness felt that their master had finally returned, and fell into a state of struggle, and immediately pumped out some energy to help Tang Mo. Soon, at Tang Mo's insistence, her fingers trembled slightly. The range of movement was very small, but it was already the maximum that Tang Mo could do. The clan leader was all focused on the next action at this time, and did not notice this small movement. But Xinling saw it. Their energy had merged into one, and was about to enter Tang Mo's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Xinling noticed that Tang Mo's little finger trembled slightly. Xinling's pupils tightened for an instant, and he was sure that he had seen it correctly. There was no wind in the tent. It was Mo who moved it on his own. Pause! Xinling reminded the clan leader aloud, and then took back the energy he had just taken out of his body. What's wrong? Because of Xinling's reminder, The clan leader was mentally prepared. He half set Qinling's pearl of agility back, and the two of them returned to their original state.
I felt Mo move.
Qinling stared at the end of Tang Dynasty, trying to find some trace again.
Isn't it possible? Are you hallucinating? Grandmaster's entire consciousness is now shattered, and his conscious body is outside and cannot come back.
The clan leader wiped the sweat from his head. In fact, this job is not really a heavy workload. It is just too stressful, and there is no room for any mistakes.
I read that right.
Qinling's eyes were still staring at Tang Mo's fingers. The clan leader followed Qinling's ears and looked over, and also stared at Tang Mo's hands. Although he knew clearly in his heart that this situation was impossible, the patriarch still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. What if? What if it's true? If the patriarch's conscious body really returned to the body by himself? Then the energy of the conscious body is very important. Maybe there are other ways to repair the sea of consciousness. Now this method is not only costly, but the success rate is not 100%. As the energy riot in Tang Mo's body increases, the success rate continues to decline. If there was a better way, no one would want to be as desperate as they are now. At this time, Tang Mo could hear them talking. Although she could not make any response, she had to give some more reaction. Tang Mo knew that Qinling and the clan leader who were guarding her were waiting for her to make another move. The first time was familiar. The second time was familiar. Although the second time consumed more energy, Tang Mo's fingers quickly moved again.
It's moving! It's really moving! The ancestor's consciousness is back!
Under the gaze of two pairs of eyes, Tang Mo's efforts this time were seen. The clan leader said excitedly that only when the consciousness comes back can the body be controlled again. This means that it is very possible that the patriarch has accumulated enough energy, although he does not know where this energy came from. Theoretically speaking, the conscious body is just a conscious body when it is outside. It can hear and see, but everything in the outside world has no effect on it. But now that we are in this situation, who cares about theories or not? Since he moved once, he would move twice. If he could move twice, he might wake up soon. Qinling pursed his lips and said nothing, but the expression on his face betrayed the nervousness in his heart. Both pairs of eyes widened even more, waiting for Tang Mo to make more moves to wake him up. But at this time, Tang Mo was in an energy crisis, and she also knew that she should try her best to react now. But she couldn't do it anymore. The broken sea of consciousness could not contain energy. For such a long time, her body relied on the maintenance of the attribute beads. But just now, the attribute pearl separated energy to help her control her body, and the maintenance of energy order in the sea of consciousness suddenly became a little chaotic. If the energy continued to flow like this, Tang Mo quickly adjusted the energy of the attribute beads back to do what they needed to do most at this time. But without the help of the energy of the attribute pearl, it would be very difficult for Tang Mo to control his body with his current pink energy. But for her now, what is more important is not to be able to regain control of her body right away, but to repair her broken sea of consciousness first. She had already thought about what to use to repair Tang Mo, so she used these pink lights. In the tent, Qinling and the clan leader were anxiously waiting for Tang Mo's next reaction, waiting for her to wake up. Time passed little by little, but Tang Mo still showed no sign of waking up. There wasn't even any movement anymore. Just like every day before, they lay there quietly with their eyes closed, as if what they just saw was an illusion. But both of them knew clearly that this was not an illusion. But why didn't Tang Mo react now? Could it be that the stored energy is not enough? If so, is there still enough energy to repair the sea of consciousness? If it is not fixed today, will there be a chance later? These are all questions, but no one can give a correct answer. The clan leader subconsciously turned his attention to Qinling. All this has to wait for the man in front of me to give an answer. Of course, Qinling knew if the clan leader was waiting for him to say something, whether he should continue or stop.
Go and take a look at Mo's current condition of consciousness. See. Good.
The clan leader nodded and used his spiritual power again, wanting to observe the situation of the sea of consciousness in the late Tang dynasty just like before. But after a while, the clan leader regained his mental power and shook his head.
Now the outside of the sea of consciousness is surrounded by energy. I can't see clearly what's going on inside. I can only feel that the energy is beginning to be out of control.
Due to the temporary loss of energy order in the late Tang dynasty, the leaked energy completely blocked the sea of consciousness, making it difficult for people to see clearly what was going on inside. As for rashly entering with mental power under such circumstances, it was not a rational choice. So the clan leader checked outside for a while, and found that nothing could be seen before he retreated. Not all was lost. There was also some bad news.
Judging from the degree of energy leakage, if the Patriarch Sea of Consciousness is not repaired immediately, probably.
The clan leader was a little hesitant to say what he wanted to say next.
About what?
Qinling asked.
I probably won't survive today.
Chapter 474 Believe her.
So starting now, what are the chances of success?
With sudden changes and such a large change in energy, Qinling naturally knew that the probability of success would definitely be reduced. He wanted to know how many percent it would be if he started now as planned.
30%.
The clan leader sighed. With the sudden change in energy in the Sea of Consciousness in the late Tang Dynasty, the success rate would only get lower and lower. Qinling didn't say anything. He held Tang Mo's hand that had just moved his fingers. Momo moved just now. What did she want to say? Qinling knew that Tang Mo must have heard what they said. She moved her fingers hard. Probably to tell herself something. Big hands wrapped around small hands. Both hands were slightly rough. And there were even many scabs and scars on them, which were traces of their battles. Mo. What on earth do you want to tell me? Qinling's brain was running rapidly. If Momo's consciousness did not come back, they had no choice. They could not let go of the 30% chance. But now that Momo's consciousness has returned, and she even moved her fingers, does that mean things have turned around, and they have other possibilities? Qinling began to become greedy. He felt that the 30% chance was unacceptable. He kept asking himself in his mind what signal Momo wanted to send. With Momo's character, struggling to send out signals would definitely not be to get them to start quickly. So what does it mean? Could it be that she had found a way to stop their actions? Qinling seems to have figured it out. Yes, that should be the case. With Momo's character, she will never give up. She only has a character that will try to grasp a little light. Now that her consciousness has returned to her body, she must have found a way. She must be trying to stop them. Qinling felt the warmth from the clenched hands, which strengthened his thoughts.
Stop the plan for a while and give her some time?
Qinling finally made a judgment.
But?
The clan leader was a little anxious. But this is their last chance at the end of Tang Dynasty.
Believe her.
Qinling only said these 3 words. Since Mo asked them to stop, he would believe her, rather than making the 30% chance choice for her. It is better to trust her and respect her choice. Qinling's eyes were firm. He believed that Tang Mo must be working hard at this time. And he must believe in her and support her.
Good.
The clan leader looked at Qinling's unquestionable expression and finally nodded. Now that the plan was terminated, the clan leader silently retreated and gave up the space. Qinling was just holding Tang Mo's hand tightly as usual. Since you have chosen to support and believe, all you can do at this time is wait and accompany you. At this time, Tang Mo, who was busy using the energy of the Pearl of Sensibility to repair the Sea of Consciousness, felt relieved that the 2 people outside had stopped moving. As long as she gives herself time, she has already started to repair it. Although the process is not that easy, Tang Mo is still happy at this time. Because after trying it, she has confirmed that using this pink energy to repair the Sea of Consciousness is a feasible solution. As long as the direction is right, Tang Mo began to work hard to repair it. The attribute beads felt that their master was repairing the Sea of Consciousness. And they were also working hard to maintain the order of energy in the Sea of Consciousness in the late Tang Dynasty, striving for the best environment for their master so that she could concentrate without distractions. The Pearl of Sensibility had been in the Sea of Consciousness in the late Tang Dynasty since it made a sound. Naturally, it did not reject being a part of the Sea of Consciousness, and it also actively followed the instructions of the late Tang Dynasty's consciousness. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Repairing the Sea of Consciousness is a very complicated project. It does not mean that it can be repaired immediately with energy. It requires rebuilding the framework bit by bit, and then filling it in. No carelessness is allowed. If you are not careful enough, even if the restoration of the consciousness sea is finally completed, it will be just a useless container, completely unable to carry the majestic power. How complex is this project? It's like trying to rebuild a house that has been demolished by blasting. Although there are new materials, you have to use every broken stone and not throw away any of it. And in the end, this house must be strong, beautiful and practical. If it is just built, but it is a shoddy project, then all the efforts will be in vain. After all, this is a matter related to his long-term development in the future, and there is no need to rush for time now. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he repaired the broken sea of consciousness bit by bit as if carving a work of art. But Tang Mo, who was still happily completing his work, gradually became serious, because she discovered that, as the Sea of Consciousness was successfully repaired, the pink energy was getting less and less, and it was almost not enough. Tang Mo quickly calculated how much energy would be needed at this speed and amount of work. But the calculated results made her heart sink. It was not enough. Although the difference is not much, it is almost not good at knowing the sea. The beads of sensibility have been fused and turned into these energies. Because the beads no longer exist, they will naturally not absorb new energy in the future. There are only 4 attribute beads available for use in the Sea of Consciousness. Putting aside the use of these 4 beads, the result is the same as the use of Qinling's agility bead just now. There is no way to fuse the 5 beads. It is said that whenever one of these 4 beads is used, the writing energy will no longer be controlled and engulf the end of Tang Dynasty. Each of these attribute beads is performing its own duties and must not be used. So, what else? Tang Mo looked around at his Sea of Consciousness. There are countless crystal stones and rare treasures piled around her now. But she can't use these energies, because the Sea of Consciousness is broken. She cannot use her energy as she wishes, let alone absorb energy from the outside world. What she can use is the energy in the Sea of Consciousness. If the clan leader could help her with his spiritual power at this time, and use the clan leader's spiritual power as a medium to absorb those crystal stones and rare treasures, and transfer them to the Sea of Consciousness in the late Tang Dynasty, then maybe she could succeed. But this order is too complicated. Even if Qin Ling has been staying by the end of Tang Dynasty, at the end of the Tang Dynasty, it was impossible to achieve this with only the movement of fingers. But what else can be used in the Sea of Consciousness? Tang Mo was a little anxious, because repairing the consciousness sea could not be completed in stages. If it was not repaired at once, and the delay was long, the repaired parts would turn into scattered energy and dissipate. Then all efforts are wasted. Once all this energy is turned into writing energy, it cannot be taken out or recovered. The attribute beads cannot suppress so much energy. And then, there will really be nothing you can do. Chapter 475, the most important treasure. I was at a loss, but I couldn't think of any other way. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he could only pretend to be calm and continue to use the remaining emotional power to continue repairing. But the more repairs took, the longer it took, as if he was doing some delicate work. Although she knew that the remaining energy would eventually be used up. And when this energy was used up, it would be the time for her to truly say goodbye to this world. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, they were busy carving out the details, so they naturally stopped looking at things outside the tent. At this moment, Jingjing entered the tent without knowing when. As if she felt her master's consciousness returning, she nestled quietly on Tang Mo's neck. Ever since something happened that day at the end of the Tang Dynasty, Jingjing has been guarding her for the past few days without eating or drinking, and has become very lethargic. Seeing Jingjing come in quietly, Qin Ling didn't say anything. He just took a look and then returned his eyes to Mo. Jingjing can come in. It seems that the clan leader has told the outside about the situation inside, and most of the defense outside should have been withdrawn. Yes, after all, Qin Ling and the clan leader were in a disabled state at the beginning of the plan. There was no chance of any mistakes in the plan, so the defense was naturally extremely strict. But now that the plan has been cancelled, with him by Momo's side, naturally there is no need for so many people. The large number of people will naturally attract the attention of outsiders, and they hide everything about the late Tang Dynasty from everyone, to leave enough time for Mo. There is really no need to add extraneous matters. At this time, Tang Mo, who was still struggling to hold on, suddenly felt something rubbing against him intimately. His consciousness swept over, and he immediately recognized the thing. It was the jade pendant that I had absorbed into the Sea of Consciousness before, and now it has turned into a small round light spot. Probably because after the fusion of the space pearl, it also fused the jade pendant again. Although the jade pendant at this time still retains an independent individual, it no longer has the form of the jade pendant. It's like a scaled-down version of the space pearl, but the scaled-down factor is quite large.
Where did you hide just now?
Innate treasures that contain huge energy, such as attribute beads, basically have some consciousness of their own. The original level of a jade pendant is definitely not enough. But after several fusions, and staying in the Sea of Consciousness in the late Tang Dynasty for a long time, some thoughts were born. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he felt a little funny when he saw this jade pendant dodging as if he was afraid. But he overcame his fear and came to be intimate with him. In fact, she had just seen this little guy in the Sea of Consciousness.
But even if its energy was added to such a big thing, it was still a bit inferior. So seeing it dodge, she was not in a hurry to confiscate its energy. Tang Mo had some special feelings for this jade pendant that had been following her since the end of the world. This jade pendant witnessed the growth since the end of Tang Dynasty, and also made up for the regrets of his previous life. It can be said that without this jade pendant, the late Tang Dynasty would not have had such a big advantage in the early days of the end of the world, and would not have had the confidence to do more things. The small light ball of the jade pendant turned in circles, as if hesitating or fearing. But soon, as if it had made a decision, it rushed into the fragments of the sea of consciousness that were being repaired at the end of Tang Dynasty, and turned into energy. It turned out that it was because he felt the difficulty of his master that the jade pendant overcame his fear, and finally decided to donate his energy. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was moved and felt a little speechless. There must be too many dramas about this jade pendant. It was originally the energy in its own sea of consciousness, but now it is just integrated with the sea of consciousness. Its own energy will not disappear, but will exist in a different form. Why are there so many inner dramas? Although the energy of the jade pendant is small, it can still come in handy. But soon, Tang Mo's available energy bottomed out again. Towards the end, Tang Mo became more and more strenuous, because it was more difficult to maintain a semi-repaired state of consciousness that had been mostly rebuilt. The feeling of being destroyed due to lack of new energy made Tang Mo feel endless pain again. It even felt like he was about to be squeezed out of the body again in the next second. This was not the first time that Tang Mo experienced such pain. But people have no tolerance for pain. No matter how many times he experienced it, it was still as painful as the first time. But the result expected at the end of Tang Dynasty did not appear. And soon a full of energy was injected into the sea of consciousness again. Restoration work continues to begin. Tang Mo felt as if the rope that bound him was suddenly loosened. Tang Mo was a little surprised. He looked towards the energy, and thought it was a familiar golden light. The golden color looked familiar to her. It's the color of the golden icon behind your name on the leaderboard. It is the color of Jingjing energy. It turned out that Jingjing, who had been lying next to Tang Mo and guarding her silently, felt that something was wrong with Tang Mo, although it didn't know what happened. It signed a soul contract with Tang Mo and felt the storm and feelings that happened in Tang Mo's sea of consciousness. To the pain, because she was too worried about her master's safety. Jingjing rushed all her energy into the sea of consciousness at the end of Tang Dynasty. The pet that Jingjing contracted with Tang Mo will not be rejected when entering Tang Mo's consciousness sea. On the contrary, the energy is highly accepted by the consciousness sea because it is too familiar. So the broken sea of consciousness received the injection of new energy and began to continue repairing. You're so dumb! Tang Mo has been in the fantasy world for too long. There is no way to bring pets in the fantasy world. So she and Jingjing have been separated for too long. This first meeting may be the last. Jingjing's energy was golden, and Tang Mo could see it. The energy was extremely majestic, even greater than Tang Mo had ever imagined. Undoubtedly, with the addition of Jingjing's energy, there will definitely be enough materials to repair the sea of consciousness, and it will even make one a lot richer. But this is the result that Jingjing paid for with her life. Tang Mo and Jingjing had formed a contract, and she could feel that Jingjing's vitality had been exhausted at this moment. Under normal circumstances, if the pet dies, the owner will also be greatly traumatized. But not this time, because Jingjing's energy did not dissipate, but completely entered Tang Mo's body and became part of her sea of consciousness energy. It can also be said that Jingjing and Tang Mo are better integrated. Alien beasts are beasts after all, and are different from humans. Even though Jingjing's energy is so huge that more than a dozen ordinary superpowers can't keep up with it, there is no way for the superhuman beast to release its energy outside the body, because they are beasts. Energy is only inherent to them, and cannot be used as a freely retractable tool. There is only one way to release your energy, and that is to separate your consciousness from your body, and go out with all your energy. And then you will never be able to go back. The moment it is stripped of its own energy, it declares its death. Chapter 476 is back. Jingjing's sacrifice made Tang Mo's eyes wet. If her consciousness had the form of eyes, Jingjing is different from the jade pendant. The jade pendant is originally energy. Although it has its own consciousness, it is either hanging around the neck of the late Tang Dynasty, or staying in the sea of consciousness. But Jingjing is a living being. No matter how bad the environment in the apocalypse is, it will not be affected. It lives very happily, has friends, and many people like it. It has seen how beautiful this world is,
and giving it up after having it is a very cruel thing, whether it is to animals or people. But the matter has come to this. Even if it is suspended at this moment, Jingjing cannot go back. Soon Tang Mo regained his energy, and continued to manipulate energy to repair the sea of consciousness. With the addition of Jingjing energy, the next process became very smooth. After all, Jingjing's energy purity is very high, and it is very compatible with Tang Mo. For Tang Mo, it is the most suitable energy to repair the sea of consciousness. Although for this kind of suitability, Tang Mo couldn't feel a trace of joy at this moment. Time passed little by little, and Qinling outside had been staying with Tang Dynasty for a whole day without eating or drinking, and refused to leave no matter how hard anyone tried to persuade him. The faces of everyone outside were filled with sadness. Probably everyone felt that the end of Tang Dynasty was really in danger this time. They also had no chance to do anything more for her. If the only person who still believes that Tang Dynasty can survive and wake up is probably Qinling. Day and night. Day and night. At the end of Tang Dynasty, I thought this was a big project, but I didn't expect it to be so complicated. The framework has been built early, even if there is enough energy to fill it up. In the end, it is still necessary to perfect the details little by little, and try to use every ounce of energy to make it run where it should be. Only by making it reach its most perfect state can it exert its greatest effect. The reconstruction of the consciousness sea in the late Tang Dynasty was a blessing in disguise. With multiple sources of energy, her energy value was greatly improved. Compared to before, this carefully built house is now much stronger. Tang Mo's heart became more and more stable. She knew it was done. What needs to be done now is just the final perfection. Because the fusion of the 5 beads will have to be carried out later. The better and stronger the consciousness sea is built now, which will also be a very good help for the fusion of the 5 beads in the future. Just after Tang Mo concentrated on working hard for 3 days, when the last trace of energy was smoothed out, Tang Mo felt that the entire sea of consciousness suddenly emitted a golden light. In an instant, all the uncontrollable energy that had been raging in the sea of consciousness all calmed down, returned to their respective places, and soon circled in the sea of consciousness again in a new order. The 4 attribute beads were finally liberated and spread out to guard the 4 directions of the sea of consciousness. Tang Mo looked at the obedient energy and had mixed feelings in his heart. If the energy hadn't become manic and out of his control before, there would be no need to sacrifice Jingjing. Tang Mo sighed, but before he finished sighing, he saw a small golden beast jumping in the sea of consciousness, shuttling around several attribute beads. And it was lively. The little golden beast is very young and looks very cute. The most important thing is that it looks like a mini version of Jingjing. It turns out that most of Jingjing's energy was used up during the repair process of the consciousness sea, but some of the remaining energy remained in the consciousness sea, and the remaining energy turned into a mini version of Jingjing again. Tang Mo looked at the little golden beast in surprise. The little beast seemed to feel his master's gaze and looked up, his eyes full of attachment and intimacy. Exactly the same as the way Jingjing looked at her back then. Jingjing's consciousness is still there, and so is her memory. After observing this matter, Tang Mo was even more delighted. Later, the restored consciousness sea gave her a gift, which was a memory of everything that happened in this base after Tang Dynasty's consciousness left the body. Tang Mo saw how worried his mother Lin Yi was about him, and took the trouble to clean his body every day. She also saw how Uncle Wen, the clan leader, and Lin Yu spent sleepless nights helping her think of countermeasures, looking forward to Qinling's return with the Pearl of Agility every day. Then she saw Qinling again. When she came out of the fantasy world, the expression on her face changed from excitement to doubt to nervousness, and finally to solemnity. She saw how Qinling firmly chose herself without hesitation. And she saw how Qinling worked hard to cooperate with everything in order to save her. She saw Qinling standing by her side instead of her mother. She saw Qinling holding her hand, kissing her cheek, and cleaning her body. Wait a moment. Body scrub? Tang Mo was shocked. Why did he have to do this for him? Tang Mo was no longer calm. He originally looked forward to waking up and meeting him soon. But now he couldn't. Why should I face such a thing as soon as I wake up? Life is really too difficult. Tang Mo cried silently. But later in the late Tang Dynasty, we saw how Qinling chose her against all odds when the plan was about to begin. When I saw Qinling, I believed her. At the end of Tang Dynasty, my heart seemed to have turned into a century-old bell in the temple, which was hit hard. The things she had been unsure about, the things she had been asking but refused to believe after getting the answers, all of them turned into bubbles and dissipated at this moment. It turned out that the answer was already there.
It was just waiting for her to discover it by herself. Seeing Qin Ling staying in front of her day and night these past few days, the embarrassment just now was forgotten. At this moment, Tang Mo just wanted to wake up quickly, hug her baby, and tell him that his choice was not wrong, and that she believed that she was the most correct choice. It's a pity that there is nothing we can do now in the late Tang dynasty. Although the sea of consciousness has been repaired, because the consciousness has been away from the body for too long. The sea of consciousness has just started to operate, and everything has to be adapted again. It won't be long, Tang Mo said to himself as he looked at Qin Ling holding her hand tightly. Soon, another 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Tang Mo was trying hard to adapt to the order of energy movement in the sea of consciousness in her heart. She felt that she had become stronger. This is a good thing. But the stronger the energy, the more time it takes to temper it in the world. 2 days was already the fastest speed that Tang Mo had achieved with all his strength. So, 2 days after the consciousness sea was repaired, Tang Mo finally slowly opened his eyes. Being in the dark for a long time made his eyes too sensitive to light, and Tang Mo's eyes narrowed in pain. But the light she felt through the gap still made her extremely excited. She has come back. Chapter 477 Meet Again. Qin Ling has been sitting in the tent for 5 days. In these 5 days, he has hardly gone out, and he rarely even goes to the toilet. He was afraid that Tang Mo would suddenly wake up and see no one around him. And the first person he saw when he opened his eyes was not her. Although they all said that the probability of Mo waking up again was very small. Lack of rest and little food for a long time made Qin Ling's consciousness a little blurry. He sat next to Tang Mo, holding her hand with one hand and supporting his head with the other. In a daze, Qin Ling felt as if he saw Mo opening his eyes. This was not the first time he had imagined this, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter again, and then closed his eyes again. If only I could have a dream now, and dream about her. Dream that she opened her eyes. Dream that she could hold his hand. As he thought about it, Qin Ling felt as if he had fallen asleep. In his dream, there was really a small hand holding him tightly. That small hand was warm, fresh and vital. Qin Ling was immersed in his dream until he held his hand and pinched himself hard. He opened his eyes suddenly. Could this dream really be so real? Can even the pain be felt so real? But when he opened his eyes, Qin Ling saw Tang Mo, who had already sat up and had a worried look mixed with a little sadness. From the perspective of the late Tang dynasty, she saw Qin Ling open her eyes when he saw her, and smiled silly at her. But before she could speak, he closed his eyes and continued to smile. Late Tang dynasty. It's over. It's over. It must be thinking about the possibility of losing such a wonderful girlfriend. This stupid boy is so grief-stricken that there is something wrong with his brain. I don't know if the brain problem can be cured. At this moment, for some reason, Tang Mo suddenly remembered those mindless red-eyed monsters in the fantasy world. I couldn't help but feel even more worried and sad. Momo? Qin Ling shouted uncertainly, and then rubbed his eyes vigorously. Feeling that it was not enough, he pinched himself hard again. When Qin Ling took out the dagger and wanted to cut himself, Tang Mo stretched out his hand to stop him. It's me. I'm fine. At the end of Tang dynasty, he took Qin Ling's arm with his hand. You're really awake. You're okay. The expression on Qin Ling's face seemed to explode with joy. And those emotions that had not been exposed for a long time poured out uncontrollably like a flood opening. He held Tang Mo's shoulders with both hands, held them carefully, and then hugged Tang Mo tightly into his arms. I miss you so much. Just 4 words. But behind them are countless heartaches, grievances and sorrows. Tang Mo, who had been strangled too tightly and was about to struggle, heard this sentence, and his whole heart seemed to melt. And he just let him hold him like that. Lost and found is probably the most beautiful 4 words in life. But soon, Qin Ling let go of Tang Mo and stared at her face. Is everything okay? Why do I feel that your expression is a little heavy? Is your body not recovered yet? Or are there any sequelae? Looking at Qin Ling's face, Tang Mo really didn't know whether he should answer this question at this time, and in such a good atmosphere. But in the end, she was defeated by the worried eyes. Tang Mo, I'm fine. I'm just okay. Just now, I thought you had become a fool. Qin Ling. The beauty of reunion. Those pink bubbles. All burst into pieces at this moment. Tang Mo had just woken up. His body was a little numb after lying down for too many days, and he still needed to get used to it. Qin Ling sat beside Tang Mo for too long and couldn't stand up for a while. There was a tacit understanding between the two of them.
and no one mentioned telling the good news to anyone outside. Tang Mo, please help me move my body. I can't stand up. I want to wait until I can stand up and walk before I go and surprise everyone in person. Qinling, okay. You wait for me to move a bit first. I can't stand up either. Late Tang Dynasty. The expression on Tang Mo's face became even more sad. It was okay to have a bad brain. But don't be lame anymore. Then you would have committed a sin. Because he had adapted to the control of his body in the sea of consciousness for a few days. Tang Mo slowly stood up with the help of Qinling. He walked around the tent with Qinling's arm. And soon Tang Mo was able to move freely.
Come on! Let's go tell them the good news!
After Tang Mo almost recovered, he opened the tent door and walked out. Qinling was a little depressed. He wanted to stay with Mo for a while longer. But he hadn't spent enough yet.
Let's go quickly!
At the end of Tang Dynasty, when he saw that Qinling did not keep up with him, he thought that his reaction was slower now. So he felt even more sorry for him, and decided to be responsible for him in the future. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he returned to the tent, took Qinling's hand, and walked out again. Qinling was satisfied when he saw Tang Mo's small hand on his wrist. There were two completely different atmospheres outside the tent than inside the tent just now, because they had been immersed in the sadness of losing the end of Tang Dynasty. Everyone stayed here and refused to leave, and the atmosphere was very depressed. Even the little sheep seems to have suddenly become sensible, sitting quietly holding sesame every day.
Family! I'm back!
Tang Mo's face was filled with a smile, and there was no sense of decline at all among those who had been bedridden for a long time and were on the verge of death. Qinling looked at the girl holding his hand and felt that she seemed a little different, as if the haze somewhere had been swept away and she became more generous. This kind of Momo was more charming and fascinated him even more. When Jianshu and Lin Yu were outside, looking at the scene in front of them as if they were dreaming. When Jianshu was the first to react and rushed into Lin Yi's tent before he could speak. Since the failure of this plan, Lin Yi fell ill and lay in the tent all day. Even if the patriarch is here, there is nothing he can do. After all, heart disease cannot be cured by any miracle doctor.
Honey! Honey! Get up quickly! Mo is awake! Mo is awake!
Across the tent, everyone could hear how loud when Jianshu was, and how excited he was, completely losing his former gentlemanly appearance.
Sister, I miss you so much!
The first person to react was actually Yang Yang. Seeing her sister finally getting up after sleeping for so long, she hurriedly moved her short legs to hug Tang Mo's thigh. Tang Mo temporarily let go of Qinling's hand, picked up the little guy with a smile, and walked towards his mother's tent. At this moment, Lin Yi had heard Wen Jianshu's words and rushed out without even bothering to put on her shoes. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw his daughter coming in with her son in her arms. Lin Yi was stunned when she saw her daughter standing in front of her, unable to recover for a long time. By the time she regained consciousness, the tears on her face had already wetted her clothes. Chapter 478. Everyone is happy. Losing and finding is one of the most significant happy events in life, and everyone present at this time deeply felt the weight of these 4 words. The joy of reunion makes people forget that they are still in the end of the world in ice and snow. At this moment, it is as if only their most important family members are together in the world. When people are here, home is here. Tang Mo thought she wouldn't cry. In the past few days, she thought she was ready to meet her family again. But when she saw her mother's haggard face, everything fell apart. And no matter how long she worked on psychological construction, it became meaningless. Tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes and fell straight to the ground, leaving small pits on the carpet. Tang Mo didn't bother to wipe his tears, but walked over quickly and helped Lin Yi back to the bed.
Mom, the ground is cold. Ah, my good daughter, my mother, my dear Momo is back.
Lin Yi was pulled away by Tang Mo. She couldn't take her eyes away from Tang Mo's face for a moment, and stretched out her hand to touch Tang Mo's face. Outside, several grown men looked at all this, and their eyes were quietly red. Qinling gently closed the tent door, leaving a small world of his own for the mother and daughter.
It'll be good if you come back. It'll be good if you come back.
When Jianshu murmured. He was the oldest among these men, and the one who cried the hardest. If Tang Mo didn't come back, he might not only lose a daughter, but also his wife. Tang Mo and Lin Yi stayed in the tent for half a day, and no one knew what they said. When Tang came out again at the end of Tang Dynasty, Lin Yi had already fallen asleep.
Xiao Tao, when my mother wakes up, please cook her a bowl of porridge.
Tang Mo quietly walked out of the tent and talked to Xiao Tao.
Alright.
Xiao Tao looked at Lin Yi in the tent and at the end of Tang Dynasty. No matter how she looked at it, she felt happy in her heart. The gray days suddenly became colorful. Xiao Tao and Lin Yi have a very good relationship. They have long recognized Lin Yi as their godmother, and the two of them accompany each other during their days at the base. Ever since the accident happened at the end of Tang Dynasty, Lin Yi almost didn't eat or drink, and her body quickly lost weight. Xiao Ao was so anxious that she tried her best to make delicious food and tell jokes to make Lin Yi happy. But it was of no use. Lin Yi seemed to have lost his soul. Lin Yi's behavior not only made Wen Jianshu and Xiao Tao anxious and angry, but Su Laosan also had a hard time. Xiao Ao was angry and anxious, and she couldn't be gentle with the third child when she went back. Knowing that his wife was in a depressed mood, Su Laosan did not dare to talk back. She had really suffered a lot of grievances during this period. Now that Imo is back and her godmother is willing to eat again, Xiao Tao is naturally in a good mood and happily takes the two cubs to work.
Uncle Wen, Clan Chief, Lin Yu, thank you all for taking this time.
Tang Mo bowed deeply. Everything they did during this period of time, she would never forget in Tang Dynasty for the rest of her life.
Get up! Get up! Master Patriarch, you are trying to offend me. Our entire Wuxi village owes its existence to this day because of your light. I cannot afford to take advantage of your words.
The clan leader quickly went to help Tang Mo.
You also saved my life and Xianxian's life.
If it hadn't been for the late Tang Dynasty, Lin Yu and Xianxian might have lived another kind of life long ago, and they wouldn't have lived a warm, happy life like they did now.
Mo, we are a family.
Wen Jianshu had long regarded Tang Mo as his daughter, as important as Shi Piang, although he hesitated at first whether to use human hope to save Tang Mo. It was not because he regarded Tang Mo as an outsider. The education Wen Jianshu received has always been like that. Even if it wasn't the late Tang Dynasty, it was Yang An, Lin Yi, or himself. Wen Jianshu's first thought at the beginning would have been to make a choice to save the world. Of course, the subsequent change in choice was naturally due to the emotions in my heart. Several people hugged Tang Mo and welcomed her return. However, they only hugged each other for a few seconds before Qinling on the other side pushed them apart.
Mo, you just woke up and you should be tired. Go to bed early. It's okay. I'm not tired. Let's talk about the fusion of the 5 beads.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he had been lying down for too long and recovered for several days. Naturally, he was full of energy. She has been idle for too long. And of course what she cares about most is the fusion of the 5 beads.
Can you? Don't be brave.
Lin Yu is always the most hard-spoken and soft-hearted.
I'm fine.
Tang Mo smiled. Her current condition was much better than that of all the green men in front of her. Then several people sat down and began to tell Tang Mo about the fusion of the 5 beads. In fact, the fusion of the 5 beads was too easy compared to saving Tang Mo. Just send the Pearl of Agility from Qinling to the Sea of Consciousness at the end of Tang Dynasty. Let him refine it again, and finally complete the fusion of the 5 beads in the Sea of Consciousness. Tang Mo listened carefully and nodded. Now that she has regained consciousness, she can naturally accept Qinling's energy without resistance and refining it to complete the fusion. This is not a difficult thing for her. Let's start tomorrow. Tang Mo still had a smile on her face. It seemed that since she came back, except for crying when she saw Lin Yi, she was always so happy. Qinling was a little stunned when he saw Mo's smile. My wife is so pretty.
So fast?
Everyone felt that this was a bit too fast. Tang Mo had just returned and it would be best to rest for a while.
It's okay. My energy has increased again. Everyone outside is waiting. Don't keep everyone waiting for too long. Okay.
Although everyone was a little worried, they believed in Tang Mo unconditionally. She said it would be no problem if it rose a little. So it should be no problem. Everyone knows that in the late Tang Dynasty, he was not a person who underestimated his own abilities. It wasn't until midnight in the evening that the rankings were updated, and everyone saw that Tang Mo's attribute value had almost doubled several times. Only then did they realize that Tang Mo was really being modest when he said it had increased a bit. The matter was quickly discussed, and Tang Mo returned to his tent. Jingjing's soft body was still lying on the quilt, lifeless. Tang Mo picked up Jingjing's body and found that Jingjing, which had grown to about the size of a sesame seed, was much smaller, even smaller than when he first met it, and turned into a snow-white fox baby. Holding Jingjing's body, Tang Mo released the little golden fox that was still running happily in the Sea of Consciousness. and injected energy into Jingjing's body. If it's an ordinary body, it really won't work. If it's that energy, there's no way to go back on its own. But Jingjing's body itself is an energy body. And now that he has contracted Tang Mo's energy as a medium, everything becomes logical. At the beginning, Tang Mo just had the attitude of giving it a try. But unexpectedly, he really succeeded. Soon the little hair ball opened its eyes in Tang Mo's arms, and then showed Tang Mo's familiar expression of intimacy and trust, and rubbed hard.
Thank you, little one.
Tang Mo held Jingjing in his arms.
Don't worry. I will let you grow up quickly again.
Chapter 479 Night Talk in the Tent. Qin Ling didn't live here originally. He had his own place to live. It's just that during this period of time, in order to better take care of Tang Mo, he stayed in Tang Mo's tent. But now that Tang Mo is awake, he should go back to his place. But Qin Ling was dragging his feet. One moment, he wanted to play with Jima. Another moment, he wanted to play with Shipiang. And now, he wanted to see Jingjing become smaller. These three little guys were very annoyed. It wasn't until it was completely dark that Qin Ling got into Tang Mo's tent. In fact, everyone in Qin Ling's little actions on this day saw it. And they didn't think it was anything. They just thought it was funny. In everyone's eyes, Qin Ling and Mo were a perfect couple. Besides, during this period, Mo was groomed by Qin Ling. There was no distinction between men and women long ago. Mo's ability to wake up is inseparable from Qin Ling's 100% trust and Qin Ling's selfless dedication. The two people have long been completely integrated.
You go. Don't you bother me.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, after a busy day, he finally prepared to have a good rest. And the more he welcomed such a big guy.
I don't.
Qin Ling reached out and hugged Tang Mo. But he didn't let go and started to play tricks. He is not leaving now. He waited until Mo finally woke up. He had to spend time with his mother in the morning. And in the afternoon, he spent time with Yang Yang and Jingjing Sesame, leaving no time for him. Qin Ling died of injustice.
It's so annoying. Stay away from me.
Tang Mo struggled in Qin Ling's arms and began to punch and kick. Of course, Tang Mo was useless at all. With her current energy, if she really wanted to struggle, Qin Ling would have no chance at all.
You go ahead and beat me. Anyway, I won't leave today even if you beat me to death.
No matter how little fists fell on him, Qin Ling was still a shameless person. Tang Mo laughed angrily at him, thinking that the child had indeed been wronged during this period. He stayed still. Tang Mo held Qin Ling's arm around him, lowered his head, and kissed her gently on the lips.
The last time.
Good. Seeing that the person in his arms compromised, Qin Ling was so happy that he agreed first no matter what. The last time? Impossible.
Mo, I think you are a little different.
Qin Ling asked Tian the questions in his mind.
What's different? Well, since you already know, I won't hide it from you. In fact, I am not Tang Mo.
In the late Tang Dynasty, people pretended to be serious.
Don't make trouble. I'm serious. I think you seem to be gentler this time you come back. And you love to laugh more. I feel you have a much more cheerful personality. Okay. Qin Ling, you said I used to be a tigress. Get started. I didn't.
The two of them just fooled around in the tent for a while. When they were both tired, Tang Mo started to get serious.
During this period of time, my consciousness has been to many places, and I have understood many things. I think I can change my life to a more relaxed way.
Tang Mo still had a smile on her lips. She was really happy. She is very happy to be back. Happy to see everyone. Happy to be everywhere she went and everything she saw during this period.
Can you tell me about this time in your life?
Since the advent of the Ice Age. In fact, the Qiling Mountains, like the late Tang Dynasty, almost only stayed in the protective circle and did tasks in the fantasy world. They almost never went to the outside world to see it. And they took it for granted that the outside world was completely barren.
Okay.
It was late at night, and Tang Mo began to softly tell Qin Ling about the outside world she had seen during this period. Not only that, the new world built by weak but powerful humans. Tang Mo also told Qin Ling about the old friends she visited and everything interesting under the sea. The world is really too big, even if they are ranked first and second in the Chinese rankings. They know very little about this world. Qin Ling listened with interest and asked his own questions from time to time. Tang Mo was not bothered and patiently explained to him. The two of them just talked like this. And they talked all night long without realizing it. It wasn't until the sky got slightly bright that they hugged each other and fell asleep. This night was the best night Qin Ling slept. And also the most peaceful night he slept in the late Tang dynasty. The next morning, it was already noon when the two woke up. Tang Mo and Qin Ling came out of the tent one after another and were about to wash up. But they happened to meet Xiao Tao, who was about to cook. Meeting Xiao Tao's ambiguous eyes, Tang Mo immediately blushed, and then subconsciously kicked Qin Ling. It's all his fault that he had to leave, and now he was so embarrassed. Qin Ling hadn't woken up yet, and was rubbing his eyes. He felt like he had been kicked, and he was a little confused, and didn't know what happened. He felt aggrieved. Xiao Tao left quickly. And before she left, she gave her a look that I knew even in the late Tang dynasty. The angry Tang Mo gave Qin Ling a hard squeeze. Mo, you're awake. Lin Yi was holding the sheep outside to bask in the sun. It had only been half a day since she last saw her. And she was obviously getting better. Sure enough, it is difficult to get better from heart disease. But it is also easy to get better. You and Xiao Qin come in. Mom has something to tell you. Lin Yi let Yang Yang play by himself, and then took Tang Mo and Qin Ling into his tent. Mo, Mom sees that you are recovering well and your health is fine. Since you don't have to do any tasks now, you can get married when you are settled. Lin Yi looked at her daughter and prospective son-in-law lovingly. No matter how pleased they were, Xiao Qin is first class in appearance and ability. Something happened at the end of this period. Lin Yi saw it in his eyes, and remembered how anxious Xiao Qin became. Lin Yi had long recognized Qin Ling as his son-in-law. Besides, Qin Ling and Mo were college classmates. They had a deep relationship and were both very young. They had graduated from college several years ago, and it was time for them to get married. Xiao Qin, what do you think? Qin Ling was naturally happy. He had wanted to marry Mo for a long time. And now that Mother Lin had mentioned it first, he was 120% willing. It all depends on Auntie's arrangements. Qin Ling lowered his head, pretending to be obedient. Lin Yi was even more satisfied and looked up at Tang Mo. Mom, it's too early. How old are we? Tang Mo has been working on missions since the end of the world. And there is not much time for serious love. Although she has long determined that there is no one else except Qin Ling in this life, she is still a little uncomfortable with a sudden marriage. How old are you? You are already 26 and 27 years old, and you still treat yourself like a child. When Lin Yi heard her daughter's words, her expression immediately became serious. Ren Xiao Qin is so kind to you. Besides, you can't be irresponsible to Ren Xiao Qin. Late Tang dynasty. Is this her real mother? Yesterday she still felt that she was her mother's little baby. But that changed today. Alas, a woman's heart is really as deep as a needle in the sea. As soon as he heard that he was irresponsible, Qin Ling immediately cooperated and pretended to be crying, as if he said another word of rejection in the late Tang dynasty, his tears would fall to the ground. Tang Mo glared fiercely at Qin Ling, who was busy performing next to him. I understand. I am responsible for him. Can we get married after I fuse the 5 beads and finish the last big thing? Hearing this, Qin Ling and Lin Yi were both satisfied. It's a deal? It's a deal. Chapter 480, Final Chapter. Because of Tang Mo's promise, Qin Ling no longer thought it was too early to fuse the 5 pearls. And he no longer mentioned anything to give Tang Mo a break. When Lin Yi came out of her tent, she pulled Tang Mo to pass the pearl of agility to her. If it weren't for the fact that Tang dynasty refused to obey and insisted on eating first, it would be impossible to have a moment of leisure. After lunch, the two of them started smoothly. They asked Lin Yu and Zong Zong to stay outside. There were only 2 people in the tent, Qin Ling and Tang Mo. With Tang Mo, a spiritual powerhouse, he didn't need anyone's help at all. And the pearl of agility was successfully transferred to his body by Qin Ling. The whole process took only half an hour. Because it was too fast. The clan leader and Lin Yu were shocked when they came out, fearing that the transmission would fail at such a fast time. No! So fast? Lin Yu blurted out. Qin Ling's face turned dark, and his original joyful mood disappeared, and he left first. What's up with him? Lin Yu felt baffled. At the end of Tang dynasty, he didn't know how to explain that Qin Ling misconstrued Lin Yu's words, and felt that his self-esteem was hurt. All I can say is, give me some face and let him. Lin Yu nodded clearly, seeing that Qin Ling had paid so much for everyone. So he stopped arguing with him. At night, Qin Ling was still worried about what Lin Yu said during the day, and wanted to prove himself with his strength. Anyway, the date for getting married has been set, so it doesn't matter if some things are done in advance. But tonight Tang Mo kicked him out mercilessly. She was really in trouble tonight. And Qinling's pearl of agility needed to be fused again. Qinling was originally very aggrieved. But when he thought of merging the beads quickly and getting married sooner, he endured it and went back silently. The late Tang dynasty had a lot of experience with fusion beads. In addition, this bead had been fused before. Now all you need to do is wash off the energy mark of Qinling on it and add your own. It will be fine. This was not a difficult matter for Tang Mo. He got it done quickly and had a good sleep. The next day, at the end of Tang dynasty, he called Qinling and asked him to guard the door of his tent, while he started to fuse the 5 beads inside the tent. Tang Mo has read the fusion explanation countless times. It might be a little difficult for others, but for people like Tang Mo, whose knowledge is tempered by himself, everything is not difficult. The 5 beads emitted different lights in the sea of consciousness, and then gradually came closer, and the 5 energies turned into one, until a smaller bead was formed in the end, and the bead was glowing with colorful light. At the moment it was formed, the tent where Tang Mo was sitting shone brightly, and a huge colorful beam of light emanated from the tent, reaching the height of the sky. Everyone, whether they were in the protective circle or nearby humans, put down what they were doing and looked over. Everyone knows that is the location of the late Tang dynasty, and everyone also knows what is being done there. They have been waiting for this day for a long time. A familiar strong reminder popped up on the ID watch. Congratulations to the human race at the end of the Tang dynasty for completing the fusion of the 5 beads and waiting for the winner to make a wish choice. At this moment, everyone held their breath and waited. Their eyes were all staring in the same direction. It was as if there were nails under their feet, and they could not move a step. Please state your wish. At this time, Tang Mo heard a voice in the tent, finally waiting for this moment. Tang Mo smiled, and then told her the answer she had thought of over and over again these days. I hope the glaciers melt and humanity can enter a new, wonderful new world.